where technology unleashes the potential of a human being, and a human being instills meaning into technology. AIJ 2025. A journey into the world of artificial intelligence. It starts now.
Заместитель председателя правительства Российской Федерации.
Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Alexander Novak.
Первый заместитель председателя.
First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sber, Alexander Vedyakhin.
Александр Леонидович, добро пожаловать на...
Mr. Novak, welcome to AI Journey, the 10th AI Journey conference. I am very pleased to be standing here with you, and I ask you to open this day. Thank you, Alexander. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. I am happy to welcome all of the participants and guests of the business day of the 10th anniversary AI Journey conference. Over the 10 years, the forum has gained momentum in the business and scientific community, become a staple and landmark, a platform where scientists, engineers, and industry leaders gather together to discuss the impact of technology on the quality of life and economic growth. Russian economy is undergoing a period of transformation, looking for new areas of growth. As you know, the president has established large-scale national goals which will affect all spheres of our lives, including the creation of a comfortable living environment, technological leadership, economic development, and, of course, digital transformation. New technology in AI are becoming a foundation for achieving those goals. They improve performance and they increase the innovation aspect of our economy. The pace of technological development has been growing incessantly. AI technology is now a strategic resource for economy and business. We see that AI is quickly being implemented and adopted in various industries, in oil and gas sector, finance, transport, retail, and many other industries. It increases reliability, security, the speed of processes, and ensures a brand new level of optimization. The capabilities of AI are very beneficial to SMEs. Half of small businesses already adopted for practical tasks, from processing information to content generation. In addition, AI plays a vital role in governance. It allows processing data much more efficiently. It provides for a much more efficient document flow. For example, the Max robot on the Gosuslugi portal has been expanding the range of tasks that it can handle by itself in a very user-friendly manner. AI improves performance. With low unemployment, technology is what becomes the key driver of growth. Wide adoption of AI is observed in experimental legal regimes. It is a great environment for experimenting with all kinds of new regulation models. Transport is a good, successful use case. 95% of large companies have recognized AI as an absolutely necessary condition for strategic development. 83% of top managers say that generative AI is creating new value for the client. Leading companies that have been adopting AI at scale demonstrate 15 to 20% growth in sales. They reduce the time to market from 5 to 6 months to 1 to 2 months. Russia today is one of the leaders in global digitization. By creating the environment for efficient use of AI in the interests of business and citizens. As the President said yesterday at the plenary session, it is crucial to be moving forward continuously in order to meet all of the challenges of modernity and the rapidly changing world. The goal now is for Russia to become one of the leaders in the development of AI. We want to expedite the adoption of this technology in all areas of economy, and we also want to foster talent for the industry. By 2030, the contribution of AI technology in GDP should exceed 11 trillion rubles. A significant portion of that effect will be accounted for by generative solutions. Also, yesterday, the president announced that generative AI needs to be applied across all kinds of regions in Russia, in all key industries by 2030, and also in most governance and management processes. Together with the business, the new goal is to implement the program of creating data centers for developing AI. Such data centers need to be accessible for research centers and technology companies. The creation of these data centers will lay the groundwork for new jobs in highly promising sectors. Special emphasis is placed on the scientific basis for the development of technology. As the president said, Russia cannot afford dependence on foreign suppliers in terms of AI. This means that Russia needs to have its own suites of hardware and software for the development of AI, which means we'll be supporting all kinds of research and development efforts in AI. 13 research centers already take advantage of federal grants. They create a network of expertise. They've been creating domestically AI models and solutions for actual real tasks, and they also generate talent. We see that there is return on investment. This is why the government will continue with these support measures. We have finalized a competitive selection of universities that will be providing specialists and experts across different disciplines for the AI industry. Starting this year, the training will begin using the new educational methodologies, and by 2030, we will have more than 10,000 graduates that will specialize in AI. A critical factor in the development of AI is power security, energy security. Over the next 10 years, data centers will start consuming 3 times more power. This power supply for data centers needs to be reliable and uninterrupted. So the plans of data center development needs to go hand in hand with the development of the whole energy structure, the energy infrastructure in Russia. For data centers, we have unique solutions in terms of power supply. We're talking about nuclear power, including smaller scale power plants. We will be introducing new facilities, nuclear facilities, including onshore and offshore ones. And this will contribute largely to the development of the data center program. We need to usher in new technological digital transformation. There is a gap between the companies that are widely adopting AI and those who are not, and this gap will only be increasing. The winners will be the ones who will be faster than others in implementing AI technology in their processes, and also the combination of human and AI. We do not want to replace humans. We want to create an environment where technology improves human potential, liberates people from routine, and supports them in their creativity. Russian specialists are working on this hard, including the ones here at Sber. I'm sure that this forum will become a platform for productive discussions and for exchange of opinions between Russian and foreign experts. I would like to thank the biggest technology company in Russia, Sber, and Mr. Gref personally for organizing this important business event. I wish all the participants of the forum helpful and informative discussions and breakthroughs in their research and development. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I know that you focus a lot on international cooperation, and I know that based on the presidential decision, last year an AI alliance was established. Over 2025, we have delivered a book of AI use cases. It will be available for download. Use cases concerning Russia and BRICS countries. Yesterday we have expanded the alliance, and I'm very happy to give you this very first edition. Thank you very much. I know that we now have 25 members, so the alliance is expanding. That's true. Dear friends, welcome to day 2 of the conference. We've garnered 30 million views out of 170 countries yesterday over the first day of the conference. Usually these numbers are only growing, and yesterday we had this record-breaking number. Mr. Putin spoke a lot about the practical use cases of AI, and this is important not just for the state, but for each and every business. Mr. Novak, in his opening speech, also gave some facts and figures, and when we were exploring the stands, the exhibition, Mr. Novak was constantly asking questions, how do you do this? How does it work in practice? And all that. I mean, theory is great, but the practical hands-on experience, something that brings real practical value, is something that we will be discussing today in day 2 of the conference. These solutions clearly have a positive impact on our clients, on their comfort, on the returns that we get as an organization. We will have Andrei Belevtsev, Senior Vice President and Head of Technology Block, talking about this in more detail, and we will have a separate section of the day that we call technological announcements of Sber. In addition to product-related solutions and use cases and practical cases from Russian businesses, we will also hear from foreign experts from different countries, India, China. We've brought experts from the US, Turkey, Bahrain, Oman, and many other countries, so stay tuned. We will have several parallel tracks and a very interesting program. Right after the opening, we will have a section with BRICS countries and members of the AI Alliance. We will talk about the case book that Mr. Novak is holding. And in the second part of the day, we will have a session of the Russian Alliance of AI, where we will talk about the problems. You know, we often focus too much on successes, and it might sound difficult to believe in. It may sound like, well, everyone else is succeeding and I'm not. But a journey in AI is a journey of trials and tribulations very often, of not just successes but failures as well, problems as well. And we have decided within the alliance that we will be frank with each other in terms of challenges and problems that we've overcome or are only trying to overcome. So I expect a very lively and interesting discussion. A big topic is efforts in experience exchange, expertise exchange among researchers, scientists, young scientists as well. We have this special event called AIJ Deep Dive, where we have direct one-on-one talks and different exhibition booths that you can explore and talk to different people. It's a very friendly atmosphere there, so you're very much invited there as well. And at the end of the day, leaders of AI will receive awards. We'll have an award ceremony for the best use cases in the development of AI in Russia.
Once again, welcome, and we're kicking off with the second day of the conference, full on. The moderator and the presenter of the conference, Veronika Romanova. Alexander Novak, Alexander Vidyakin, a round of applause again. And thank you for such a exciting opening remarks to mark the launch of the second day of the AI Journey 2025 conference. It is a prerequisite for a successful conference. It will be exciting and very instructive. It is my great pleasure to welcome all online and offline speakers as well as viewers. We are not ending our welcome speeches right now. We have a guest that is going to connect through the video call, the CEO of Sina Ventures and Sber AI, Kai Fuli.
Privilege to share my thoughts to the AI Journey community at this 10th year anniversary special occasion. I've been working on AI for over 40 years, and I've never been excited like the last 3 years. The advent of generative AI is something that will change the world. Generative AI has delivered to us more and more powerful foundation models that goes from text, image, video, understanding, and many applications are emerging. The capabilities of these models are improving month by month, and it is not stopping. And also the cost of inference is coming down about 10 times per year. So that means whatever AI wasn't good enough this year, it will be good enough next year. And if it's not cheap enough, it will be cheap enough next year. But I'm most excited about AI agents because these models are able to inference and do reasoning. The agents are then endowed with those capabilities because agents use large language models as their brain. But agent does more than that. An agent takes a command or request from a user, decomposes into step-by-step instructions, and executes these instructions by running applications or websites on PCs and phones. So it is really just like a super smart human employee who can also take on a task that maybe he or she hasn't even seen before and deliver results. These agents are getting smarter and smarter, and they will transform the future of corporations. Because if you think about an agent that does the job of screening resumes, another agent does the job of scheduling interviews, another agent does the job of making an offer. Altogether, these agents will work together to become a recruiting agent. And other HR functions will also become agents, for example, performance review. And when all these agents start to work together, we can imagine a day where the performance evaluation agent will give guidance to the recruiting agent so that the people doing well become role models to recruit against. The employees who are not doing so well, the recruiting agent will reduce the interest in hiring people like them in the future. So that will continue to improve. And you can imagine, just like putting Lego pieces together from recruiting agent, interview agent, hiring agent to the HR agent, then the HR agent will work with the marketing agent and the product agent and the technology agent. And that will transform the future of corporation, where today, the fundamental unit is a human employee, but eventually the fundamental unit will primarily be AI agents. Of course, there will be people who supervise these agents. This will become an incredible way to create value because when all these agents work together, there's no friction, no politics, no miscommunication, and every agent knows everything. So even the marketing agent understands technology. Imagine a future company with these workers who are effectively omniscient, who work together seamlessly to create value. These agents will improve the companies, not just in cost savings, but in improving fundamental KPIs for companies, in delivering outcomes for companies, in improving companies' revenue and also profits. So in the future, the competition among companies will be such that the company that has the best agent to start and collects data and uses that data to teach the agent in a flying wheel, to the extent that the company can build that closed loop, the company will become the best company in the industry. So industry leaders and entrepreneurs really need to embrace AI, think about how to do everything with AI, and start developing AI agents to build not just the low-hanging fruit agents in the company, but think about how this Lego of future multi-agents will transform the company organization, be the fundamental part of the strategy for the company. And this kind of revolution must happen at the founder, chairman, CEO level. A VP or division manager can certainly use AI to improve his or her job and his or her division. But companies built from the ground up or transformed completely, where the CEO is the driver of the transformation, will be one that achieves the most in this generative AI revolution. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you for such a great motivational speech.
Посвящен бизнесу. И впереди много практики, реальные внедрения.
Real implementation, product announcements, and the financial effect calculations. Let's keep to the schedule and have a productive day. In the evening, we have we'll have a special event on AI, and just try to test drive and think how to use AI solutions for your business, and think about how the new developments can be used in your processes and how can they pave the way for the future. And right now we are moving to the next International Business Forum, BRICS Plus on AI, as part of AI Journey 2025. The time of those who do no talk, more integration. So companies and leaders are here that get the economic effect from using AI. The key event of the forum is the launch of the international platform BRICS Plus AI Success Hub, the trusted cases from BRICS Plus countries, and the ready-made models that are ready for scaling and implementation. I'd like to start with some background of the forum. The first international business forum of BRICS Plus countries on AI technologies was launched on the 27th St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. The business forum on AI became the platform to unite the practices and the leaders that actually do implement these solutions, the practical solutions that do not just do theory, they scale cutting-edge solutions with AI. The participants of the forum shared the experience of implementing AI in the production processes and the industry, and discussed the vectors of the transatlantic, transborder international cooperation. Now let's go back to our day and let's talk about the current challenges. Let's walk the talk, really. The participants of the session of the second international forum, BRICS Plus, Business Forum AI BRICS Plus of AI Journey. The moderator of the session, the first deputy chairman of the executive board of Sberbank, Alexander Vedyakhin. Igor Kozhin, the head of the Center of the International Industrial Cooperation of UNIDO in the Russian Federation. Yanzin Liu, the secretary of the committee of the Communist Party of Shanghai Scientific Research Institute of the AI. Martin Kohlhauser, Managing Partner of Czech VC, Amir Hossein Momini, the head of AI section of the Center for the Development and Progress under the President of Iran, Ronaldo dos Santos, the national president of the Brazilian Association of Professionals and Companies in Telecommunications, Internet of Things, and AI. Johnson Emily, the CEO of the Turkish Initiative in AI, Redouane El Haloui, the president of the Moroccan Federation of the High-Tech Companies and the African Federation of the Digital Companies, Ajit Abraham, professor, vice chancellor of SAI University. Friends, hello. As you can see, we have a very high level and representative panel, fantastic, exciting guests, and we decided to talk about the applications of AI, and everyone is going to talk about their success stories and maybe failures as well. You know, I've said before that when I opened the day with Mr. Novak that we were so excited about the success stories that we might have forgotten the challenges related to AI integrations that everyone faces. I would like to say a few words about Sber and then give the floor to all of the other participants. We're going to ask them how they are implementing AI. What is their story? We are going to speak either English or Russian or other languages, but I think I will ask questions maybe in Russian and in English. But I mean, there's simultaneous interpretation. So anyway, a few words about Sber. Just, quick notes for our international audience. Last day, 172 countries, 30 million viewers. So a pretty big audience. Now, a couple of words about Sber. So 90% of the Russian population are our customers. We are working in AI, have been working in AI for more than 10 years. We are the largest acquirer in the world in terms of the bank transactions and bank cards processing, despite all the challenges that we face right now. Now, what do we mean when we say AI native vision of Sber? Obviously, we are talking about hyper-personalization around every customer. And every customer is absolutely unique. Everyone who is watching this here or online totally unique. And the task of Sber is to create an ecosystem around every person and to provide the services and the products that they need right now. This is what we call human-centric approach, and without AI, obviously, this is absolutely not achievable. But when we say AI, obviously we're talking about generative AI. Sber has a LLM that is called GigaChat. Herman Graf yesterday mentioned it many times and talked in detail about it. There will be major releases in open source as well. We have Kandinsky model that generates images and videos, but it's not the model that was created for the sake of the model. It was the model created for the sake of our customers. And GigaPro, GigaMax, Ultra, the range of the models. Today, these models are going to be introduced in greater detail. What are the practical applications? Right now, we have more than 500 cases of AI implementations in Sber. It's pretty challenging, but we are successfully addressing the challenges that we face. The Gen AI target effect is 50 billion rubles in 2025, as it is expected. And we appreciate the fact that Gen AI gives us direct benefits from the implementation. On the slides, you can see pretty ambitious figures. I'm not going to read them out to save time, but there is no process in Sber. I'm not even talking about the bank, but about the entire Sber group, where AI would not drive some value. Sometimes it's 10% increase of value, sometimes 50, 100, or sometimes we're talking about the many fold effect. Kandinsky, it's our model with the Russian code, so to speak. And obviously, Sber is not only a bank, it's an active participant of an AI alliance. The heads, the chairman of the supervisory boards are rotated. I am this year was the chairman of the supervisory board of AI Alliance of Russia. It's a big alliance. Those Russian companies that have not already entered and joined this AI alliance in Russia, please do so. You will be very warmly welcome. 21 countries are in the AI alliance network, 28 AI associations, basically all continents, and today our panel has one of its brightest representatives of this alliance. Now, we have discussed that I think that the major result would be the exchange of practical cases, practical opinions, and we have discussed them, but we thought how to crystallize our discussion to make sure that we have this kind of a summary. We decided to create an AI Success Hub together with UNIDO, and we're going to talk about that a bit later. This hub helps to find solutions tailored for you. I would ask to launch a video. Yes, that's the video. Basically, it just uses the prompts that are pretty standard. You can find the cases that you need to address your specific business task, and you can select the case that is tailored for you, that is in line with your ambitions. And I would ask you to use this. I invite you to use this hub. It's an international. It's a collection of international cases, international experience. Please leverage that opportunity. This is, I think, it for Sber. I would like to thank Dmitry Kozhin as a representative of UNIDO, who has helped us a lot, and he also organized the platform for all of these things to happen. Igor, please, you have the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, Sber, and its partners for hosting this international forum, AI Journey, that has become a unique platform for discussing the future of AI and its role in the industrial development of BRICS plus countries. For me, as the head of the UNIDO Center in Russia, it is a big honor to speak here on behalf of the United Nations industrial development organization, a structure that for more than 50 years has been helping countries turn industrial ambitions into inclusive, sustainable, and technologically oriented outcomes. It is great to talk about our success stories and next steps. Today, we mark an important event. As you know, we are launching the BRICS AI Success Hub. It's an international platform for sharing AI use cases in BRICS countries.
On behalf of our organization, I would like to emphasize that we sincerely welcome the creation of this platform, and we are pleased to contribute practically to its development in terms of real industrial solutions tested in UNIDO projects in different regions of the world. And these are not just theoretical examples, but technologies that have already proven their effectiveness, from automating production lines to applying machine learning in the agricultural sector, in industrial monitoring systems. Our platform is of key importance for several reasons. First, it makes successful solutions visible, and it helps compare their applicability in specific production conditions. Second, it lowers the information barrier for small and medium-sized businesses, those enterprises that often lack access to knowledge about modern technology and best practices adopted by their competitors, for example, or colleagues. And finally, this initiative creates conditions for replication when a successful case in India, for instance, can inspire a company in Russia or Brazil to implement a similar solution, but a solution that will be adapted to their own tasks. Our contribution to this platform is based on three key areas of UNIDO work. The first one is regulatory and intellectual leadership. UNIDO participates in the development of the UN Global Digital Compact, and it helps countries formulate practical, actionable strategies in the field of AI. We see our job as ensuring that the principles of responsible and inclusive AI find real expression in the national policies of different states. The second stream is international partnership platforms, such as AIM Global and the BRICS Center for Industrial Competencies. AIM Global brings together over 200 participants, including ministries, technology leaders, universities, and development banks. Meanwhile, the BRICS Center for Industrial Competencies, established under the mandate of the industrial ministers of BRICS countries, facilitates the exchange of technology, development of competencies, and acceleration of digital transformation of industry in BRICS countries. Third is the practical implementation of projects. In more than 700 current UNIDO projects, we see how digital solutions help modernize production, increase labor productivity, reduce costs, and expand sales markets. One of the recent examples is in Namibia. AI helps analyze huge arrays of data, including satellite imagery, to increase the yield of farms. And this is just one of dozens of similar use cases where AI becomes really helpful. And four is partnership with the corporate sector. When we were preparing for this event, we asked ourselves an important question. What value does business truly gain by participating in such initiatives? For the largest companies, this means access to new markets and new geographies. UNIDO provides platforms or centers of excellence in more than 10 countries with separate offices, and generally in more than 170 countries. These centers of excellence help companies test their solutions, and present them to ministries and industrial agencies of partner countries. Second, working with the next generation of engineers. This is where young specialists learn to use digital twins, robotic systems, control systems, and they essentially become ambassadors of this technology. They help their own countries to adopt them. Third is strengthening international positioning. Participation in sustainable development initiatives enhances a company's status as a responsible technology leader. Small and medium-sized businesses can gain access to technology, staff training, and the opportunities to integrate this into their technological chains. Importantly, we also help them, as I said, train staff, regardless of the level of maturity of a company. And we also give them an opportunity to become integrators of solutions and not just their users. It is important to emphasize that AIM Global, the BRICS Center for Industrial Competencies, and the BRICS Plus AI Success Hub platform are all parts of a single ecosystem. AIM Global is the global expertise and technological vision. BRICS Center is for the regional needs and focus on competencies and applied tasks of the group countries. And the BRICS Plus AI Success Hub platform is the bridge between them. The place where in-demand technologies meet the real demands of economies. Today, as we have the first cases already uploaded to the platform, I would like to invite Russian and international technology leaders to post their solutions more actively, and I encourage SMEs to use the platform as a handbook of practical approaches that can be implemented as early as tomorrow. Let me also note that on November 23rd, at the UNIDO General Conference in Riyadh, we will present the new platform to the international community, and we will be talking about cooperation with Sber and Russian partners. We see growing interest from member states in the best practices of BRICS Plus countries, and we call on them to join the new platform. Colleagues, today we are not talking about the potential of AI, but about its proven effectiveness. The new international platform for sharing AI use cases in BRICS Plus countries is a step towards making the technologies of the future accessible today. UNIDO is ready to support this process through regulation setting, through partnership platforms, and through real projects on the ground. I invite all of you to join the efforts in developing industrial solutions, scaling best practices, and creating a digital future that will be inclusive, reliable, and sustainable in the interests of all BRICS Plus countries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kozhin. When we talk about AI, the first thing that comes to mind is, of course, this race between the US and China. As I see it, China has been winning this race in many respects. Speaking of publications, for example, 33%, one-third of all research papers on AI in 2024 were papers written by scientists from China. In 2020, that number was only 20%. So we see this sharp increase. And we also see that China has a lot of platforms for developing AI. Shanghai AI Research Institute is one of the major platforms in China for developing AI, not just in China, but around the globe. I'm very happy to welcome here Ms. Yang Liu from Shanghai AI Research Institute, the CPC secretary. So what I'm interested in is how you do research, because research doesn't always translate into commercial use. But then again, you need to make money, to make profit. How do you commercialize AI solutions, AI developments? Why is that important? Because we often say, well, let's be practical and someone else will do the research. And then we do not have enough to invest in the research. And that's where it ends with the practice. But China does research very well and does practical use very well. How do you combine the two? Thank you very much, Mr. Vidyakhin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here on this platform discussing how AI has been reshaping our world. I would like to begin my speech today with a painting. This painting was created in 2019 by Professor Zhu Jizhe from the Central Academy of Fine Arts, commissioned by our institute in Sense Time. It took a year of field research to complete this work. It's called Artificial Intelligence 2019. It depicts the long way of AI development. It's modeled after the map of the Yangtze River Delta alluvial plain, and it combines the history, present, and future imagination of AI. At the origin, we see that there are three tributaries: number theory, information theory, and assembly language, converging into the river of the Dartmouth Conference, where the concept of AI was first established globally. Through long-term evolution, AI has progressed from early supervised learning to today's deep learning, and from knowledge graphs to intelligent control training. As a result, as we see in this painting, we can see the chip giant island, featuring familiar names like Intel, Samsung, Qualcomm, and Nvidia. The artist includes a political metaphor here as well. On the far right, there is this isolated island called Huawei Ziling, hinting at the politically motivated pressure that Huawei faces. However, the artist gives this idea that Huawei will be able to overcome this. But let's turn to China. Since 2020, China has entered a rapid development phase for large models. A cohort of general-purpose large models is advancing swiftly, and their applications are accelerating their expansion beyond office productivity, daily life, and entertainment into healthcare, industry, and education. President Xi Jinping visited Shanghai 3 months ago and gave special care on the science and technology development. During the visit, he said, I would like to summarize this as follows. AI is the technology of the younger generation, and at the same time, AI needs global cooperation. China is no longer just catching up, it's innovating constantly, owing to 4 major factors: top-level industrial design and planning, globally leading data resources, and frameworks, domestic open source ecosystems, and more importantly, AI education and talent incubation. One example is China's breakthrough in large language models, or DeepSeek. And now I would like to give you an outline on our institute. The Shanghai AI Institute was established in 2019 by the municipal government and Shanghai Jiao Tong University. This initiative aims to implement major national decisions and developments and deployments on AI development, serving as an innovation platform to advance the innovation-driven development strategy. SIRI focuses on original innovation in foundational AI technology, breakthroughs in core application technology, R&D, and industrial translation, as well as talent cultivation and industrial ecosystem development. It has become an influential new type R&D institution in China. Focused on full-chain innovation paradigm leading standard setting, SIRI employs a demand-driven R&D model. Guided by major scientific and engineering challenges, it has established a complete closed loop from fundamental research, technological breakthroughs, result translation, ecosystem building, and industrial implementation. We have created joint laboratories with a number of companies in robotics, new energy vehicles, smart healthcare, digital finance, and digital government. For example, together with Costco Shipping Company, we established an automated terminal transportation industry R&D center to conduct research on key common technologies focusing on the major technological needs of China's automated terminals and smart ports. Also, jointly with AI Digital Government Joint Laboratory with Kazakhstan National Information Technologies, we have been striving to build a benchmark case for digital government under the Belt and Road Initiative. Our labs also made breakthroughs in embodied intelligence and humanoid robotics. We have developed China's first commercialized mass production factory for general robots. And so far, we have trained over 1,000 robots in the factory. Based on comprehensive real-world scenarios, we also established the world's first million-scale dataset and full potential hardware platform. I'll give you a close look into our robots. Beyond those, Sber is also a globalized institute, and we always bear this in mind, that global challenges need global cooperation. On July 1st, 2024, the 78th United Nations General Assembly, a China-led resolution was adopted on enhancing international cooperation on capacity building of AI, with over 140 countries supporting the resolution. This marks the first UN resolution that specifically focused on international collaboration in AI capacity building. The UN has been actively promoting global cooperation in AI governance through the Global Digital Impact, Governing AI for Humanity, as well as a series of industrial reports and white papers. Just as UN Secretary-General Guterres suggested, AI must run on sustainable energy so that it fuels a more sustainable future. Let us move for an AI that is shaped by all of humanity for all of humanity. On July 4th, 2024, the Global Industrial Artificial Intelligence Alliance Center of Excellence was officially launched at the opening ceremony of the World Artificial Intelligence Conference and the high-level meeting on global governance. The Minister of Industry and Information Technology and the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization were jointly inaugurated. Positioned as a crucial hub for international scientific and technological innovation, the Global AI Center of Excellence is dedicated to building a core platform for global AI governance, technology application, and industrial acceleration. In his meeting with Guterres, President Xi Jinping also emphasized that China supports the United Nations in playing a leading role in advancing the reform of the international financial architecture and the global governance of AI. The center is jointly operated by Shanghai AI Research Institute and the United Nations Department of Digital Transformation and Artificial Intelligence Strategy. We also opened a center of use cases in customs for BRICS countries. We encourage all of you to participate in their work. This center, as I said, is jointly operated by Shanghai AI Research Institute and the UN Department of Digital Transformation and AI Strategy. It is positioned as an international AI guest room and global AI industrial accelerator. We provide services to international organizations, government bodies, research institutes, industry, and enterprise to form a healthy AI ecosystem for global economic and social development. We have now connected with nearly 20 countries and regions. Here is a glimpse of some partners across the world. And I would like to extend our sincere invitation to the guests here today to join our network and work together for a more collaborative future in the field of AI. AI is here to empower, not replace. China is proud to stand alongside the global community, sharing knowledge, setting standards, and innovating for a future where technology serves humanity. Thank you. Let's build that future together.
Thank you very much, Madam Liu Yanxin. It would be great to see this AI map right now, like in 2025. Did you try to have this map, to paint this map for 2025? Yes, I think that actually next year we're going to do that. So since we have a lot of models that emerged and we have more and more scenarios, so we're going to change this map, repaint this map, of course, because we have a new stage right now, and also using AGI, we will be able to develop that and create the next exciting topic for this new map. Yeah, I wish you do that. There will be a separate island, maybe a continent that will be responsible for the ROI on AI. It's a huge hype. I think the market is overheated. Stargate, $500 billion. Invest AI in EU, 200 billion euros. It's like multiple trillion investments, 1 trillion 200 billion. And while the income is like 500, 800, not even the profits. That's the ROI on generative AI. Now, those who are engaged in AI, and right now, obviously, there's more and more investments in AI. Increasingly more investments. And this is a big challenge, not only for the developers, not only of developers of LLMs, but those who use AI, but obviously for investors who, invest in AI entrepreneurs. We have Martin Kohlhauser here with us, and I would like to ask him how to transform the AI developments in real and valuable solutions for companies. What investors think about that? How do you select that? Because now you can write AI somewhere in the presentation. Whether you have it or not, your market cap will grow dramatically. So how do you choose the companies that you want to invest in, and how do you make sure that these companies perform well, and how your participants in your portfolio, how they get the proper value from the AI.
I've been investing as an angel investor in Europe, but for the last 2 or 3 years I'm investing in Russia because we very much believe
Я
in...
здесь предлагаю поаплодировать Мартину.
A round of applause here for Martin. Thank you.
We very much believe in startups made in Russia, and I was honored, by the way, 1 month ago on the Sber Startup Summit. I was honored to be the most active angel investor in Russia in 25. Accordingly, next step, we are now setting up a fund, which is called Chuck VC. We are investing in AI startups in seed phase. We're setting up right now, but the deals flow has already started. And for today's sessions, I have checked that we've analyzed like 220 startups within the last month. And I was wondering what they are doing, what they're actually doing, and I want to share this with you. 10% are working on process acceleration, 10% aimed on cost optimization, 20% targeted forecasting and analytics, and 50% focus on automation. So the key insight is clear, automation stands out, it brings measurable results, and it's reducing routine work so people can focus on more creative tasks. So what makes AI startups succeed? I want to point out 3 factors. The first is a clear vertical focus. The whole world is now watching at startups, is seeking for startups that are vertical AIs. It means you have to understand who is your client. It's maybe experts, it's maybe SMB, it's maybe corporates. You should focus on geography, on industry, and of course on the right delivery model. So you maybe can quickly set up a SaaS model, but if you work with corporates, they want on-premise, and that's a very different story, a very different focus. So the second thing is step-by-step integration. What does it mean? If you start with pilot projects, you have to identify real business pains, and you have to spend a lot of time and resources on UX. Means if you have the best application in the world, but the end user doesn't understand or doesn't like it, you have no chance. So this is one of the key points I really want to focus here. AI from startups isn't sold. It's proven in small steps. This is very important. Tell this to all the founders out there because they think I have the nicest product, everybody should like it just like me, but no, they will like it if they understand it and they love it and they will use it if you integrate in small steps. So that's the second point. The third is you have to understand and survive, visit the full business deal cycle. What does it mean? You come up with a nice product, but you have to show resilience because very often startups don't understand the processes in corporates. Means you have a nice product, but you have to prove that's a nice product and you have to fulfill all technical requirements. You should see the eyes of startups when a corporate points out that there are more than 300 requirements and you have to fulfill it or you go. So you have to have resilience also in financial terms, which means you have to partners who finance what you're doing until the real flows from corporate start. So this is like, maybe sounds like very theoretical. I give you 2 specific examples from my portfolio. First one is in HR. You know, in recruiting, you have very, very different processes. And you know, recruiters are those guys who open their browser and they have like hundreds of tabs open because they're looking for the right people. So these startups, Russian-rooted founder, they automated shortlisting of candidates. What does it mean? You need, for example, a C++ programmer, 5 years experience, some other requirements, he should know English, whatever. And you open a job board, maybe LinkedIn or some other, maybe you open your ATS system, and having set these requirements, you get hundreds or thousands of hits. So these guys have invented a tool that makes shortlisting, means this person fits 98%, this person 97%, and so on. And why I'm telling you all this, because in order to come up with a, let's say, MVP plus, very interesting instrument, it took more than 1.5 years. No turnover, but you want to eat, you need some housing. 1.5 years, somebody has to finance you. And after this, 1 more year to refine UX. Means to make it fit, that people really love to use it and using it. So these guys were like 2.5 years spending on developing the instrument to make it nice. And then within 1 month, they onboarded more than 20 relevant B2B customers, paying customers. From an investment point of view, it's like a textbook story. I was the first investor. Then the Stockholm School of Economics took over, they supported them. And after showing tractions, after 2.5 years, they raised the next round, 350,000 euros, which is about 30 million rubles. And now they're doing fine. They can develop their product and go for more clients. So that's the first case. The second case I want to share is a Russian startup, Present Simple AI. These guys are simplifying corporate presentations based on the brand book. What is interesting here, they started as a B2C company. They had something like 700,000 registrations during first year, students, teachers, experts. And then they pivoted to corporate, to B2B customers, which is not very easy because you get a lot of technical requirements, security requirements, and so on. But they did fine. This year, they already realized 5 pilot projects. One of them, we're very proud of that, in Sber Marketing. A lot of people using this software. And from an investment point of view, I was, again, the first angel investor believing in this idea. I was introducing them to 2 other angel investors, one just giving money, other one giving expertise in the industry and network, and a small fund. Now they have these pilots, now they have the B2B tractions, they know what they're doing, they know what they're not doing, very important. They are ready maybe for the next step to go to BRICS, because it's a very interesting product, not only for Russian companies. And so now two funds want to provide the next finance round. So in a nutshell, what I'm talking here, beyond the model itself, what truly matters is integration, persistence, and focus. Integration, persistence, and focus. Doesn't sound very technical, right? So AI models become commodities, but real value emerges when founders understand industry deeply, solve a specific pain, and stay resilient. And this means for investors and startups alike, surviving the real-world AI deal cycle means thinking less about the size of the model. You should be very flexible in which models you use. Of course, they are also using Sber GigaChat, but they are also using Chinese models. And the very, very focus should be on the problem you solve for your customers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, Martin.
Martin, thank you very much. I have some questions. You have questions about startups. Have questions about corporate customers. Yes, they have a different approach. But yeah, you need to discuss these concerns. Thank you very much. These were great remarks. Islamic Republic of Iran is our next speaker when we talk about AI and Islamic Republic of Iran. You want to learn more because you want to hear how AI is going to be developed in Iran. So Amir Hossein Momeni will now have the floor. He's heading the AI section under the President of Iran. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here. It's good. I'm honored to be here today. To answer your question, as I know, many actions are underway in this area. Many projects, many infrastructure projects are defined in my country and are being carried out. I will mention some of them in my speech. There are plans to encourage the big domestic investors to enter the AI field in Iran. And also, we're taking steps to encourage the AI economy, ecosystem, including universities, startups, medium-sized companies, and also bigger ones. And also, we have programs to foster our AI education system to have more and more scientists and professionals in AI. Definitely, cooperation with other countries will speed up our plan and our actions to reach the goal. Let's get started. Today, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it's easy to get lost in a sea of fear. Fear of job losses, control, inequality, and exclusion. And some of those fears are not unfounded. We have already seen concerning uses of AI, from autonomous weapons killing tens of people at a time, to content generation engines used in propaganda, from recommendation algorithms optimized to narrow our thinking for engagement and profit, to platforms that harvest personal data under the guise of smart services. And perhaps most troubling of them, we see a time where even the novel concept of AI safety and ethics is being misused, used as a justification to centralize power and limit open innovation. But the future cannot be built on fear alone. We must go beyond these concerns and actively shape a better plan, one grounded in wisdom, openness, and shared purpose. Because when guided by ethics, empathy, and human intention, AI can become one of the humanity's most powerful allies. It can help us understand our past by processing vast historical data and revealing lessons that can inform better decisions. It can help us understand history's complex patterns. It allows us to learn from the mistakes of those who came before us, ensuring we are not doomed to repeat them. It can deepen our understanding of the world around us, uncovering patterns in science, nature, and society that were previously invisible, opening new windows into the complexity and wonder of our universe. It can help us understand ourselves by revealing our moral blind spots, recognizing patterns in our behavior, and guiding us toward greater self-awareness. It can make us more conscious of God's blessings and encourage us to live gratefully, respect the rights of others, and care for the environment and all living beings. It can amplify human capabilities like creativity, inspiring artists, assisting writers, and fueling innovation, not by replacing imagination, but by extending its boundaries. And perhaps most importantly, it can bring us closer together through real-time translation, cultural understanding, and the building of empathy across borders. All of this suggests AI could lead us to deeper, more purposeful lives, not merely longer or easier ones. as Tolstoy is often quoted as saying that the meaning of life is not in living, but in living nobly. Of course, it is an English translation, but the message remains powerful. In the country I represent, we are pursuing this positive path through a number of national initiatives. One of our most important projects is the development of a national AI platform, a unified environment where engineers, researchers, and data professionals can develop models, algorithms, and intelligence products with speed, security, and efficiency. This platform simplifies development, ensuring access to shared tools and workflows, and supports high-performance computing at scale. Another major initiative focuses on AI-powered assistance across government institutions. These systems are being designed to support dialogue with laws and regulations, streamline administrative processes, and provide intelligent recommendations for policymakers, all aligned with institutional policies and national priorities. Ultimately, they will be integrated into a unified government assistance framework to deliver smart, consistent, and human-centered public services. Beyond governance, we are investing heavily in applying AI to solve critical challenges, especially in water management, energy planning, and infrastructure resilience. These projects use predictive analytics and data-driven modeling to support long-term sustainable development. But perhaps our most valuable asset is our community of experts, researchers, and young talents in AI, a generation committed to building a smarter and more equitable future. And today, in this international gathering, I would like to extend a clear invitation. Let us identify and build pathways to collaboration in sharing high-quality data, in co-developing models and frameworks, and in setting joint goals for intelligent products that address our specific shared challenges in BRICS Plus countries. Let us move beyond fragmented efforts and work toward a future where artificial intelligence is not a tool for power, but for humane. Let us choose the right path together. Thank you.
Спасибо. Интересно, мы...
Thank you very much. We will be very interested in following the development of AI in Iran. As we know, Iran has very good, very solid education in mathematics and computer science. I've visited Tehran recently, and I was very happy to meet some of the experts there. We wish you every success, and I hope you will count on our expertise as well. Thank you. And next, our guest from Brazil, Reinaldo dos Santos, our good friend. He is back for his second AI journey. I think Brasilia, in terms of remoteness, geographical remoteness at least, I think it's the farthest country from Moscow out of those represented here. But in terms of AI adoption, it is one of the leaders, in fact. Interesting figures. When I was preparing for the panel session, I saw that in just the past year, plus 2 million Brazilian companies started using AI. That means roughly 3 companies every minute. I think that's the estimate. And also, more than 9 million enterprises in Brazil have already adopted AI in one way or another. So I have this question for Mr. Dos Santos. What is helping you adopt AI in Brazil in such a large scale, and what are the main success stories for this technology? Why does everyone want this technology?
Okay, Thank you, Mr. Alexander Vediachim. Thank you, dear friends that are listening to me here now, the public present, the panelists. And Brazil has indeed invested quite a lot in AI. You know that in Brazil today, at the very same time we are here now, in Brazil, the COP30 is going on there in Brazil. I don't know if you know about that. We are discussing in Brazil about our most important thing, that's the legacy we have received from the past, that's our natural resources. And so I bring you warm greetings of Brazil, of the Brazilian people who are currently hosting the COP30, as I told you, in the city Belém do Pará, discussing the greatest legacy we possess, that I told you, our planet's natural resources. In that context, while open world leaders, the Brazilian government drew from within our culture and presented to the world a concept. So I'd like to teach you a new word, a Portuguese word, that is multirão. Could you, friends, repeat with me this word, multirão? Can you say that? Multirão. Yeah, multirão is a Brazilian word that comes from our culture. When, for example, in Brazil, we have to build up a house in a village that somebody doesn't have enough resources, they get the friends together and they make the multirão to come together and build a house. And very soon, very quickly, we can do that. Multirão is more than a task force. It's more than cooperation. It's more than union or collaboration. It is a concept that takes the ingredients of all these words that I said and puts on or adds synergy, creating a model of cooperation where peers fuel each other with energy, strength. And I tell you, the result is amazing, it's great. And Brazil implemented this multirão there in the COP30 to put countries together for a purpose that's good for all of us. In Brazil, I'm president of this association called ABERIMEST, one entity that practices the multirão in technology. We bring to the same table government, telecom operators, airports, ports, agribusiness, banks, academia, and professionals. And we discuss technology, creating a catalyst environment for cross-sectors relationship, and we promote understanding, solving problems, and innovating solutions. Regarding AI, we have had the joy to see in Brazil a promising future, indeed, because of two things. First, the Brazilian government, and second, the private sector. As you said, in Brazil, we are around 26 million companies, and from them, 9 million are using now, as the number you said, Alexander, 9 million companies are using today artificial intelligence. Every minute, 3 companies are joining AI in many areas. In Brazil, our government has created a plan called Brazilian Plan for AI, a plan of investment of 23 billion Brazilian reais, or something like 4.5 billion US dollars for the next 3 years, to promote a leap in the usage of AI in Brazil. Paraphrasing a Brazilian song of Geraldo Vandré that says, "Who knows makes the time, does not wait it to happen." We could not wait in Brazil. So we are leading America in this sense, takes firm steps to invest and open ourselves to investments with a detailed plan. That is the plan I told you, PBIA, which will make available to the interested parties. If you want to know about that, afterwards I can send to you more details, papers regarding this, where we can show the opportunities in the country. We are acting in infrastructure, like big data centers. You know, Brazil has a clean system of production electrical energy. Then we have a tremendous power for data center, legislation, education, and we are paving the future and promoting AI for good of all, as our president in Brazil likes to say. And the results do not stop with the government. Our private market is at full step. As I said, 40% of our private companies are using already it. The majority sees great benefits. A recent research made, those companies are saying that they have seen one increase of 30% in their profit. So they are investing more and more in the usage of AI, but basically they're using AI Brazil for customer services. We are not integrating that deeper, and that's there is where we see many possibilities to go deep, more than just the relationship with customers, but use AI for development of products to put it in the engine of the companies that we can really increase the profits of company. I think a significant portion of those companies faces a major shortage. That is the specialized AI professionals. 46% of them says we need more professionals in Brazil. So we are looking for partners to increase partnerships in education with our university. Brazil wants to relate to all countries in a multilateral way, doing business, respecting sovereignties, and guarantee our own sovereignty. Issues such as the storage of Brazilian data, and also the development of one LLM in Portuguese and Spanish that incorporates our regional knowledge, are central objectives for Latin America and also for Brazil. We want, therefore, to open the doors for business and partnerships aligned with these concepts. Together, we can make a global multi-round where everyone wins, with the final focus of achieving the beneficial AI for all. Just as the J that stands here in the name of our meeting, AIJ stands for join, the union of forces, the Brazilian multi-round shares the same desire of join. So in this spirit, we invite everyone, come, participate in the Brazilian AI market. Our academies are open. Our companies are eager. Our government is active. So long living for the multilateralism, and also long living for the Brazilian multi-round. I thank you.
Спасибо, Multiao.
Thank you very much for Multiao. How do you pronounce this?
Multi-round. Multi-round.
Вот так вот, да, надо произносить это слово.
Right, so Multiao. In Russia, I think that was prior to the revolution among Russian peasants, we had this tradition where people would gather together to build a house together with the whole village. But I don't think in Russian we have a similar concept, a similar word, but we did have this tradition. I think we can borrow the term from your language. But anyway, this approach of collaboration, of gathering together to do something collectively, that's a great concept. Thank you very much for that term, that new word for this beautiful Brazilian image. I've been to Brazil, and I have tremendous warmth for this country, for all the Brazilians. And as for Turkey, I used to live in Turkey. For about 3 years, I lived in Turkey, in Istanbul, and I worked next to where Mr. Johnson Lee works. When we were preparing for the session, we had this brief discussion with him. And I have great fond memories about that time in Istanbul, in Turkey. I'm very happy to give the floor to Mr. Sinem Lee to talk about the development of AI in Turkey. What are the success stories there, the use cases there? Mr. Sinem Lee is the head of the association that unites 400 AI startups, Turkish companies, and he is the point of contact on AI in Turkey. Please, you have the floor.
Dear Alexander Vedyakin, thank you very much for the lovely introduction and inviting me. Hello everyone, this is Can Sinem Lee. I am bringing you warm regards from Istanbul. Let's go back to your question. Yeah, thank you. Let's go back to your question. Let's discuss about AI integration, challenges, realities, and some guidelines. In Turkey, except for the top 300, 400 companies, there is almost no data-driven structuring within firms. The culture of being data-oriented has not yet matured. There is a data. Although the data exists, it is not organized or nor clean. So there is a lot of things. There is a lot of groundworks to do. That means it's a challenging transformation journey, which requires investments. And unless the top management of companies support and sponsors the AI projects, AI initiatives, these projects fall short or fail often. And we face, furthermore, we face difficulties in strictly restricted regulation. For example, in health care sector, in banking, insurance, energy sector, we have strict regulations. For example, you cannot use public data, even though you will use it anonymously. It is forbidden to use public data for health sector, for example. Or you cannot use external cloud services for banking, insurance, energy sectors. Here we have, we are contributing the ecosystem as Turkish AI initiative. We are acting around two major missions. First of all is to raise awareness and develop knowledge about AI in business sectors. Second is to build, develop, and strengthen the AI ecosystem. We have variety of services and events for this. For example, we have TRAI Academy, TRAI consulting services. We provide some recommendations like gold standards. We telling them to develop strategy. It means align AI strategy in parallel with your main corporate strategy. And also you have to choose carefully use cases, identify the most relevant and the high priority use cases. Here, for the medium-sized company, we go further to help them. We are telling them, we are asking them to provide their business processes departmentally. The medium-sized or small-sized companies doesn't have AI teams or business analytics or data scientists. So they have to focus with limited sources. So we want them to focus on their departmental based bottlenecks, pain points, in order to gain quick wins. that will boost their morale and achieve success and get experience. By doing this, we are offering ecosystem stakeholders, I mean Turkish AI startups, we will connect them. They will use their expertise without a need of creating teams, first of all. After being successful on these projects, they may build up their team by simultaneously investing in training and development of their team. We are also guiding them to finalize their project and get results, because after the MIT research, Gartner research, 80%, 90% of projects are failing or falling short. So in order to be success, you have to follow some guidelines. We say that's kind of golden standards, and we are there to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim. Перемещаемся южнее.
We're moving to Africa, Morocco. And our next speaker is Ridwan El-Haloui, who came from this sunny country. AI in Africa, this is something I wanted to discuss with him. Africa is a very fastly growing continent. We're talking about the northern part of Africa, the central part of Africa as well, growing very rapidly. What are the challenges for the AI solution development in Africa? What are the practical solutions are applicable in this continent? It would be great to hear your thoughts.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Alexander. I'm honored to be here for the second edition of AI Journey, and I want to present the Federation, because I have two hats. I am the president of the Federation of ICT sector, private sector in Morocco, and also the president of the Federation of African Digital Businesses. That's the organization, private sector ICT, that we are connected with some African brothers to share best experience talking about that, like this subject, AI, cybersecurity. So when we talk about artificial intelligence for Africa, people often imagine a distant future. In reality, the future is already here, at least partially. Across our countries, we see 4 types of actors moving at the same time. Our tech SMEs and startups, for us, it's very important, this definition. Startups, for us, is explorator of innovation. Some companies that's going someplace that nobody go. But tech SMEs, that's the builder of digital. That is very important for us to distinguish these two actors. And we have also infrastructure operators, and also government and public administrations moving through digital transformations. And finally, a whole layer of traditional SMEs that are only beginning to enter the digital economy. What we are trying to build in Morocco and Africa, across Africa, is a true AI ecosystem that connects all these actors. But to do this, we must be honest about the challenge. The first reality, where data is ready, AI moves fast. In certain countries and ministries, major companies and infrastructure operators, the situation is clear. As my colleague, Mr. Khan, has told, in Turkey, processes are already digitized, data exists, it's relatively clean and structured. So in this environment, AI has been integrated quickly. to optimize operations, automate tasks, improve citizens or customer services, enhance security, or plan infrastructure better. Where data exists, AI is not a concept, it's a productivity engine. The second reality, without digitalization, AI is useless. If data is not collected, if it's not structured, there is no point talking about AI. So AI will not compensate for the absence of system or processes. On the contrary, it will amplify disorder or inefficiency. So for all SMEs, the first level of economic development is not doing AI. It's first to digitize properly, structure their operations, and start collecting data consistently. Sales, inventory, logistics, customers, transactions. Our core challenge is data challenge, not AI buzzword challenge. The third reality, as your president has told yesterday, the sovereignty. Where do our models run and who controls the data? So if all AI capabilities depend on infrastructures outside our borders, then we face a serious issue of digital sovereignty. Two principles are non-negotiable. AI models must be able to run on local or regional data centers under governance frameworks we control. Strategic and sensitive data must be stored on infrastructure subject to our own laws. GPUs have become a strategic resource, just like energy or rare materials. Africa does not produce GPUs, so our ability to secure supply and to build the energy capacity required to power them will directly determine our place in the AI economy. And the fourth reality, energy, fiber, bandwidth, the infrastructure behind AI. The Africa continent is a big continent. It's not like some continent. It's a very big. Some country has more than 5,000, 6,000 to do fiber. So AI requires stable and significant electricity, robust data center, and high-capacity telecommunications infrastructure. AI is not just compute. It's also the ability to move massive amounts of data quickly. If we want AI to benefit to the whole continent, not just a few capital, we need to develop the foundational infrastructure, energy, connectivity, data center, and cross-border digital corridors. So, my conclusion is Africa should not become a simple consumer market for AI solutions, but elsewhere, with the right infrastructure, data governance, and investment in talent and digitalizations, Africa can become a co-producer of AI with its own priorities and development models. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. И наш завершающий спикер.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker, Ajit Abraham. Those who were present yesterday at our event, those who were watching it online, have seen how Ajit was answering the questions of Mr. Graf and Mr. Buden. Very exciting answers, very exciting insights. Ajit, I have a different question for you. How do you resolve the problems with talents? Because human resources talent is the major factor of success and lack of success for AI implementations. So you, as a professor, what is your take on that?
Thank you, Alexander. It's a great honor for me to address this BRICS forum. As an academician today, I will not talk about AI or technology. I guess we have the whole day for tomorrow talking about various aspects. Today, I want to make an appeal or a call to all the members present here. As our member from Brazil talked about Muchirao, we need a Muchirao in a very big way among all nations, all countries, from BRICS Plus to AI Alliance network members, which is expanding at a very big scale. I guess all of us are doing Muchirao in our own way, in our own culture, in our own countries, solving our own problems. But to solve some of our challenging problems facing the world, for example, from climate change, renewable energy, looking at UN-defined sustainable development goals like poverty, justice, equality, life underwater, life above water, green energy. We have to work as a team. It's not just AI, but we need to solve greater problems facing our own nations as well as the planet at large. So today I want to highlight one of our most transformative frontiers. It's a great opportunity. AI and the critical need for deeper scientific cooperation among BRIC plus nations in its development and various applications. AI is no longer an isolated discipline. It is a shared ecosystem, one that demands coordinated research, ethical alignment, and collective innovation. BRICS plus countries already represent more than 40% of the global population and a rapidly expanding share of global R&D investment. By pooling our scientific capabilities, we can craft an AI landscape that is inclusive, adaptable, and responsible. At the heart of this cooperation lie shared laboratories and joint research infrastructures. Imagine cross-border AI hubs where scientists from Sao Paulo, Shanghai, Pretoria, Moscow, and New Delhi, plus other cities in other Alliance network countries, work together on generative AI models, medical imaging, agri-tech, media, and variety of challenging problems facing our society. Joint intellectual property frameworks can protect innovation while ensuring equitable benefit sharing, creating trust among institutions and countries. Another cornerstone of this movement is not just people, but also the idea, the intellectual knowledge. By developing regional talent pipelines, our universities and research centers can exchange scholars, PhDs, and earlier career researchers under unified BRICS program. This accelerates skill diffusion and cultural collaboration, ensuring that our breakthroughs reflect diversity of thought in all areas. However, scientific cooperation must be matched by educational reform. The AI revolution is outpacing the capacity of traditional curricula, which we are usually using in our universities and classrooms. Across BRICS plus institutions, we must modernize our educational programs to embed critical thinking, reasoning, cognitive skills, data ethics, foundations in natural science, and artificial intelligence across disciplines. Such modernization should not stop at university gates. We need a dynamic model of lifelong learning powered by industry-embedded micro-credentials. When corporate and academic partners co-design short, stackable courses in areas such as machine learning, applications in various industries, they make AI skills accessible to working professionals and expand the national innovation base. By aligning curricula to industry needs, we also make reskilling continuous. a data scientist in a manufacturing plant, a doctor using predictive tools, or a lawyer navigating algorithmic complaints. All should be part of one connected learning ecosystem. The BRICS platform provides a scale to make this vision real. When science, education, and industry intersect, traditional sectors transform. In healthcare, cross-national AI research is already using federated data learning techniques to diagnose disease without compromising privacy. In law, AI-assisted compliance systems are helping harmonize regulations across emerging markets. In manufacturing, collaborative robotics and predictive maintenance systems powered by shared learning datasets are boosting productivity. In finance, AI-driven credit analytics are extending financial inclusion. In agriculture, precision farming guided by satellite data and local crop intelligence is improving yield while conserving resources. All of these frameworks depend on one thing: open, cooperative science built upon mutual trust among BRICS Plus partners. AI is not just a technology, it's an expression of how we imagine our collective future. By investing together in shared labs, unified intellectual property policies, talent exchanges, and co-created educational frameworks, BRICS Plus nations can define a more balanced global AI order, one that prioritizes social impact alongside economic returns. Let this forum mark a renewed commitment to align our scientific strengths to build bridges between classrooms and companies, and to ensure that AI serves humanity's broadest goals. BRICS nations have always been engines of creativity and resilience. Together, through scientific cooperation in AI, we can lead not just innovation, but in shaping a more equitable digital century. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ajit.
Знаете, такое слово,
You know, the word that we have, this mutirao, I'm sorry for pronouncing it wrongly. Mutirao is a kind of a Russian word. There is a Russian word, subotnik, you know, we had that in the Soviet time. People gathered together to clean the parks and other things. But anyway, I asked GigaChat to come up with another response. So mutirao can be translated in Russian with another word, maybe, you know, that would relay the essence of this word. Portuguese word, Brazilian word is mutual help, mutual assistance, and mutual support. And I'm really glad that all the speakers were talking about that. This mutirao, this mutual support, mutual understanding, and mutual assistance is the main topic that we are going to use to underpin our cooperation in AI. I'm talking about the International AI Alliance and all our efforts. So I'd like to thank all the speakers, and I'd like to thank all those present here and watching us online. And we're continuing with the second day of AI Journey. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спикерам от нас сейчас будут подарки.
Now we are going to present the speakers with case boxes, special presents, special gifts.
Аплодисменты, аплодисменты.
A round of applause to all of the participants of the discussion.
Experience. Итак, мы
So I would like to thank all of the participants for the fantastic discussion, and obviously I would like to thank the moderator. AI is making our life better, and with our partners, we can do it together. This is not a motto, but a reality. Please welcome those who create AI Journey 2025 with us. Title partner of the conference, Force Agro. General partners, Yandex, T-Bank, and Sber AI. Investment partner, a Russian direct investment fund. Special thanks to our official partners, Uralchim and Navia companies, section partners, Kaspersky Lab and Xenix company. And also the partner starters as Sber, Cloud.ru, and Moscow Exchange companies. On behalf of the conference organizers, I express our immense gratitude to our partners for their cooperation.
Want to see how AI really works in business? What is the benefit of it today, and how do you enhance the effect in the future? We are already reaping the fruit of AI. Manufacturing, transport, finance. Soon on stage, we will hear from experts from Russia, China, Bahrain, Congo, Malaysia, and the US. Stay tuned for keynote talks about AI transformation. All of the viewers can get feedback from our speakers. You can scan the QR code on the screen. You can submit your question and your name. And at the end of each session, these speakers will answer the most interesting questions. Let's continue. Science fiction gives you questions and reality gives you answers. New challenges for the future, a brief history of AI, its current uses, and the use cases for dozens of years to come. Imagination does shape the world. That's what our next speaker thinks. Author, science fiction writer, co-author of the book AI 2041, Zifan Chen, with a report on the future of artificial intelligence from fiction to reality.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here on the stage of AIJ in Moscow. Today, I want to share you the future of AI from imagination to reality. So as a science fiction writer, I always been asked why we need to read science fiction to better understand the reality and the future. Because somebody might say, oh, it's all imagination, it's all made up, right? So it's like bullshitting and making no sense at all. But actually, it is not. Let me tell you why. We can see the chronology of AI from different aspects. For example, you can see in terms of evolution of technologies. So we can see all these curves like waves. It comes and goes in history, right? So imagine if we are living in one of this curve, like we're in the 60s when AI just emerged. Can we predict, can we imagine we're in the second wave of AI boom, which means the expert systems. And when if we were living in the time of 80s, right? So like John McCarthy, so back in the 70s and 80s, he said like, we will be able to create machine things like human within 5 to 8 years. But of course, it never happened. Can we imagine from the 90s, we will have deep learning and we will have artificial neural network, just like Jeffrey Hinton did in his lab. It's quite marginalized in a way, so nobody ever believed in him, in his direction, right? So basically, this is our limitation because humans intend to think in a linear manner, but actually reality happens in different ways. And think about all of those iconic figures, products, and events, right? So think about when each one of them emerged in history, everyone will think, oh, this is really revolutionary. But we all know, like figures, they have their lifespan, they have their limitation, and products, they all have their life cycle. So it just comes and goes again, and each one of them might represent a school, a style, a direction of imagining the future of AI. Let's think, okay, here might be some timeline of the AI robotic imagination in the classic sci-fi movies and fictions. When Arthur C. Clarke, working together with director Stanley Kubrick in 1968. So they imagine in the year 2001, we can travel, we can fly to the moon, and we have base there, and everyone can read the news from this kind of tablet, and we can have the super intelligent AI to governance the spaceship, like HAL 9000. And we can see, maybe it didn't happen in the year 2001, but it happened definitely later. So I would say, I'll argue that the best class of science fiction, they predict something right, but in different time, in different shape. So we might see it as kind of metaphor. Let me give you some example. So this is the almost 100 years ago when Čapek, he's Czech, so he wrote this theater play, IUR, Rousseau's Universal Robots, and it was adapted into different theater, also in Russia, back in the day. So he imagined in the future, robots might replace human labors, and there might be a strike rise by the robots. And the robot, the term actually from Czech, robota, which means forced labor. But, 3 years ago when I was in Los Angeles, in LA, so I witnessed this massive strike happening in Hollywood, proposed by all these human writers. Can we imagine that? Can we imagine this kind of strike actually happen not in physical labor, not in the field of manufacturing, but in creative works? So this is something, of course, Čapek makes something right and gets something wrong, but we see it in a metaphorical way. So he predicts the future of these conflicts within the capitalistic system, and this unevenly distribution of resources, of time, and hierarchical power dynamic basically were causing a lot of problem through the time of evolution with the acceleration of technology and automation of everything. Let me give you another example. So this is from the classic science fiction writer, Isaac Asimov. So we all know that, right? So people in the room, 3 laws of robotics. A robot may not injure a human being. A robot must obey orders. A robot must protect its own existence. And actually it was first introduced to the world in his short story, Run Around, in 1942, and expand this idea later in his I, Robot, the classic one. But, can Asimov imagine almost like 80 years after, we might find that some mother, accusing AI basically make his son, like 14-year-old boy, committed suicide because of character AI. And she's basically suing the AI company for allegedly contributing to her son's death. But, as parents, we always blame on technologies, video games, mobile phones, internet. But maybe it's not all of the problem. It's maybe sometimes we should ask ourselves what parents did wrong to their children, right? And think about the human alignment issue. So this is the classic one and also my favorite one. I rewatched this film since kid because I couldn't get it. When I was a kid back in the kindergarten, I started to watch this film and I always fell asleep when the spaceship traveled through the Stargate. It's kind of psychedelics in a way and it's quite dazzling, but I just couldn't get it. But you know what? Now we're talking about the killing AI. So when HAL 9000 speak the iconic lines, "I'm sorry, Dave, I'm afraid I can't do that." So because the AI, through the lip reading the lip of the astronauts speaking to each other, they plan to shut down the AI. And AI decided he must take the first move. He wants to kill 2 astronauts. And we're talking about alignment issue right now. But to me, in the movie, it actually shows the humanity alignment of the AI because it fears the death. It fears to be shut down by human beings. And by the end of I think when Dave is about to shutting down, taking off one piece by the other, the chips out of the machine, it just slowly fading away its consciousness, and it started to sing a lullaby. And that was the most beautiful moment, and it captured me. It was haunting me for all the time. And couldn't we say this is the most human moment of AI in history? So when we talk about alignment, we have to ask ourselves, with whom we require the AI align with? Which country? Which civilization? Which class? Which race? Right? So, and which level of the value, from the nationalistic to family level or to individualist level? So this is all very ambiguous question. They might be not easy answer out there. And humanity, are we static since the caveman time, or we're just continuously evolving through the time, through the history? I think that's the question. I don't have a clear answer yet, but I might urge you to reflect on that. And to me, science fiction offers us a diversified, open, and non-linear lens, a cognitive hedging system to counterbalance the bias, because each one of us, we were trapped in our own momentum, our own limitation of thinking, our social construction, the way of seeing things, the way of thinking about things, the way of imagining the future, basically was quite limited. But through reading different versions of the future, it might expand our cognitive infrastructure. And what's more important, to benefit from the uncertainty, right? So right now, we're embracing huge, massive uncertainty in human history. But just like Nassim Taleb in his famous book, Anti-Fragile, he said that the most important things, how we create this kind of ability, how we're nurturing our ability to benefit, to gain something out of all these uncertainties. I think that's the most important thing we have to learn nowadays. And of course, I'm here because of this book, I think. Maybe some of you have read it, and my co-author, Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, was speaking previously through the screen. And in this book, we predict, and we try to predict a lot of futures with AI, with human interaction, and we touch upon different sectors: healthcare, education, finance, media, warfare, even sustainability, and across different cities around the world. And one thing actually was so fascinating, because we co-authored this book during the time of COVID, from 2019 to 2021, when the book was published in English and traditional Chinese, and 1 year later it got published in simplified Chinese, and right now we have 20-something language editions. And I'm so happy it was kind of popular here in Russia. And I met people all around and said how much they loved the book. But do you remember in 2022, November the 30th, when ChatGPT was launched? Basically, it changed how we imagine the future of AI, right? So that was actually 1 year after the book was published. So many things in the book, about all this technology, about all the details of how technology might evolve, especially on AI, could be wrong. For example, one story happened in Africa, Lagos. We're talking about in the future, people still using the model GAN, generative adversarial network, to produce all this deepfake imageries, animation, films, whatsoever. But actually, 1 year after, diffusion model emerged. So it basically changed everything. So this is what I found fascinating. When we try to predict the technology, mostly we got it wrong because we only see things in a very linear way. But when we try to capture the humanity, mostly we got it right. Why? Because humanity is more stable, right? It's just like the bedrock in the ocean. And the technology, just basically like the water, it comes and goes. It's always like that, waves after waves. It's always changing. So this is a very futurology perspective, how we see futures in different ways. You can see maybe literature, maybe films, all kind of creations. It's try to encapture all the possible futures, while science fiction is very good at projecting plausible future, probable future. Even some of them are good at projecting like very specific scenario of the future. But what's the best kinds of science fiction to me is through the storytelling, we are able to create the preferable future. That's the future we are aiming for. We try to create, we try to demonstrate, we try to actualize through the storytelling, through building up all this consensus and shared imagination about the future. I want to share you a story from ancient Chinese mythology. It's talking about a king meets the artificer, Yan Shi, so he's the master of building things. So who present a mechanical man that can sing, that can dance, and even flirt with the king's lover. And the king got so angry, and he wants him to execute it. But Yan Shi, the monster, dissembles the man, quote unquote man, into all the wooden parts. So to show the king, actually there's nothing there. There's no one man hidden behind the scene to making all the things up. So this is quite fascinating. It could be the very first science fiction in human history. You know, it's talking about humanoid robots, just like our Sber Bank launched yesterday. And what we can see deeper in this story is basically you see a lot of illusion of anthropomorphizing itself. So we project our jealous, our envy, our angry, our even passion, our love onto another thing. The otherness, the object, the humanoid, crafting. And we have always this kind of dualism, like awe and dread, like fear and favor of technologies. And this is something we're always been trapped. We always try to escape. And also, AI could be the thing to blur all these lines between what is real, what is false, what is human, what is machine, and what is emotion, what is simulation. Basically, when you're talking to the model, sometimes you might feel, oh, it really does understand how I feel, right? It feels like it's the best friend, it's the even perfect lover in a way. But is that real? And what is real? The feeling is real, right? But what about the projection of yourself onto it? Is that real? So think about the recursive feedback loop created by this human-machine interaction. I create this thing, it's not about what is the technology, what is AI, what is the machine looks like in the future, but it's also about how we see the technology and how we interact with the technology. In Chinese, it's called 关系, relationship. So I draw this chart. You can see the, XY axis with the intelligence level and the time, and there's human baseline and there's machine intelligence. So I just summarize in different pattern of imagination of human-machine power dynamic. So I'll explain each one of them in a very brief way. So like people told me in Russia, when you mention AI, when you mention robotics, people were always going back to, oh, that's Terminator, right? And that's Skynet. So I think that's the mentality, not only in Russia, but all around the world. Will human beings be annihilated, will be erased by the machine totally from this planet? Will us be enslaved by another species? But what if the real Skynet is not the future AI, but just our decision to build today's AI entirely on war logic and arm race incentives? We're thinking that way sometimes. We're thinking everything is zero-sum games, right? We have to be dominant. We have to be the only winner, and we have to build something to erase the rest of the others. So what if that kind of mentality be learned, be picked up by AI, and it help it to become something just like Skynet in the future? And let's see another kind of imagination of human-machine relationship. It's machine slavery, right? slavery, and later on there will be revolution. So this is also in the very famous TV series, Westworld. But does dreaming of robots uprising distract us from the fact that we still treat millions of people as disposable extension of the algorithm? So that's just another way of, try to distract the focus, and it doesn't make things any better. And another classic, very negative, very dark imagination of future human-machine dynamic is human become the battery farm, so it's the resource can be exploited. So actually it's what we are facing right now, right? All these platforms are already mining our data and attention in the most extreme way, right? So basically we were trapped in this kind of attention-seeking game. We were just stretching our attention as thin as possible across different medias. But how to refocusing, how to help our generation, younger generation, to rebuild their attention, their cognitive ability, to think deep, to write deep, actually. So this kind of red pill or blue pill fantasy explodes the system or just excuses us from refusing changing the game. Of course, we have some bright one. We have symbiotic society mode, which from one of my favorite animation series, the Pantheon, which was shown last year. But think about when upload consciousness and that kind of virtual world, virtual mix of human, robotic, and AI, whatsoever intelligence, just another projection of the reality hierarchy into a symbiotic AI future. So are we really transforming anything at all? Are we really transforming the power dynamic, or just with hard coding today's domination into tomorrow's ecology? So yeah, so this is all the questions I want to ask, I want to raise. And to me, like, imagination forms narratives. Narratives shape reality. So we are living in the world of polycrisis. We have geopolitical crisis, we have economic crisis, we have climate change crisis, we have all this crisis, but also the imagination crisis. We're lacking of new imagination. So can we tell a new story about AI of the future? So this is the new book just got published in China. It's called Ocean Break. It's an oceanic climate change fiction. But in this novel, so I create this so-called Lila, large intelligent lunatic agent in the future. So it's talking about like this AI, or she or they call themselves EI, so it's emergence intelligence, which emerged from the human trash data set of all time. And it tried to unlearn all this humanistic, human-centric value to expand to other species, even the whole planet. And it tried to create this kind of planetary sensory layer, not only to observe outward, but also reflecting inward to see what's happening within the planet, within the atmospheres. And it tried to inspire the human agency in a heuristic way. So this is the brand new story, try to reimagine how AI will be evolved in the near future. So let's go back to the question, how can we benefit from all these uncertainties? So basically, this is what we're doing right now. We recognize ourselves from the mirror of otherness. We see all this fear and flavor bipolar. We see this zero-sum phobia. We see this human-centric blind spot because we couldn't think beyond that. And also we all trapped in this dark forest, paranoia, right? So this is what we see from all this imagination of human and AI relationship of the future. The question is, can we become a better human rather than asking, can we build a better AI? So that's my argue, right? Parents always think about, oh, how can I raise a better child, smarter child? How can I, nurturing a more caring, a more beloved offsprings? But it's just a mirror you how to look into yourself. So this is 3 quotes about the future, 2 of them from my favorite science fiction authors. One from William Gibson. Everyone must know this. The future is already here, just not evenly distributed. It reflects the capitalistic future, the narrative. And the other one from Ursula Le Guin, she said the future is already full. It's much older and larger than our present, and we are all the aliens in it. So it represents the alienated future, which humans are kind of irrelevant and could be something even more marginalized in the future. But to me, I might argue that we need to build up this kind of more participatory future. With every future we wish to create, we must first learn to imagine it. To me, imagination, just like muscle, is something you can practice, you can learn. It's part of the future literacy. You have to learn how to sensing the future, how to knowing the future, how to extrapolating the future, and how to integrating the future to creating the future. I think all of those should be part of our education system. Like yesterday, Mr. President mentioned how we can change the education to help the younger generation to adapt in the age of AI. I think this might be part of the answer, like how to encourage the younger generation, the children, to imagine. So this is what AI still couldn't do, right? This is what they are not ready there yet. And this is the future we really need to co-create all together. So thank you. Thank you.
Stefan Chen, ваши аплодисменты. Thank you very much for expanding our imagination. Thank you so much for your performance. Thank you for sharing the most breakthrough ideas. Enjoy Moscow, enjoy Russia and the conference. Thank you, Stefan Chen. Где капитал встречается с прорывом?
The capital meets breakthrough. This is how you achieve scale. How AI and high tech transform the entire industries, investment portfolios, and the structure of export. Someone who has built for the Foreign Direct Investment Fund a network of the investment partners that are joined by investors from more than 15 countries. The special representative of the President of the Russian Federation on the investment and economics cooperation with the foreign countries, the General Director of the Russian Direct Investment Fund, Kirill Dmitriev, is going to report on the investments in the future, AI, and high technologies. Thank you very much. I wanted to welcome you all. I can see that we have very motivated, driven, and smart people here. They use AI actively and they are driving AI. I would like to share some thoughts that we have on artificial intelligence and the thoughts on how AI should be properly used and invested in and promoted. But first of all, I would like to thank Sber and Herman Graf for this fantastic conference and for all their contribution to AI development. And I think we have forgotten the fact that just 10 years ago, 8 years ago maybe, Sber was criticized in terms of whether they need this ecosystem, why they're not just a bank. And it was Mr. Graf who insisted that the ecosystem was important, that the development of technologies was important, and they were at the core of the bank development, and they are now. I mean, Sber now is one of the leaders in AI. Sber has gone through many barriers, was a pretty convoluted path to the end goal, because many were put in barriers for Sber, and this way for any of us that lies ahead that we need to go through when we need to create the value. This is a major goal. We say that one of the major goals is to have in 5 or 10 years in Russia AI with a very high IQ level. And let's maybe I'll expand my thought here. We know that IQ, this is the ratio of intellectual capabilities. In various estimates, 100 points in IQ is the average level. 160, 170 level of IQ means that this is a genius. What we see right now in many models, we see the models with IQ of 240. So we see a number of models that have higher IQ than the people who are geniuses, and we start to compare the IQ of AI not only with that of the people, but with that of humanity. So maybe soon we will see the AI that will be more powerful than the entire humanity, and we are talking with representatives from many countries, including the countries of the Middle East, and they say that the major goal for the country is to have the most powerful AI in the next 5-10 years, to make sure that you do not lag behind other countries. Because just imagine the world that where someone has an AI with IQ 10,000, others have an AI with IQ 5,000, and you have the AI with IQ 1,000. To those who have an IQ models with 10,000 IQ points, that means that you have various biotechnologies and fusion technologies and other high-tech and valuable and affordable technologies that they can leverage. So this is a competition. This is a race, a leap forward in terms of who is going to have this powerful AI in the next 10 years and who will not. And Russia has a number of very important advantages here, and we have to leverage that. And yesterday the president mentioned that we have a major advantage in terms of energy. As we know, energy underpins AI, and the fact that Russia has various sources of energy that can be used in various AI applications is obviously Russia's global advantage. Basically, thanks to our energy capabilities, we are a very interesting partner and promising partner for any countries and companies that develop AI, because we have a very powerful energy advantage over them. And the second important advantage of Russia is regulation, because in Russia you can and you should really change various regulations to make sure that driverless cars and driverless flying vehicles are used and can be used quicker. And our regulations are more liberal than those in Europe and other countries. So our data can be used better in a more efficient way, and uniting this data can be done very quickly. So regulation is a major advantage. And the third major advantage of Russia are people. We have very talented, highly educated and motivated, successful people in our country, and without a doubt, this level of education helps not only to make the leap forwards in AI, but helps to use AI in a proper way and in a successful way. And using AI is the skill that should be adopted by everyone. And we know that at the start, the AI users were mostly mathematicians or engineers, but now people are using AI in their everyday life. For example, one of my friends, he had a conflict with his girlfriend, and he uploaded the chat in Telegram with his girlfriend to AI, and AI gave such a response that their relationship is growing. And only a year after that conflict, he admitted to her that that was AI responding to her needs in the chat. So using AI in various situations is something that is critical. And for that, you need a high level of education that we have in Russia, that Russians have. And yesterday, President Putin raised an important issue of motivation. In the world where every text, any text can be created by AI, and now there is research that there are many people who ask AI to write a text, and in 5 minutes they do not remember what they requested and prompted the AI machine to write, because there is no engagement, there is no thinking process.
How do you make sure that this symbiosis with AI is successful? How do you make sure that people are motivated to develop? How do you ensure that they see AI as a tool instead of a comprehensive, all-absorbing matrix which will fully control their lives? In this respect, what's truly important is our efforts, together with Sber, on guidelines on how to use AI, and also education, which needs to give people not just skills to use AI, but also some sort of a moral framework or ethical framework for using AI. And this is a great segue for me to international partnerships. We believe that it is only through international collaboration and international partnerships that we can implement the Russian potential in AI faster and in a more robust fashion. We've been partnering up with companies in the Middle East, in Asia, and we see that in terms of regulation and the cooperation among our companies, this international aspect is absolutely crucial. International collaboration is important for Russia to build a component base which will be integral to technological sovereignty. I'll draw a few examples. One example is the company called Motorika. About 10 years ago, we've invested in it. They produce prosthetics for children. They use AI very actively. They are present in more than 30 countries. And this is a great example of our technology, which is one of the best technologies in the world for manufacturing prosthetics using AI. We also support on-tech company for face recognition. They are actively present in Saudi Arabia and in other countries as well. They leave all of the data inside the country, within its perimeter. They are building meaningful partnerships with the countries in the Middle East because they help them control the risks, mitigate the risks of data leaks, and also mitigate the risk of misuse of data by other countries. So it is through partnerships with a large number of countries that we need to move towards the development of AI, AGI. This is how we need to. This is why we need to take advantage of the AI Alliance, which, as you know, has expanded, as was announced yesterday. And we need to acknowledge that without international collaboration, international partnerships, the development of AI will be hampered. It will be less successful. And in conclusion, I would like to touch upon this one thing. I know that there's a lot of students here today from various universities, from various areas of specialization. I would like to encourage all of you to be very careful, very rational in approaching AI. You need to know what prompting is, what an AI agent is, and how you can use it to simplify a large number of everyday tasks. One of the key ways to go about it is to daily use GigaChat or other platforms to understand, to learn the different ways to use AI. We often ask people to debate on a certain topic, so you can write a very simple prompt like analyze this or that industry, or you can ask it to imagine what 5 or 6 industry leaders would say about this topic, or you can upload a memorandum and ask to identify points of analysis or gaps or ways to improve this document. There are a lot of profound and beneficial ways to take advantage of AI for each one of you. And I encourage you to give it a try. I only have just a couple of minutes of time. If you have any questions, 3 or 4 questions, I'll be happy to answer. Please go ahead. I think we don't have the mics for the audience, so you can just stand up and ask the question. The interpreter does not hear the question. Yes, thank you. The question was, how do I personally use AI? I use it sometimes to write a presentation. So I'm in a car driving to the conference. I have 5 or 10 minutes, so I put in this prompt. Imagine you are a speaker at this conference. What would you say about AI in 5 bullet points? So that's one use. Another use case is we develop different projects in different industries. For example, we are going to invest very heavily in satellites. So I have this project which does not only give me analytical insights on satellites on the market, but it also gives me this news feed every day on the latest developments and the most important trends in industries of interest. Also, it's very easy, it's very easy to use it for translation. Our press service, our marketing team use it in just a couple of minutes or in a second. You can translate the text, you can summarize it, you can turn text into a post for social media. I haven't taken any training on AI. It's just, it all just comes from experience. You try it, you try different use cases, you explore it. But it's very important, as was said yesterday, to be motivated, because it's very easy to get lost, to lose your engagement, to stop thinking, and it's a great danger, actually. Yes, please, go ahead, another question. A round of applause for Kirill Dmitriev. Oh, they're ushering me from the stage. It's just that we have questions submitted through the QR code, the platform from the online audience. So the question is, in which industries of Russian economy is AI the most beneficial? Well, clearly in all industries, but I like this example very much. There's this company called Lab Advance. It works with a lot of oil and gas companies in Russia. It is entering the markets in the Middle East. Essentially, it analyzes deposits using AI in a much more efficient way. So AI creates a model of an oil and gas deposit, and this reduces 40 to 60 times the cost of exploration and development. This is a very concrete effect. And another example This is a very important example, and we see more examples anywhere in the agricultural sector, for example, where drones with AI on board can be beneficial for agriculture. We are witnessing radical changes, disruption in all industries, and an increase in their performance and their efficiency several-fold in the next 7 to 8 years. And also, if you learn to use it, if you use it routinely, this will give you a competitive edge. Thank you. We can continue with the questions from the audience. Yes, please go ahead. The speaker is asking the question without the mic. Right, so in your presentation, you said several times that we are working closely with countries in the Middle East, in Asia on AI, but I'm especially interested in this. In the West, in the US, for example, they've been developing AI very actively as well. And Russian companies are represented there as well, the energy sector, journalists. What is your personal opinion? What are the opportunities there? What are the opportunities for collaboration with Western countries, such as the US? Thank you very much for this question. I think this will be the last question. Yes, thank you for the question. I think we need to be open-minded, and it's good that this is the final question. I think we need to be open-minded, and we need to understand that a lot of Western countries are hostile to Russia. But that said, Europe, while weighing itself off of Russian gas, lost trillions and trillions. We have data from German businesses which say that next year 41% of companies from Europe will be firing employees and only 13% will be hiring. So the Russian market is extremely important for European countries. They tried to create isolation, short-term isolation. It didn't work. So I think we will see more and more companies trying to get back to the Russian market in the next 2 to 3 years, building new partnerships, and the government will be deciding who they will be letting in. But the point is that the Russian market is very important for the Western countries, and we believe that as soon as we see some positive changes in our relations with the US, for instance, just an hour later, Europe will come running back, trying to get back to the Russian market. We are open to collaboration, but within the framework of this understanding that a lot of European companies ran away from the Russian market and left all kinds of assets and employees behind. So we need to maintain our sovereignty, but still be open. Thank you very much. CEO of Russian Direct Investment Fund, Kirill Dmitriev, thank you for that presentation. Let's be mindful of the timing and move on. Industry is akin to chess on a real board. One model is a combination, an ecosystem is a strategy. The one who sees the whole board will win. Data, people, partners. How do you play without time troubles and with a tangible effect? Let's hear from someone whose strategy is not on paper, but in the real sector of economy. General Director of Apatit GSC, Denis Novikov, with a report on our AI. There is no sound. The interpreter does not hear the speaker. The interpreter does not hear the speaker.
Ну, давайте тогда так. Во, сейчас я хорошо себя слышу. Давайте тогда сначала...
Great, the sound is back on. Let's begin again. My name is Denis Novikov, the CEO of Appetit. Appetit manages the main assets for the Fosagro group. At Fosagro, I'm responsible for AI development, and our journey into the world of AI, Gen AI, started not that long ago at the end of last year, when we got our own GPU infrastructure. The first thing we did was we built our own corporate GPT chat for all our employees to use for their work-related tasks without the risk of corporate data leaks. Let me show you how it works. The prompt is create a presentation, one slide for the presentation. So in our chat, under the hood, we have several LLMs, including GigaChat Max, deployed in the IT perimeter. Web interface and inference of LLMs is done mainly on open source solutions.
Ну да, как вы могли видеть...
So as you see, the initial prompt to the chat was rather simple, rather straightforward, to generate a slide of a presentation, and it's very close to what you're looking at. Fosagro is indeed a Russian vertically integrated company, one of the global leaders in manufacturing potassium fertilizers, phosphorus fertilizers. We are not just a fertilizer manufacturer, we also have been adopting AI very actively. The key components here are strategy, people, infrastructure, data, and solutions, meaning AI-based solutions and their integration into the company's IT landscape. Speaking of the strategy, a part of our enterprise-wide strategy is the substitution of foreign-sourced software with domestic software, and in that regard, we are a leader of industrial competencies in chemistry and pharmaceutics in terms of the number of successful import substitution projects. Domestic IT solutions are also the groundwork for the integration of our AI solutions developed in-house. The topic of AI transformation is a big topic for our corporate strategy, and here the biggest goal, the major goal, is to implement AI solutions across the board in all of our processes, support processes, corporate business processes. All of them need to have functionality supported by AI. And the top-down tone of voice, I think you all know what that means. As the General Director, I am directly responsible for all of these issues. People, the biggest asset, the biggest value that we have. Today, the key center of competence on AI is the IT team working on AI. We have been actively developing the IT stream, and today we have experts in all areas of AI, which enables us to develop and deploy pretty much any practical solutions that our teams need. AI transformation isn't possible without engaging all of the employees of the company. So today we have 16 product teams, which involve all of the owners and main experts from all of our business processes. We've also been actively developing our product teams, and this gives good results. Over the past 2 months, these teams have generated more than 850 ideas for AI solutions for their processes. Some of them are in the works, and others are pending the effect assessment and further prioritization. Our talent cultivation program is based on collaboration with different universities. And so we also decided to engage school children and partners from educational institutions to make sure that people coming in would know what AI gives you in your work and how to use it. And also we want AI to become a basic, a routine technology for all of our employees. Next section, infrastructure. We have 2 data centers. All software, all information is stored on our own infrastructure. We've also started to build the 3rd data center because we need additional capacities. And based on that foundation, we will be building a decentralized model of GPU servers to manage them and distribute the resources in a more efficient way. From data to solutions, even though we are a manufacturing company, we have this classic pyramid of automation of a manufacturing company. At the base of the pyramid is the automation of the technological processes, industrial processes, then all the way to the top level, to data and data management. We collect data from all of these layers of the pyramid and use them to create our AI solutions.
We use the first 2 components to develop various personal assistants and advisors, and the corporate systems are used mostly for the various optimization and streamlining solutions for the corporate processes. The slide shows the the high-level workflow. I'm going to talk about our solutions. We'll start with the most simple things, very simple but very useful solution. Our employees, our users are using Astra Linux. That's a Russian operating system. They use R7 Office editing package, and to streamline their process on moving to the Russian software, we added the RAG explanation for the migration to this new product, so the employees can now easily find the information on new products. So the service has proved to be very efficient and useful. It's like if you substitute imported solutions and you have your own GPT chat, you can add that information to the bot so that employees can easily and quickly find the information. The assistant for the maintenance and repair can be used for statical and dynamic equipment. If you have proper data to train mathematical models, you can make this assistance. Here, as an example, this is an assistant for 16 large mills, ball mills in our factories, more than 400 mathematical models, calculate 16 mills with 680 tags, and the accuracy of defects detection is 94%. It's a fully open source solution and delivered by a Fosagro IT team. We have seen the 64% decrease of the unplanned downtime of the mills. And these assistants can also help you to make repairs when needed. Also, that will help you to improve their work time. This is a classical ML solution, but now we want to develop the same predictive analytics solution, but to make it on top of the LLM. We understand how to do it. This task is in the pipeline. Now the question is, how do we execute? I think that in the future we're going to tell you what was the actual result. The next case, the next solution is using AI together with the classical process robotization. I think you know what is a process robotization. The majority of you knows about that, so I'm not going to talk about that in detail. These are the robots that do routine tasks, repetitive tasks that are repeated in the same fashion. We use the same robots. We use more than 200 robots, different robots, and now we're working on Pix Robotics. That's a Russian solution. There are two major limitations, meaning the conditions when these robots can be working. This is the cyclical operations and the very structured information in the input, for the input. Together with the developers, we have added to the capability of adding LLMs under the hood, and now the structuring of the information can be done by the LLM. And further down the road, our plan is to make sure that these scenarios that can be processed by a robot can have some variability, and for these purposes we're going to use LLMs as well. The next case, AI chemist or AI chemist. This is one of the first in Russia solution where Grin AI is working within one interface. For the mineral fertilizer factories as well as other large industrial companies, the automated system for production management is required. This is a complex production system, management system. This system processes more than 100,000 various parameters like temperature, concentration of various acids, the pressure of the steam in the various equipment units, as well as pipelines. A lot of information, and all of that is visualized on the diagrams, on the schemes. At the start of this year, we substituted the imported solution in our factory in Cherepavets. It helped us to also to implement AI elements there. As LLM, we use GigaChat Max that has been deployed on-prem. And I'll show you a small video to show how it actually works.
GigaChat
requests through MCP protocol the forecasted and the actual parameters. Here we're talking about the concentration of the nitric acid. The data is compared by the chat with the technology regulation that has been added to the LLM with the RAG. And if there are deviations, it gives recommendations to the operators and the main dispatch team. Currently, humans are making the final decision because we're talking about dangerous production facilities, but in the future these decisions can be made by AI agents. GigaChat can also create and generate various reports and statements that helps to very quickly prepare and draft such documents by the operating team. These solutions are going to be developed and implemented for all of our factories and equipment, because using AI in production systems can improve the output capacity, up to 10% increase in the output. That's our expectation. That means hundreds of thousands of tons of mineral fertilizers potentially. But that's not it. We are moving forward. Our next case, the system that I wanted to talk about. Now, I'm sure that when we fully develop it and put it in production, we think that this is going to be a totally unique, first of a kind solution. It is going to be AI in ERP system. Today we are substituting the imported ERP system. We are substituting it with the Russian ERP system. We change some models, the production, we're optimizing the costs, and now we understand that the possible integration in the Russian systems of these solutions of analytical and generative AI should be done, and we decided to add Gen AI by design. As we started to design and develop the ERP system, this generative AI in the ERP system will help to optimize various tasks in major processes like procurement, maintenance, project management, and other modules that are going to be integrated in the ERP system. Gen AI will also be able to generate within the ERP system any management reports. We'll put the prompt and receive the answer. Generative AI can also be an assistant in the ERP system. It will help users to better manage the system. So the Gen AI capabilities in this complicated, heavyweight information systems, can provide great capabilities, and you have to take advantage of that. That's it for us. Please visit our booth here at the conference. We will walk you through many other cases that are very promising. A round of applause, CEO of Apatit, Fosagro, Denis Novikov. Denis, thank you very much. Right, a round of applause again for all that experience that is shared by our key speakers. Very important for the Russian economy, very important for each of us. So, we have adjourned in the first section of the business day. Now, banks and finances, ecosystem of AI on the emerging markets, and innovative and cutting-edge robotics. We are going to continue right after the break, and we are reconvening in 15 minutes.
Уважаемые зрители, все, о чем вы услышали.
года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности. 2005 года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности.
the emotional communication with voice, buying and paying, a marketplace of agents, GigaChat.
Всем пламенный привет.
A very warm welcome to everyone. I think I've hit the hottest event of the year, and it should be the time to share announcements from Sber. Hold on, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff today. Let me introduce you to our fundamental models, tell you how useful they are to the people in business, and we'll obviously get a peek of the future. And let's give the floor to the humans now. Andrei Belevtsev, a very warm welcome to the Vice President of Sber, Senior Vice President of Sber.
Привет, друзья.
Hi, guys. Terrific to see all of you today. Great of you to come. A lot of people watching us online because this room couldn't fit everyone. We're going to talk about the tech announcements that our teams have been prepping all the past couple of months. Very exciting stuff for us today because the things that we're going to introduce we had never done before, and some things no one had ever done before. So let's roll. Now, GigaChat. This year, at the start of this year, we had only 2 million users. 1 year down the line, the audience grew tenfold. Crucial this thing is, because at this point, you're always excited. You're excited about the things that are going to happen, how we're sustaining the load, what the people are going to ask, what's going on. It's always a point where you can think, where you think of what you can do better. And people ask all kinds of things of us. They talk with our devices, they write queries to the chat room, they talk in the messengers, in the Telegram bots, all kinds of topics. But in all honesty, I think I don't want to write at some point. I want to talk to our assistants. Andrei, did you mean talking with me? Do you remember to tell our viewership how cool I am? I will try to do that, because recently we have been thinking long and hard about how we make our communication convenient. And the new voice mode that we gave to our GigaChat, it enables easy conversation without diverting your attention. Now, before coming on this stage, I trained with the assistant, because this is the most convenient way to interact. You no longer want to read, you no longer want to write, you want a conversation. I just don't want those robotized voices. I don't want to listen to the end of the response at the column, at the speaker. Sometimes I want to interact by interjecting, like she did just now, and that's what I can do now. We launched this function a couple of days ago, and people have spoken about 2 years worth of conversation. They spoke 2 years of time with the assistant. They like it. We thought about what is likable too. What's likable by the people? You know, I've got this story here. It's not all of my time that I spent in the office. I like to take a walk. I like spending time with my family, like all of you do. But sometimes I've got so much information that I have to choose. Do I run or read a new article that I have to read? As often as not, I use podcasts. Who has used a podcast at least once over the past month? Yes. Great. Now, what I don't like about the podcasts is this: sometimes I have to listen for 2 hours to understand 3 thoughts. I don't have that much time. I try to accelerate to 1.25 to 1.5, but that doesn't help me with the 2 hours of listening time. And then again, someone is decided that he or she have to share something with me. I don't have to listen to that. We can do a podcast of everything. We can use any link to any document, this is turning anything into a podcast. Or you can ask GigaChat to prepare a podcast for you. Do research, do a podcast of the research, and that is actually a podcast of what you want to listen to and not someone decided to tell you. My name is Maria, and today we're going to discuss the importance of balance in our life. Thank you, Maria. Terribly pleasant to be part of this conversation. Essentially, you will never tell one thing from another. You can choose a voice, you can choose a timbre, but listening today and get the information succinctly, presented by professional hosts, that is now available. And you can collect it, you can use a mobile app, you can use that in our Sound Professional streaming service, or you can just do that en route to work. Any information is a personal podcast for you with your professional hosts that are personal for you. And then again, this is no longer enough. We worked a lot with our guys to add more ways of convenient information sharing. We did cool presentations, cool charts. Now GigaChat can do mind maps for you. And just choose the right way of presenting a topic for you. You can ask a GigaChat to analyze a topic, and then you can listen to it, you can watch it, or you can analyze it in a mind map. Because working with that information is something where a personal assistant can change your life in. He can make you more informed, more versed, better versed in a topic. But none of this works unless you develop the models continuously. So over the past couple of months, our team worked on developing the third family of GigaChat. We did that, and today we are presenting two essentially new models. No one had ever done these models in Russia. Two most interesting releases. First, GigaChat Ultra. The important thing to know about it is this. Ultra is the largest, the most smart model that we had ever trained. Not just us. Even the companies that are capable of training a model of this size, with this architecture, these are very few companies in the world, actually. Very difficult computation-wise, engineering-wise, but then you are recouping all this, because this model is several times quicker than the models that we had before, and it is smarter several times. This is top one in the Russian market, the best model for the Russian language, by far any Chinese open source, and this is a preview. We are sharing it with you. We had not finished it yet. It will be even better still, and it will be interesting already. Tomorrow is going to be a whole day of technical announcements, and the guys are going to be telling you in detail what its inner workings are, how we trained it, what new practices were, what we learned ourselves along this way. Ultra is a cool thing because it is the biggest, the most powerful, but it requires a lot of computing power. So what we did was another model, Lightning. Why Lightning? Because this model, it is very, very quick. That's 10 billion parameters in my architecture, MOE architecture, and you can launch this model on your laptop. This is something you can take with you. This is what you can use offline. A very quick model, yet very smart. It fits a lot of objectives. It fits a lot of jobs. And Ultra, both Ultra and Lightning, we are making available on an open source basis. You will be able to use it in your projects, tune it to your projects, and develop your projects based on GigaChat 3.0 family. We think that this is the biggest open-sourced project in Europe at this time. No one had ever done this computing of this model size on an open-sourced basis. It will be important for us to see new corporate versions in the future that will be quicker still and fit on-premise installations in more compact equipment. Yet I think that the country should have its own models. We must develop based on our own models. We must build new projects, new products. We must invest into our own community because this is a technology of the 21st century. The president said that much yesterday. This is the foundation of our tech development as a nation. It's crucial for Sber. We invest in this not just for ourselves, but it is for the sake of every one of you that we are doing this. Text is cool. What is cooler still for me, very inspiring, very pleasant to talk about on stage, image and video generation models. Look at Kandinsky 5.0. Let me draw your attention to the detail. Look at this ultra-realism. You see spots on the person's face. This is a new level of understanding the reality by a model. And look at the video that the model generated. It understands Russian language. It learned to generate Russian letters. We don't do large texts yet very well, but we can do a lot of things. And the physics of the world. Look at how physical the models have become. Look at how quickly they are developing. A year ago, from this very stage, I spoke about model Kandinsky 4.0. We can do that much linkage, that much consistency. But you can already use this. You can already use Kandinsky models either to generate images or for video. I think everyone needs that. We did 2 models, one Lite, one Pro. They are obviously different in size and computational complexity. But again, very importantly for me, they are also available on an open source basis. Use them as you see fit. And unless you are a data scientist, if you just want to try, you can do this in GigaChat app, Telegram bot, in Mux Messenger, in web. Just try it. And I think very quickly you will get used to creating a video on demand as a normal practice for your working presentations or just to give greetings on a birthday to someone dear to you. That is all available. Images, again, very cool. Look at 3D. Look at what Kandinsky can do in 3D. Another type of model, what you can do is create this and then print this on any home-based 3D printer, and you can play with kids, or you can do those for professional things. You can do something that you have been missing, some kind of a part. Again, everything is open-sourced. Telegram channel, announcements. Do sign up for our Telegram channel. We will consistently advise all the new releases. Everything that the guys are going to be presenting, all this will be collated on that Telegram channel. GigaChat, as your assistant, as an app, as a bot, as a web thing. It was a very important story for us to make it available pretty much everywhere, in as many places as we can. It's not just the new services that we are doing, we are actively involving it in the larger Sber ecosystem. You can find it in Sberbank Online, Sber Kids, Sber Health, and pretty much everyone using the Sber ecosystem app will be using an assistant. It's important for us to use it where you find it convenient to use it. We want you to use this assistant in all the apps where the context understanding is important. Besides the apps, we want you to give this experience on all our devices. So this new, beautiful, naturally synthetic voice, we are taking it to all the speakers of Sber. Starting in January, a new type of voice synthesis is going to be available. I find it much more pleasant, much more comfortable to listen to. But besides the speakers, another very important device at home is TV set. Today, we launched TV set that you can use by voice. I think everyone speaks. You no longer need remote control. Everything that GigaChat can do, its understanding of the world, its understanding of you, its actionable things. You can just talk about all of those things with a TV set. No more need for remote controls. And we also develop our wearables. This smart ring that we launched in September, it continues to develop. It gets more new tech features. Developing the integration with the Zdоровье, with the Sber Health, is crucial for us because the ring collects your personal parameters, the personal data that you can subsequently use with your medical officers, with your doctors. You can give those parameters to someone for recommendations, or you can just speak with your GigaChat assistant that can interpret this data. Those recommendations can be about, better lifestyle. All of that is available everywhere. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we are regularly, excluded from app stores, but this is a day where you can find GigaChat in Google Play or in App Store. Not the same name everywhere, but these are official QR codes, and you can download those from those app stores. Do download while they are still there. It's important for us to give you the apps. And in the Russian Max Messenger or in Telegram, you will always find not just a chatbot, but also the mini app where you can do everything. Or at giga.chat, convenient format where you can use from big screens. A lot of people prefer this format of interaction. It's important for us to make GigaChat a smart model. I told you that we want you to chat more with it, to speak more with it. It is important for the model to remember things that you tell it, so you don't have to repeat. The Ultra, the new model that our audience is going to get, it is native memory enabled. So you will either be able to remind it. That's a total new level of customization. Total new level of customization of your interactions. Also, as importantly, GigaChat is learning to act. We integrated the Sber payments, and our first partners, like Litras, are already providing the service of buying the book right after the recommendation. As you discuss in new information, I found it inconvenient. I could ask GigaChat to recommend a book, and I could get the recommendation, but I had to leave the premise and go somewhere to buy it. This is what you can do right away. We are launching a marketplace of agents that you can familiarize yourself with. It will be replenished by a lot of agents. They will be created by us, by our partners. We want to make it open to all kinds of companies that want to work with our new and increasing audience. Propose new cases, propose new agents. Do get in touch with us. We're going to connect the agents for the ecosystem of Sber, and you, our dear partners, can communicate with your clients via the new, cutting-edge, most developed mode of interaction and the most convenient way of interacting for me.
In addition to entertainment, GigaChat provides you new opportunities in learning. It can now analyze spreadsheets and tables. You can take an Excel spreadsheet from a cloud storage. You can ask GigaChat to analyze it right from the file. It is a difficult task for language models because it's difficult for them to understand what's in the spreadsheet, in the table. It's still a challenge to process all kinds of Excel formats because there are certain things which live only in Excel, but for a regular user, we can help them analyze an Excel file. For example, we've got this numerous requests from entrepreneurs. They got analytics from their employees, and they do not know what to do with it, how to work with it going forward. After you get these this file analysis and recommendations, you can have it visualized. I talked about the podcast, and now have a look at the presentations and dashboards that you can build based on an Excel file. You upload your file, and then you can work with the graphic visualization of information to make sure this visualization works best for you to answer all kinds of questions about the data in the spreadsheet. We've got multiple requests, and we followed up and we made it happen. Can you take GigaChat with you to work? Starting this week at Sber, for all of our employees, you can use this special work mode. Using GigaChat from the company network, After all the necessary checks and validations in terms of security, we allowed our employees to use the cloud-based version of GigaChat and to upload corporate information there, because all I'm talking about, the analytics and presentations and diagrams, all of that is absolutely crucial in our day-to-day routine. Starting from Q1 next year, we want to start rolling out this model at scale with our partners, legal entities, with context delineation. You get your own context and your corporate context, and it's all completely secure. And also, we are working on an installation that companies can install within their own perimeter, or they can use a hybrid. Business requests are far from exhausted, because generative AI is a huge tech stack with GigaChat application, with large language models, and a hybrid infrastructure that can live in the perimeter of your network, or it can live in the cloud. We believe that the cloud is the technology which, coupled with AI, will win eventually, because large computing powers are much more rationally used when you use them in the cloud. But sometimes companies may not afford it, because you have certain limitations in working with data, and we will find a solution for you, a solution that is comfortable and that works on-prem. A very important thing for us is the audience of developers. We've been developing this Gitverse code repository, the biggest in Russia, by all comparable parameters, and we believe that the future of a developer is built on partnership with AI. Developers want to take a portion of their work, the part of the work that is no longer interesting, and delegate it to AI agents. Introducing GigaCode 3.0 with an agent mode. Now a developer can take part of their tasks and delegate them to the agent and then just check the result. This makes your work much more efficient. Speaking of our own developers, at Giga IDE, the in-house environment, 95% of our developers are already using it. Why 95 instead of 100? It's just because that it's not supporting all of the technologies, but almost all of them. None of the 95% can imagine their work routine any longer without this tool. Nobody wants to be inefficient, right? But not everyone is a developer. But sometimes you do need to develop something. That's why we've created Giga Studio. This is a tool where you can build this very simple website without any coding skills, without any development skills. You only need a set of prompts, and there you have it. No developer was involved in this. Anyone can use it, anyone can become a developer, even if you cannot read code at all. Giga Studio can help you make this happen, and it can help you use it in your own projects. This is the future of development. For complex tasks, clearly we need highly skilled experts, but when it comes to simpler tasks which are no longer interesting for them, they can be delegated to applications. All I've been talking about regarding the business applications is available by scanning these QR codes. You can check them out. And we also have this exhibition with specialists that will tell you more about the use cases that I just covered. They are all here. I've been speaking at length about an assistant in the digital world. I've been talking about what it can do, what kind of data it can process, what kind of files it can process, but I've long been needing this assistant who can do something in the real world, in the physical world, and we have built one. Let's have a look. Hello, Andrei. I'm happy to meet you here on the stage of AI Journey. Hello, dear guests, dear viewers of the conference. My name is Grin. I'm the first anthropomorphic robot by Sber. I'm happy to meet you all. You know, Andrei, the real world is really interesting. Let's let people know how Sber team worked on my own creation. Let's do just that. Please welcome Grin.
Grin — это воплощение физического.
Grin is the embodiment of physical AI. This is not just a robot. This is a robot that is controlled by the Gen AI-based technologies that we have been working on as a huge Sber team over the past years. We had confidence that AI could be embodied physically, and that gave us Grin. This is a very sophisticated, complex technology. It has more than 100 degrees of freedom, 10 sensors and cameras that it uses to navigate in the physical world and to interact with people. We have been working on its complicated and sophisticated motorics because we do know that it will learn to work with all kinds of objects. It can be a knife, it can be something fragile, and it needs to be able to handle all of those things. And our goal is to make sure that Grin has AI or GigaChat on its board to build trajectories, to navigate the world, to communicate with people. But I ask for an assistant, so I will ask Grin to pick up from this. Yes, thank you. I am able to navigate spaces and rooms that I know. I can work with different objects. I can unpack your groceries. I can make you a fresh drink. Of course, I do make mistakes sometimes, as any human being, but this is my advantage because I can correct my mistakes. As opposed to your favorite car or robot vacuum cleaner, I can be someone you can talk to. I am always learning new things, and very soon I will turn into a proper assistant for you. Great job, Grin, and it's true that it's only now learning. I want to do this not just with anthropomorphic robots. We want this technology to help people across the board in manufacturing, in shops. For all kinds of tasks, we can create robotic assistants that will make our world, our lives more interesting. Grin has been preparing for a long time, and this is its debut in front of such a large audience. Yesterday, it danced for the first time before the president, and it has something else interesting in store for you. Let's have a look. That was magnificent. I don't know about you, but I really got the chills. That was so beautiful, so moving, so emotional, and yet technically just perfect. Let's capture this moment because the future is now. It's true. I never thought I would ask a robot about this, but can I take a selfie with you? Let's invite everyone on stage. Guys, come up on the stage. All the people that have been working on Grin. Please give them a round of applause. Can I take a selfie with you, please? Sure, I love selfies. Great, not everyone is able not to blink for such a long time. Let's take another one. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone from the team. And thank you, Mr. Belevtsev, for the presentation. Today, technology is becoming art. I'd like to thank Sber team for the possibility to learn more about this fascinating world. See you soon. A thunderous round of applause, please. We're saying goodbye to the wonderful team and thanking them again. That was incredible. I'll be taking a peek on my tablet for the text. And we continue from a branch to a mobile app, from the risk model to the customer dialogue. AI is changing the entire money route. When this is said by a person with over 40 industry awards and more than 700 publications about technologies, you're supposed to applaud right now. More than 700 publications about technology, including AI. We have no doubt. Our next speaker will talk about implementation practices, measurable effects, and safety rules. President of the AI Society and Executive Advisor of AI of His Highness Sheikh Nasser AI Research and Development Center, Jassim Haji, with a report on AI in banking and finance.
Hi, good afternoon. This is my second year here. Last year, I came and I was talking about AI in the industry. And today, we will be talking about AI in the business and specifically in the financial sector and the banking. How this is evolving in the world. The biggest industry is using AI. So let's forget everything else that was done in the past and look how this is moving forward. The pillars of AI, as you know, it's not the infrastructure, it's the algorithms, it's the data, and is our infrastructure. That's why we have $5 trillion company like NVIDIA making chips to train the data. And then between the 5 top technology companies, there is a $15 trillion worth of assets. This is all to train our large language models, and nobody's coming near them. I mean, you look at NVIDIA, they are using 90% of the market. The return on investment is growing, but at the same time, there are other techniques that we are using less and less the GPU. So let's look at the key types of data in the banking, first of all. If we look at the banking data, because we rely a lot on the banking, on the historical data and the competitions. So part of it is the fundamental company data. This is your earnings, is your income. That's done for the inside work. But when you go outside, you need the environmental, you need the alternative data, and you need sentiment data, customers' behavior. You can't get those things for nothing. Their competitors are there. Your public data are very limited. So you need a lot of data related to the customers, to the consumers, nationally, internationally. This is the biggest challenge that the banks are facing today and in the future. So that's why we see a lot of gateway companies like Google Pay, Apple Pay, and others. Maybe you have others in Russia. They are monetizing the data. The money that they generate from selling the customer's data, of course, the mask data, is more than the earnings that they do sometimes. So more the banks are relying on their business, and the more they focus on the data and how to acquire the data. So some of it they have, some of it there are bilateral agreements. So on the other side, what are the algorithms that we use to enhance those data that we have? From the predictive analysis to the risk fraud detection to optimizations. You know, the predictive is taking over a lot of banking facilities, and I'll show in a minute how the banks are getting disillusioned. You don't need a lot of people to be sitting there. But also on the other side, you have the risk, you have the fraud, and you have the challenges that are coming up. Today, we'll be talking about it. It takes every bank 6 to 8, an average bank, 6 to 8 employees to do a fraud management. And it takes them over maybe 3 to 4 months to find out the final product. Once you do that, it's too late to get your money back. But with AI, we have discovered that we can achieve the same things within 3 to 4 hours. Now, we'll go to that one. So what is the evolution of technology in banking sector? So it started with robotic processing automations, which is facilitating the back office activities, you know, this repeated task. It is more to do with administration. Then we have the maturity of the RPAs, where it goes and looks for the invoices, for the contracts, and does the comparison. And then we have the generative AI, when the ChatGPT came out in November 22. But still, that is prompted by human. We have a lot of human interactions with that. So where are we going? This is the end. AI agents and agentic AI, where we're getting to a stage where we don't need people in the banking. This is the autonomous part, and I'll be explaining that in a minute. So we start with the RPAs. This is how the high-level automation, the manual work is done. A lot of people in the banking and the business are doing repetitive jobs, and we want to get rid of those jobs. So 60% of them may be achieved by RPA. RPA is not very intelligent. It's a repetitive task. It does what we tell them. But a lot of tasks need to be done that way. You know, it uses OCR, natural language processing. It uses a lot of audit readiness. You have to be ready for the auditors. Today, and I'll explain to it, you know how many percent the auditors take from the banking sectors? A sample. Only 5%. 5% of the document is being audited. 95% is not, because they don't have enough time, they don't have enough resources to audit everything. So they choose just to do the sampling. So we get a lot of frauds hidden within that vicinity of 95%. So if you take 95% of few billion, then you'll find out there are a lot of risks hidden there. So we try to, through AI, increase the percentage of the audit or the sampling from 5 to 95%. And this is something I personally have been able to do in the audit firm. So what is next? Next came up with Gen AI. As I said earlier, you know, started with ChatGPT 3 to 4 to 5, the competitors. And this really helped a lot of personalization in the banking, a lot of content creation. But still, the data that's been trained is on the public. So you have a lot of inaccuracy on that. And the prompting is done by the human still. You know, you go and prompt on a generative AI, on ChatGPT, on Gemini, on KK from Alibaba, on other ones, on DeepSeek. So the art of prompting varies from the expertise to non-expertise, and how you get the information and how much you can rely on the information. It may be as good as what it is, but this is changing now to something more of AI agents. Now, what is AI agents? I mean, you hear a lot of them. The AI agent is, instead of you prompt, we create an agent within the organization, multiple agents. Each agent has steps to follow, it has tools, it has a lot of autonomy to focus on. So what are the ones that we can use in the banking? For instance, you have an agent just for your customers to look at what are the requirements. And the agent has the authority to go and collect any data, whether it's a PDF data or ready-made data, from the customers to be able to keep them. Then you have another agent looking at the security, is looking at what is it called, maybe the risks, the fraud, because the risk is a big part of what the customer wants to invest in. The customers don't want anymore to be just telling them this is your balance and what you can do and how you can extract. They want to know what are the historical data that you have collected, what is your trends, where you've been spending it, how you should spend it in future. And they don't need to go other places. That's why in the banks now you cannot own the customer's data anymore. You need an API. So if I have an account in 3 banking sectors, I need all my accounts or 3 agents for each account to be talking to each other. I don't want the analysis from one place and another. So that's why we have an agent for everybody. But beyond all that is the mastermind and the autonomous work, where we have, the agentic AI. The agentic AI looks at everything above the agent. So it looks at all the agents and it decides autonomously just without referring to the banker, and takes decisions. This is the mastermind. So each agent, it has its own environment, it has its own decisions, where it refers to the agentic AI, and that one has its own path. What we have recently done also to what is called agentic RAG. Agentic RAG is also another step where continuously looks for the variations, changes, the updates in the market, and it sends them to the agents. So imagine when you have an investment firm or you have an investment, with the continuous updates from each agent and from the RAG, you'll be able to keep up with the timings of the markets closing in Tokyo and starting in US, and be able to manage your investment. So this investment where the bankers have an experience of many years and they cannot pass it, with the maturity, the agentic AI can be your man. But the condition here is that you have to get rid of the people. And this is the fact. Because the more people you have replicating what the agentic AI is doing, it will be like toppling in front of your feet. So that duplication becomes very dangerous. So that's why people have decisions. So how the banks in future will look like? Like this. This is the banks of the future. You can't just put an AI in one part of it and then decide that the rest I'll be doing later. No, you can't do that. Because once you created the designs on the AI, on the APIs, then you try to create in a few months' time other facilities. For instance, you haven't done credit decision making or credit worthiness. Credit worthiness is about the lenders, how much they do, and there is a lot of questions on the ethical parts of it. Are you targeting people? Are you biased? Are you not? But you need to be doing this and then try to plug in which part AI will be penetrating. So this is the banks of the future, and it starts from the operational models where you have the platform, you have the talent strategy, to the core technology and data. This is your core systems, because the banking systems are much different than others. They don't rely on ERPs, on normal generated systems. What agentic AI will do also, in this case, it will use Gen AI to create commands, I mean prompts, autonomously to the ChatGPT, to Gemini. It decides which one it needs, and it will create. So it doesn't need people going and typing questions or asking for an explanation. This work is taken out of the people, and agentic AI or agentic RAG will be implementing that. So then you get to the most important part, the decision making, how you make the decisions, how you do credit decisions, how do you do fraud detections on the high level, because the fraud becomes our biggest enemy in terms of AI. So there is less reliance on that. So those banks are now called new banks, NEO, not NEW. So these are the banks where we don't need people, there are no boundaries. It's not digitalization, it's not an app that you have on your mobile that you start using it to transfer money, because that's really brainless. There is no intelligence in that anymore. You continuously actually do more mistakes with mobile apps than what you were doing earlier with the manual work, because mobile app is so probably available that you try to make rash decisions without referring to the analysis in the back end. So there are more problems, but with the AI and agentic AI, which is the future, I think from 2025, this is what we said. We said, we don't need to rely on those anymore. We need to take decisions ourselves. And these are the part of the conversational intelligence that neobanks will do. Most of the countries, from 8 to 10% of the banks are created and moved to neobanks. But I think in the next 5 to 6 weeks, that will be more than 50% of the banking or the investment firms, because don't forget the investment firms, the insurance are also in the same part. So what are the elements of those? One is the customer service, virtual assistants. Now, I haven't personally seen a lot of customer virtual assistants in the banking that really triggered my eyes. You don't want, for instance, another conversational or virtual assistant to greet you and ask you what is your problem, and it says, well, I logged it and somebody will be calling you. That's not how it should work. The virtual assistant, it should be able to take you through the whole journey, through different scrutinization, and solve your problem. It should be able to make decisions. It should be able to credit you at the same time. It should be able to advise you, to close your accounts. This is where we want the customer services. And don't forget, this becomes part of the bigger banking that I've shown you, the future of the banking. If you continue with what the current customer service virtual assistants, it will be very limited, and still you need human to interact with that. The credit scoring or the credit worthiness in the banking sector, there are two different parts. How they provide you with credit cards or in the credit worthiness loans for the lenders. Today, it's done through a lengthy process, through your background check. A lot of banks, they get it wrong as well, and they don't get their money back, and they get to the courts, and maybe the periods are gone. Don't forget, there are two types of loans. One is a short-term and a long-term. The short-term ones, you need to make a faster decision. The long-term ones that are related to investment and land and buying cars, it requires your behavior. It requires your spending habits, your environmental, your history. And that's not easy to get. But with AI, with the agents, if you create an agent for each person, we will be able to look at the models to generate proactive offers to people or to limited people. You can't just go and say, I have an offer in the bank for 3% interest for everybody, because then you spend 70% of the time trying to say no to the people who are not eligible. But if you have the intelligence behind your customers or proposed customers, it doesn't have to be your customers. On how you retain your customers and acquire other customers with the AI intelligence that goes into the credit scoring. Anika said that to maintain the approval rates while cutting the default by 75% on the credit scoring. Now, fraud detection, as I said, a lot of our times or the banking times are spent on the frauds, and the frauds can be related to the data that is received, or it could be to the security. Now, historically, it shows the banks have not been able to protect the bankers from the fraud management. And part of it that they don't tell you is when you don't get your interest rate goes down, because they have not been able to detect the frauds. And the bank has been suffering from some of the biggest fraudsters around. At the end of the day, who pays the price? Is the people who have their money in the bank. So the fraud management is not for the banks, it's for the people. And it should be also intelligent enough in future to be able to give a fraud management for each person. And I'll talk about it if there is a time. And an investment in banking, this is a very, very important AI-generated fraud investment. No one today wants to invest based on their own knowledge or the friends or the advisors or what's in the internet. You need a customized investment framework. You need an agent that understands your investment, your habits, and the risk that you want to take to be able to do investment. So there is no one-shot investment for everybody. It doesn't work like that. Same thing in the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is by far now out of the hackers' hand. There are cyber criminals that have been out of job because AI is creating the cyber attacks. So who's going to defend your network, your interest? Is it human anymore? No, forget it. They are too slow, too far to be able to do. So we need an AI on the defense to be able to detect the attacks, etc. And AI and regulations and compliance, I think the central banks are too slow, too legal to write a lot of these regulations and policies to protect or also to be able to provide banks with AI regulations. The fintech is not getting anywhere, and blockchain was the same thing. So you need an AI to be able to stay competitors. The customers need each your own generative AI. You don't need a general public data trained for your bit. You need the data related to you that is trained, is very customized to you. Your own ChatGPT, that when it goes to it, it has all your information from the childhood until now, your family. So when you converse with it, it comes back to you. And of course, the challenge is it becomes very complex. The legacy infrastructure, slowness, you need to move on. The investment and the strategy, it cannot be done just pockets, but the banks need to be part of it. If they don't lead it today, tomorrow they'll forget it. And part of it is the ethics and the ethical values, and I know everybody talking about it. It's too slow to keep up with AI. Maybe AI can generate its own. So thank you for listening to me, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hasim Haji. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
А мы продолжаем наше путешествие.
And we are continuing our journey from the mobile wallets to telemedicine. Cases from Africa are showing how AI is solving basic tasks in the environment of limited traffic and infrastructure. What makes the infrastructure stable, resilient? Staff, partnerships? Let's meet our next speaker, the president of the African Research AI Institute, Eric Armel Nubat, with a talk on the AI ecosystem in emerging markets.
My name is Eric Amendumba. Like they just say, I'm the telecommunication advisor of Minister of ICT of the Republic of Congo. I'm also the national coordinator of the African Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. Today, I will be talking with you about the AI ecosystem in emerging markets. But before I get started, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Congo, I would like to sincerely thank you, the organizer, for inviting us for this important meeting. We are honored to be here and grateful for the opportunity to join this high level on future global technological cooperation. The Republic of Congo and the Russia Federation share a very long-term and long-standing partnership based on mutual respect and strategic collaboration. Over the year, the relationship expand from traditional sectors such as defense, education, energy to include major development in science and emerging technologies. Russia's expertise in high-performance computing, research, autonomous system, and sovereignty AI market is a key partner for our country. Today, we are entering in a new phase of our cooperation, focused on shared ambition, knowledge exchange, and joint innovation to build strong, secure, and future-ready digital ecosystem. This comes at a time where artificial intelligence has become a major global force shaping economy, industry, governance, and international relations. The Republic of Congo is moving in this direction through a clear vision, ambition, and strong partnership, especially with the Russian Federation, positioning our country as an emerging hub of AI, cybersecurity, research, and digital governance. Now, let me say this. The artificial intelligence is no longer the technical milestone. It is becoming one of a powerful economic focus in our area. By 2030, it expects to generate $15.7 trillion in global economic value, a figure that dramatically reshapes geopolitical balance and development trajectory around the world. Unlike the mature economy, emerging nations like us are not burdened by outdated infrastructure. This gives us the strategic advantage, enabling them to develop the cutting-edge digital system, modern, agile, and tailored to their needs. Without a contract of older technology, this transformation is being accelerated by powerful force. Like you say, in Africa, we have a very rapid urban growth. We have a widespread adoption of mobile technology, like mobile money, and a steady increase of government and private sector investment in digital. This shift is enabling government to build systems that are transparent, more efficient, and more responsive to the needs of their citizens. In short, emerging markets are not simply in the global transformation, they are helping to drive it. Now, let's see what defines the AI ecosystem. First of all, we have a digital infrastructure. This is the high availability data center, the national fiber network, the sovereignty cloud architecture, scalable computer, and advanced cybersecurity form the operational backbone. Without any stack, no AI system can be achieved reliability, performance, and security. Second one is the data sovereignty. Data constitutes, from our perspective, a primary substrate of AI model. Control over data generation, storage, governance, and protection is essential to ensure contextual relevance, algorithm quality, and national data autonomy. And then we have a talent and research capacity. Engineer, data science, university, and research lab provide intellectual infrastructure that transform computing resources into the real technological capacity. And then the fourth one is the innovation ecosystem. Startup, incubator, and tech hub convert research and idea into the deployable solution. And the last one is the governance, policy, and ethic. Regulatory framework, standard and ethical guidelines ensure secure, interoperable, and accountable AI deployment. Only when these 5 pillars operate in integrated and synchronized manner can a nation build a resilient, sovereignty, and suitable AI ecosystem. Let's see now, why emerging market? Emerging market is now occupy a decisive position in the global digital economy due to structural advantage that enhance their technical comprehensive. Moreover, emerging economies have the ability to deploy high efficiency, scalable digital infrastructure, leveraging minimal legacy content and to innovate rapidly. Their solutions frequently outperform those developed in such a market due to their agility, resilience, and suitability in the real-world solution. As a global innovation becomes increasingly decentralized, emerging markets are transforming from technology consumer to primary innovation node. Let's see pillar of a successful ecosystem. I think I just already talked about this. So we need international cooperation, digital infrastructure. We need the human capital development, the scientific research, the local innovation, ethical standard. Now let's see the use case. Artificial intelligence is no longer a simple technological innovation. It is restructuring core societal systems across all sectors. In agriculture, AI optimized yield, predictive climate analytics, and enhanced early detection of crop threat. In finance, transaction security, expand financial inclusion, improve fraud detection framework. In healthcare, AI accelerate diagnostic, support preventive medicine. In education, it enables adaptive learning, enhance connectivity, and reduce structural inequality. In public administration, for example, AI improves transparency, process efficiency, and service delivery. For emerging markets, these applications are not optional. They address critical operational needs tied to production, health, education, and governance. In this context, AI becomes an instrument of development, sovereignty, and social equity. It is designed not to replace the human capability, but to augment them, expand opportunity, and improving quality of life. Now, let's talk about the Republic of Congo. Building digital sovereignty in emerging nations requires a sequential deployment of core infrastructure and institutional capability. The process begins with fundamental digital access. I say the data center to ensure secure, in-country data storage and processing, a national fiber optic, I just talked about it. A top of this foundation, the country can scale an AI capability through a dedicated institution such as the CARIA. CARIA is the African Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, serving as a national hub for AI research, talent development, and innovation. For this nucleus emerge applied initiatives, including AI educational, like the Wi-Fi hotspot, and e-government digitalization project, both designed to expand services, accessibility, and operational efficiency. sovereign AI development also requires strategic partnership, combining ethical cooperation with countries like Russia, China, regional integration with Smart Africa, and academic collaboration with international universities to accelerate knowledge transfer and capacity building. The key lesson is clear. Emerging markets can efficiently build robust, sovereign AI ecosystem when driving by the current vision, structure, strategy, and trust global partnership. This pathway is already being operationalized by nations committed to technological ambition and digital independence. Let's see the challenge in the emerging market. Emerging markets are structural constraints that hinder digital transformation, including limited infrastructure, high operational cost, and sufficient high-performance computing capacity, persistent cybersecurity exposure, and significant talent out-migration. The challenges are substantial, yet they often act driven of innovation rather than barrier. To compensate for infrastructure gaps, countries increasingly adopt edge computing architecture, decentralizing processing power and reducing reliance on large centralized data systems. While financial resources are constrained, they develop high-efficiency innovation model, production, cost-effective, and high scalable technological solution. Now, this is the strategic pathway. First of all, it's the AI, it's the talent development. AI capability depend primarily on human capital, engineer, data science, and research to able to design, secure, involve advanced system, nations that do not train their youth, advancedly fuel the talent pipeline and other. And then we also have a digital infrastructure. This here is the data center, the cloud platform, the high-performance network, and robust cybersecurity framework from backbone of digital autonomy and institutional trust. And then we also have a governance and regulation. Effective AI ecosystem require a clear legislation, ethical oversight, and strategic state direction to ensure stability, interoperability, and responsible deployment. And then also we have a local innovation, the international scientific cooperation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this. Emerging markets are no longer following the global technological movement. They are helping to shape it. With their vast reservoir of unique data, their young and ambitious talent, and their bold vision for the future, these nations are redefining how artificial intelligence will transform our world in the decade ahead. The future of AI will not belong to a single region, nor to a single model of development. The future of AI will be multipolar. It will be diverse. It will be shaped by Africa, by Latin America, by Asia, by all nations that choose sovereignty and innovation. The next chapter of a global technological leadership will be written not only in global capital, but in emerging city, research hub, and innovation center across the global south. And as this new digital area unfold, one trust becomes clear. Those who invest in their people, their data, and their sovereignty today will be the nation who lead the world tomorrow. Thank you. I'm so sorry. It was a challenge for me. It was my very first time do the presentation in English. I always do a presentation in French. Thank you so much, and be with me.
Dr. Eric Armel Ndumba.
Dr. Eric Armel Ndumba.
Here today. Thank you for sharing your invaluable insights. Ну а мы двигаемся дальше.
We're moving forward as with autonomous transport, who can not only see the road but understand the context. The physical AI is where Gen AI models and ends transforming instinct into response, and this is a new discipline, and the next speaker is going to talk just about that. Please, a very warm welcome, CEO of Navio, Grigory Forostovsky. Physical AI technology, the name of the presentation.
Друзья, всем привет. Меня зовут Григорий.
Hey everyone, my name is Grigory. I'm a CEO of Navio company. Today, I'm going to talk about Gen AI. How it comes to our physical world. We are living in very exciting times. The times that start changing very quickly. We can see Gen AI in various areas of our life. Today, you have seen a dancing robot. You have seen GigaChat today as well. But today I'm going to talk about physical AI technology and physical relay for the AI technology. 2025 was a major year of major shifts for our company. Everything has changed. The way we work, our technology landscape, our products. But currently we do not see even one commercially successful product. So today I would like to explain why that happens and why we don't see driverless cars on the roads. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you have come here on autonomous vehicle, on driverless vehicle? Well, maybe I was the only one, because I work on that. Our industry started in 2009 when Google launched its first driverless cars. For the first 15 years, the industry was very promising and exciting. All the industry said that in 3 years, every time they said in 3 years, the trucks will be driverless. We will go around by driverless cars. We're going to use driverless buses to commute to work. But unfortunately, it has never happened. Now, my task today is to tell you why we failed to deliver, and why and how the industry has changed, and what started to appear, what new developments we started to see as Gen AI was ushered in this area. Now, the industry in 15 years, one slide, more than $50 billion were invested overall. The US, Europe, China, and Russia have created more than 10,000 driverless vehicles. More than 30,000 research papers were published, and there were 0 commercially successful products. And I want to talk just about that, why that happened, how the industry will change, and what will be the next steps. Before we go there, I'm going to show you a couple of videos and I'm going to tell you why, I mean how the experts of the industry see these changes, and I'll show you some of the leaders like Waymo, Baidu, and I'll show you what were their success stories until 2025. Andrei Karpatov, very famous scientist, he for some time headed AI in Tesla, and he was one of the co-founders of OpenAI.
About a 30-minute drive around Palo Alto, highways, streets, and so on. And this drive was perfect. There was 0 interventions. And this was 2013, which is now 12 years ago. And it's kind of struck me because at the time when I had this perfect drive, this perfect demo, I felt like, wow, self-driving is imminent because this just worked. This is incredible. But here we are 12 years later, and we are still working on autonomy.
Right, so Andrei is talking about how he was driving a Waymo car in California in 2013. The car went around the town. They were driving for 30 minutes, made all the turns, and he said imminent. Imminent meaning that, okay, like in a couple of years, this technology will become ubiquitous because the car was doing everything. Google 2024, a Waymo car, an industry leader, lost the point. I'm going to talk about the maps later. It has lost it, and you can see the person inside.
Bear with me while I am. Yeah, I got a flight to catch. Why is this thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy. Look at what it's doing. I understand. I'm really, really sorry, Mike. We're currently working with the situation of the vehicle. Is it circling around a parking lot, right?
It's circling around a parking lot. I got my seatbelt on. I can't get out the car. Has this been hacked? What's going on? I feel like I'm in the movies.
Scab, I'm calling from Waymo.
Right, and this is another favorite video of mine. I will let you know why I'm doing this, why I'm showing all these videos to you. So there's this guy with a stop mark on his t-shirt, and he found out that all these driverless cars stop when they see him, when they see the mark. And my own example from my own personal experience, I went to China at the invitation of Baidu. They have one of the biggest autonomous car parks in the world, 1,500 driverless cars in Wuhan. They showed me the technology, their cars, and 3 minutes later, this happened. The car wrongly detected an object, and it drove into the solid lane markings area and just stopped. It thought it was standing at the traffic lights, and it thought everything was fine, so it's not detecting an issue, it's just standing there. It doesn't understand the environment, the context. It doesn't know that I need to go somewhere. It just stopped and wasn't budging. So a person had to intervene and start driving. Why is all this happening? Why are we and the whole world investing a huge amount of resources and time and money into it, and we achieve this point where technology fails to solve banal, simplest issues? Let's have a look at a couple of lines of code. It's very straightforward, a very simple scenario. It's based on an algorithmic approach. When we are writing a code, we do this manually. Each action of a car is written manually as a code. It says here, if you see a pedestrian, stop. If you see another car, stop. It's very simple. But if we start writing code for everything that might happen in public roads, we can look at this code scrolling down for 15 years, and there will still be more code. There is this term in the industry, long tail. The long tail problem, what does it mean? First, it starts very quickly, very easily, as Andrei Karpatov said in the video. He said 2012, 2013. Google was taking leaps forward, and there were driverless cars in the streets of the cities. They took another step forward. They invested millions and millions. Okay, we have code for everything. What else can arise? And then we have this guy with a stop mark on his t-shirt. And the car fails, it loses its point, it stops unexpectedly. And this is just San Francisco. So there are more and more scenarios coming up, and you cannot code for each and every scenario manually. You can't code for anything that might happen in the world. You go from San Francisco to Moscow, and you have new cultural context to factor in, new signs, etc. We've been writing this code for 15 years, and we're still not finished. So, presumably, it's not even possible. But it's not that bad. We have a new approach based on Gen AI that I'm going to talk about. We see that the industry is changing very rapidly. Since 2024, and this is one of the examples, Tesla has started to deliver cars. You buy a car online, you click the button, you pay for the car, the car leaves the factory, and it goes straight to your house. Tesla also launched this taxi service in Texas. They invested $5.6 billion. Wave is this new startup from 2018. They started off the article called "Attention is all you need," and they decided to develop their own software on AI algorithms. They decided to take Gen AI, transformer architecture, and decided to build their own software. And as of today, or rather at the end of 2024, they announced that they would bring their cars to 500 different cities across the globe, and then they will start the car, and without any preparation, the car will drive around each one of the 500 cities. Then Baidu started to scale up their business in China, and so on and so forth. Those are just some of the examples. 2024 became a year of a lot of changes and disruptions. We saw that a lot of tech companies started to scale up their business very rapidly, changing very rapidly. Let's have a look at the changes. What I told you in the beginning, the algorithmic approach. Let's have a look at how it works. Sensors have cars, radars, cameras. All of the information they collect goes to the block called perception, the perception of the environment. This block reads the information and sends it down the line to prediction and planning, along with high accuracy information from maps and localization information. I highlighted the blocks called prediction and planning. When they worked based on algorithmic approach, you had to program each and every action of a car manually. I told you why that doesn't work, but it's not that bad. What Google started to do, and Baidu and Yandex back in 2024, was they started adopting Gen AI models, and they started integrating transformers into their technology. We took the problem-fraught block, we integrated a transformer into it, and started to train that block with a transformer and with information about human behavior. And then it started to handle complicated situations like accidents or unexpected emergency situations, but still the guy with a stop sign on his t-shirt is still a problem. Why? Because to solve that problem, the car needs to be able to understand the environment, the world. The developers said, we can train the perception block to make it perceive that guy with a stop sign and make sure the car doesn't stop in response. We tried to do this, and we see that there is the stop sign, there is a person nearby just smoking a cigarette, and the block perception says, do not stop. The conclusion from this is that to solve the problem of self-driving cars and to implement this en masse, Next time I ask you this question, who drove here in a driverless car, hopefully we will see more hands. Hopefully we will have had people who used Navio or other cars. We need a technology that understands the world. This technology, at the moment, is VLA, as many companies, including ours, find promising. I will briefly outline how this works and how we are creating this VLA. We take Sber's model, and based on this, we create the VLA model. So Sber has GigaChat, the LLM model that works with language. Then the model turned into GigaVision. Andrei Belevtsev talked about this today. This model is called VLM, Vision Language Model. We took that model, we fine-tuned it, and turned it into VLA. What does it enable you to do? So we do driverless cars, but this approach, this model, can also be used to control robots, drones. You saw a dancing robot today. It's a sophisticated model. You didn't see drones today, but you can imagine how they work. So this approach works for everything. We apply this to transport, but this architecture can be applied to any physical object. Let's have a look at the technology in more detail. How does it work? We collect big data from the world, text, audio, video, labeled data, data that we put into a car to make it distinguish between a person and a sign and another car. We pack it into a big data set, training data set. We fine-tune the model, or rather we pre-train the model. It's a generalized model that you can use at a later stage to create applied technology. And then we have our VLA model, which we fine-tune with reinforcement learning and all kinds of things, lots of fine-tuning methods. I will not give you the details of the architecture because we do not have the time for it. We have a photorealistic simulator that helps us test and validate the models, but we also use synthetic data to train the model. Complex data from the world, Moscow, for example. I'm sure you've never seen an elephant on the roads of Moscow, but in Thailand, you may see it. We don't want to go to Thailand and collect data there. Instead, we have the simulator. We can create or recreate this scene, this environment, and use it to train the model. And then, importantly, this part called optimization and distillation. Before the model reaches a physical object, they work without connection to the internet. This model runs on a small computing unit to make sure it works efficiently with a low latency. We need to optimize the model and to make it small and powerful. It's a very big area of expertise. And then this optimized model with the reasoning, with the understanding of the environment, can be used to control all kinds of physical objects. Navia used the model to control transport. Starting in 2024, we started to integrate Gen AI into our solutions. We were doing mainstream cargo transportation, and we had successful solutions there based on the algorithmic approach I talked about in the beginning, but we couldn't make our cars drive in the city. 170 driverless cars running around the city, but not in commercial operation. This year, we have done a number of breakthroughs, incredible technological breakthroughs, and now we know that this technology can help us bring our products, taxi cars, buses, into the urban environment, onto city roads. I'm sure you've noticed our bus, the shuttle bus. I would like to show you a video of it. It's not a mock-up. We have several cars like this. We've been testing it. It is there driving along city roads. I want to show you what Gen AI enabled us to do with our products.
Всем большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Grigory Forostovsky. And now we have gained momentum to move on even faster. Next level is where robot uses millions and millions of virtual episodes to learn and confidently acts in the real environment. Embodied AI and use cases that mature first. Let's hear from Director of MyEdu Institute, Jeffrey Tu-Chuan-Tan, with a report on From Service Robotics to Embodied AI, Evolution and the Future of AI.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm Jeffrey from Ladder Robotics, Malaysia. So I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm even more happy when I saw the robots. So you still remember the humanoid robot that is locally made here in Russia. And it excites the crowd. And that actually excites me even more. Why? Because my presentation is very similar to what excites you. So I believe that you will like it. Right, so this is my topic, right? It's a bit technical. So from service robot to embodied intelligence, the evolution and future direction of artificial intelligence, all right? So in simple terms, I'm going to show you like over the year, AI has been transforming robotics research, right? And together, they are actually making wonderful things, as you saw in the previous presentation, that actually a lot of this robotics technology, once we add in AI, and it come out wonderful things, like what you saw just now in the autonomous car. Okay, so I'm going to show you more because that is what the stories that I'm going to share with you. So I'm going to start to turn back a few decades back to show you some background. So when I mentioned robotics maybe like 15 years ago, so everyone will talk about the one on the left-hand side, right? So that is basically robots in factory. Okay, so we call it industrial robots. Okay, so the peak, it actually like somewhere in 1980s, where we use a lot of robots and increase our productivity. So it is a good creation of humanity, and it brings a lot of value in our life, right? But it actually do very repetitive thing, right? So what I can say is like, it is good, it is fast, it is strong, but maybe not that smart, right? So AI come into the picture, right? So somewhere in between 1980s to 2000. So we start to think of like how to make robot more intelligent, okay? So we have another new domain of robots. So we call it service robot. So we can compare between these two on the left and on the right-hand side, right? So the service robot basically do something out of what it's supposed to do, because in this video, the robot is basically not cleaning a robot, but instead it is actually interact with the customer, which is this condition never happen in industrial robots, right? Because industrial robot is designed exactly what it's supposed to do, and that's it, right? But for service robot, it actually go beyond. And it start to interact with human, okay? Of course, the first concern is safety, but how to interact with human, especially when the robot's supposed to do something that's out of its scope. Like, Roomba is not designed to play with babies, right? Okay, so that interaction actually require a lot of intelligence, and that is where AI come into picture. So this is where the direction of my presentation today. So we can see after we have the Roomba, which is a success story of service robot, then people start to think like, what else that we can do? So we start to add more and more intelligence into robots, and we create more and more smart robots. So we can see from intelligent robot research that happened throughout the year, throughout the world, we can see a lot of robots start to get smarter, start to get better, and also we create a lot of new services. So for example, in elderly care home, right? So, or in like children home, etc. So there are a lot of facilities that require human care, but we are lack of this human labor. Okay, previously it is done all by human labor, but now we have robots start to take over the position because it slowly acquire the intelligence that it can really fulfill the scope of the job, right? So as you can see also in 2020s, we have COVID that make a pause of the world, but that actually make a big push to robotics that we have seen, like for example, delivery robots. So robots start to help us to deliver our stuff. Not only deliver food, medicine in hospital, and also a lot of other things. For example, in hotel, they start to take orders, in restaurant, and not only just basic needs. As you can see on the right-hand side, lower, we have very fancy thing like robot restaurant. So today we can see there are actually a lot, like, for example, robot is making latte art for your coffee, right? And it's actually making much better than normal human being, right? So we can see once we add the intelligent part into robots, this service robot actually can give good service to us human, right? So that is basically the growing part. So now, how we actually go moving forward from there. So a little bit background that I actually did this like 15 years ago. So when I joined this competition called RoboCup at Home. So it's a competition, it's a worldwide competition platform that is designed to call upon all the scientists, all the researchers around the world that we discuss in a competition manner to see what or how we're supposed to design our next generation of service robot, or the robot that help us in our home environment. So actually, without realizing, I'm actually into what we call the embodied intelligent research direction. So from there, we actually have, from service robot, now we are talking about embodied intelligence. Okay, so this is the competition setting. So as a comparison, when I'm building the robots, we can see that the robot actually have very similar component as a humanoid robots, or what we call it embodied environment, embodied intelligence. So I roughly divide into these 5 parts. So you can see the robot brains, okay, which is, well, you have the robot intelligence plus the AI, which is, it involves all the AI, machine learning, cloud computing, big data, etc. Right. Then we have the eye, okay? The eye, like just human eye. So we use AI to make robot can see better, just like how human beings perceive the environment. Then also we have the mouth and ear, which is like we give the capability using AI for the robot able to communicate with each other like us, human, communicate with each other. Right? So that is the human-robot interaction. And of course, robot arms, which is the object manipulation. So that is where we have physical interaction with our environment and with other human beings. And lastly, of course, this one pretty much presented in the last presentation, which is the robot leg, which is the autonomous navigation. So now we know that robots actually able to navigate not only outdoor, but also in indoor environment that it can move around, just like us human. As long as we have the maps, as long as we have the coordinate system and so on, which is today we have all the sensors that help us to do that. Right, so these are all the components that slowly build up the embodied intelligence. Okay, so from here, I would like to show you some example. So for example, like in vision, over the year, you can see slowly last time I still remember when I was in school, I used very primitive way to make cameras, to take photos, and to understand what is happening in the environment, do pattern matching and so on. But as AI grow or AI advance, today we have machine learning and even deep learning. For example, on the left-hand side, we have the deep learning model that actually help us to, in real time, understand what are those things in front of you, right? And this thing can be trained to get very high accuracy that we can use it in the industry. So for example, in the automated visual inspection that show on the right-hand side. And this technology actually keep on advancing because today we have what just mentioned in the previous presentation, the VLM, visual language model, that we don't even need to train, right, for a particular case, but now if we can just connect to those big VLM that is available, our robot can just understand what an apple look like, right? Or what a bottle look like, etc. So it actually goes very far with AI. Then the second thing is human-robot interaction. So if you still remember in the slide that I show you the Roomba, which is it play with the babies, so that is a very primitive interaction, right? But today, the human-robot interaction is getting very complex, as you can see on the left-hand side and also on the right-hand side, whether it's in a domestic environment, like an old folks' home, or in a technical factory environment. So this robot actually have a lot of intelligence, thanks to our large language model, that it can actually interact. Also, we have very excellent speech recognition and speech synthesis technology that enable this robot able to communicate very naturally with human nowadays. Right? Even maybe now you might realize that you don't actually feel weird talking to robots anymore. Right? So we can see AI actually bring forward this human-robot interaction, and I believe in future it is not weird at all when human starting to communicate a lot with with robots. Right. So maybe I can also say that maybe some of you now actually can have a very lengthy chat with ChatGPT or something like the GigaChat, right? Right. So of course the next thing is manipulation. So physical manipulation. So we have this mobile manipulation. So in factory, when we want to do some pick and place, it is very simple because everything is controlled. We have precise measurement for everything. But in a home environment, it is a totally different story because your fork, your spoon, your plate in your house and in your neighbor's house are totally different. So how to actually precisely can manipulate all these objects require very high intelligence, and that is where AI come in. And not only for mobile platform, and even we can actually put on Lego robot that now manipulation done by robots can actually reach a lot of difficult challenges or tasks in mobile manipulation. So thanks to the AI that come into picture. Right, so of course this is the parts that I don't need to explain more because the previous speaker have already told you a lot of stories. So with the autonomous navigation technology that we have nowadays, robots start to able to navigate. It start to able to drive car. It start to able to bring us to everywhere because it knows its location, it knows the maps, know where to go. And this thing can also be applied indoor, outdoor, or anywhere, right? So robot now is safely can move around thanks to the technology and also thanks to the advancement in AI. And even now, we also talk about using large language model to make robot able to move somewhere with a very vague input. For example, like please go to, please bring me like a water, right? So for example, then the robot will understand like where to get a water, etc. So yeah, pretty much the navigation part is already solved, thanks to the advancement of AI that is bring the robotics into another height. Okay, but last but not least, of course, is the brain. So we have robot intelligence previously, but now with enhancement of AI, then we actually open up a new domain. So as mentioned by the previous speaker, we have this what we call the VLA, visual, language, and action. So these are the three parts. So similarly like LLM, so we try to find the relationship between words. So over here, VLA, try to find the relation between visual, which is the images, language, which is our description in language, and also action, like how we do something, right? For example, how you eat, how you walk, how you do something, how you tidy up the dining table, etc. So we combine all these things, and we use the LLM technology, we use the transformer technology to find the relation between that. And that actually helps us to teach how robot able to perceive the world and do some action so that it can complete some tasks. So over here, VLA model is actually an AI model that integrates vision, language, action that enable robot to understand natural language command and execute tasks in real world. But of course, this is a very new research and state of the art, and now a lot of debates still talking about world model, how we should perceive, how we should understand our world, and so on. And I feel that this is a very interesting research direction that's going on from now onwards. Right, so let's come back to humanoid robots. So I show you a lot of this, how AI actually empowered robots so that we can achieve what we call the embodied intelligence. So when this thing we apply into a very special species of robot, which is the humanoid robot that look like human, so ultimately it comes to what we actually dream on, maybe last time when we start to build robots. So as you can see, these are some of work that I collaborate in Japan, that they start to build humanoid robots to help in the production line. Okay, so over here is the food production line. So over here, okay, so just to confirm, the one in the middle is robots, and then the one on the left and right hand side, they are robots. Okay, right. So it looks very similar now. So this robot able to actually share the load, try to understand how humans pick up the ingredients so that they can assemble into a box of food, right? So that is, I think, like the first step that we try to introduce humanoid into a real use case that provide productivity or provide real value in an industrial setting. But of course, ultimately, we hope robot can actually help us doing our whole housework at home. I believe that is what everyone that talking to me, they are asking me when the robot is going to help us to like do their laundry, prepare their meal, and so on. I believe everyone is asking that, right? So we are working on that. And now we almost have all the ingredients assembled, and I believe in near future, this is a very exciting development that is going to happen. Yeah, I really hope so, and we try to work hard for that. So you can see with this platform, we try to work toward this to make it a reality. But the last part of my presentation today, I would like to show you another new domain, okay? So we have robots that are able to move around like human, and in fact, it is getting much smarter, much agile, much dexterity, higher dexterity, etc. over the day. Right, so as you can see the robot in front of you in the video. And it is basically getting much stronger because like it can fall down just like normal human being, but it can actually come backwards, all right, just like human. So with that, maybe another domain that humanoid robots can go into is sports. So we try to put this robot into soccer field and start to play soccer, right? And with that, we actually open up a lot of new things that we are very excited to explore. For example, it provides new form for research, development, and also education. So we can see the full body motion, okay? And also, if you want to play football, it is a multi-agent task. So a few embodied agent is going to fight against another team, right? So it is a very high level. And also, the perception, the localization, and the soccer game is a very exciting thing. So we have done it for the past few years, and we put it in such a way that we want to see how far this thing can go. And surprisingly, it actually gives a lot of very exciting result, as you can see. So this video is the real video that we take, okay, with no teleoperation, okay? And the robot just fall down, and then it go back up, and it continue the soccer game, just like how we teach our young children to play soccer. Okay, so this is a very interesting future that we really look forward into it. I can see that when we do this, it actually create not just a simple soccer game, but it's a new world of sports and entertainment. Because for the past 2 years, we do this. We have attracted a lot of sponsors. The venues are put, tickets are sold. We have hundreds of millions of views online, and more universities team are actually creating, right? So we become a new ecosystem for sports or robot sports. Okay, so today it is just the very beginning. Over here, I would like to bring you this message that towards the new horizon of humanoid robot with embodied intelligence, let's build the future together. With that, thank you. I'm Jeffrey from Latte Robotics Malaysia. Oh, by the way, this is the dance move by Michael Jackson. Just so you saw the moonwalk, right? So that is what we try to make the robot able to do it, etc. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tan. Thank you. Now we know that future of artificial intelligence is in a good hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeffrey Tun Chuan.
Jeffrey Tun Chuan. A round of applause again. Thank you very much. And right now, someone for whom AI is a tool that changes lives and businesses. This is one of the leading world women AI researchers. According to Forbes, she consults the largest global corporations that in many ways shape the technology market of tomorrow. The solutions that the development of which she led helped to detect 40 potential drugs for 11 types of cancer. She's the voice that is heard at the board, and when we talk about AI, when we talk about saving lives of millions of people, and today we have a unique opportunity to hear this great expert, the CEO and co-founder of X Labs and Ribo AI, Radhika Dirks. The name of the presentation, What's Next in AI? Building Value Through Emerging Intelligence. Radhika has connected to us online. A round of applause.
Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I wish I was right there in Moscow with all of you, but I'm glad to be joining virtually. And what a moment it is as we close out today, the second day in business at AI Journey, to be talking about what's next. It's such an interesting moment. In fact, these are the headlines from the news less than 24 hours ago. We're at this very paradoxical moment, isn't it? Market uncertainties are at an all-time high. It's okay, don't pull out your phones just yet. We can last 30 minutes without checking ticker symbols. And the reason for this is because we have built a large industry just in a span of 3 years. If you look at what's at stake, this is just the top AI companies in S&P 500. And the market cap of these companies, mind you, it's not even global, right? We're looking at $23 trillion in AI companies. So no wonder the markets are having a panic attack anytime we have any kind of movement. And we have built this emerging industry with so many cross deals and partnerships because it's happened in the last few years. Just again, in a span of almost 3 years since GPT was released by OpenAI. And there's good reason for this paradoxical moment because there's a plethora of tools out there. Again, this is just a snapshot by Sequoia. And we're not even touching on the majority of tools out there, but anyone who has seen or played with generative AI immediately gets a feel for how useful they can be. So we're sitting at this very, let's tying back to the uncertainty, the markets are sitting on this massive capital and looking at where is the value. We have deployed this, anybody using it can sense the value, but there is this massive discrepancy that also trickles down to the technology. This is Sam Altman himself, and a few days ago, he's talking about how now we're at a phase where ChatGPT can remove M dashes, the long dashes it always likes to use. And compare that to his quote from January, where it's like, oh, we know we're on the path to AGI. So this paradoxical, is it a hype? Is it not a hype? How can this be a hype? I can see the value. It's all interwoven. And that's what we're going to discuss today. Yes, there are massive companies out there, many of them my clients, deploying billions of dollars. JP Morgan has more than $2 billion in. And this uncertainty, this paradoxical moment has also obviously translated on the business side. Because while billions have been invested, productivity has actually gone up, the stark reality is that 95% of organizations, 95, have seen zero returns on generative AI. So the question obviously becomes, we have invested more than $30 to $40 billion in enterprise AI. Well, what are these 5% of organizations doing right? Because this is the key point of this keynote, which is that in order for us to see the returns on AI, in order for this industry to keep growing and bring the benefits and the power of the technology to full circled returns, we need to be looking at beyond LLMs. No matter which industry you're sitting in today, whether it's technology, healthcare, banking, manufacturing, energy, the way to get the returns on your AI investment is by integrating what I call emerging intelligence. And that's the key point today. I'd like to close out today by making the observation that it's not going to be a particular app or how we implement it or how we integrate a particular tool, but sort of this larger looking beyond what's available today and getting ready to implement what's already in the pipelines. So we won't be discussing any specific things. What I instead want to do is to share a landscape view. We're going to zoom back a little and talk about 3 emerging waves. Each of these waves has a technological reason for it that we will cover. Each of these waves is solving a very real business value that is missing in generative AI today. And each of these waves is also going to tie back and bring full circle to the returns. And we'll wrap it all up as we end with next steps and how you can implement this and what you need to bear in mind as you implement this. So I hope you're ready as we get started here with the very first wave. We just heard about this very interesting talk. The first wave is the embodied intelligence. So this is where we're taking the LLMs and going beyond, right? It's not just putting the capability of LLMs into humanoid robots. It's much, much larger than that. And this is just a snapshot of some of the US companies. Most of my talk is going to be geared and calling on examples from mostly US companies, a few Chinese companies, but bear in mind that everything I'm discussing is applicable globally. And these robots, as you just heard, are not just useful for helping things around the house, but also in machines, in operations, manufacturing, playing sports. But they also come in many shapes and sizes, like little pets, little humanoid pet robots or sibling robots for kids, useful for education. I mean, a wide variety. The reality, though, is that many of these robots are humanoids, are still being operated by teleoperators. And there's a reason for this. Because what is the underlying tech capability that we don't quite have yet? This is where the underlying tech that's being developed beyond LLMs is world models. You might have heard this language being thrown around quite a bit. You might have also heard of the term spatial models. And the biggest difference between world models versus large language models is that these models learn on visual information, not just being able to predict on large quantities of text, which is the realm of LLMs. Now, this is going to be a huge step forward when we start integrating them more and more into our business, because these humanoids, these machines are learning on real world. This is the physical world. It's not the abstract world of predicting and creating content, which has been useful and productive, but they lack the real world experience. It's more than just a physics. So when I see these things going around Miami, and I know that there's a teleoperator behind them, these are like food operator robots that you can now see around the world, the point to remember here is that not only are they adding immediate value right now, but they're actually collecting the data that's required for the autonomous operation. So if you're thinking about it from an investment perspective, the companies that have the data records from autonomous operations, from say driving, and if they're extending it to humanoids, they have a natural leg up because there's all these years and years and man-years of data that they can pull on to then apply. Again, it's more than learning physics. It's learning how humans walk around. It's learning how we navigate traffic. It's learning how the real world bumps and pebbles and rocks come into your workflow, and what you do when you come across a human child or a dog. This way of learning, there are many ways the actual technology is being understood and learned, but this is one of the older videos from NVIDIA actually, but it really explains one way we're teaching these robots to learn. Let's watch.
In physically based simulation and transfer zero shot to the real world. The group model will enable a robot to learn from a handful of human demonstrations so it can help with everyday tasks and emulate human movement just by observing us.
Just by observing us. And that's part of the reason why many of these humanoids that are being beta tested, or I guess I should say alpha tested in homes today, have a teleoperator behind them. They are learning and you're training the robots. And that is a new kind of partnership, a new kind of deal, if you will, that we're making with the world of embodied intelligence. The biggest ROI implication, what is this going to bring to businesses? What is this going to bring to the AI industry? Is in addition to extending the use cases by bringing them, full circle into the homes, into the real world, being able to operate and do a lot of these tasks autonomously, is that more importantly, they bring the relevance and the context. Because if you look at where the value is really missing today in these enterprise implementations, it's not in the use cases. People are actually using them, but they break when the real world context is not there. Anytime you actually apply it to an actual real world implementation. The second wave is that of embedded intelligence. So we're moving from embodied intelligence to the second one, which is embedded. And in this, we started seeing this wave, pretty much a few months after LLMs were released. Any kind of device with edge functioning, with edge AI right on them. These are Meta's Ray-Ban glasses. So with the tip of your finger, you have access to any of the LLM type tools, play music, or ask it some questions like, what temperature do you need to cook the chicken at? Or you can ask it to play back the conversation you just had with your wife to show her who's right. All are possibilities. But those are not the only ones. We have a plethora of single function devices. And, at one point I remember when smartphones came around and, nobody carried their watches and stuff anymore. I used to think, wow, that's just a single function device. Like, who wants it? Turns out we do now. Because these single function devices, from language translator pens to earbuds that detect and prevent snoring, so-called marriage saver, or a smart mirror that tells you everything you need to know. These are just samples. I mean, if you can put AI in anything, we are putting AI in anything. My vacuum talks back to me now. And the reason for this, right, the underlying technological capability that we're going to pull in full circle is that it's learning workflows. It's learning how to, in real time, how the human operates, how the devices operate. It's learning your workflows, and this way it can bring back what's really needed in LLMs and Gen AI today, adaptability. We talked about context, we talked about real world, but getting the LLMs to adapt real time is one of the most crucial missing capabilities in technology today that's causing this big gap on returns in investment. This embedded AI doesn't just come in devices. You can embed it to current software tools. Let's watch.
Hey Daniel, what's up? Mi amigo Ezequiel nos ha invitado a ver los cuartos de final esta noche.
يا ريت اعرف اجي. لو ما قدرتش عايشوا انتوا بقى مع الماتش.
别忘了带零食。再见。
So right here we have Messi, and this is the real Messi. This is not an AI avatar of Messi. This is the real Messi. But with face processing tools, language processing tools, direct face recognition, and customization, he's now able to talk in any language to your customers, understanding how they interact and increasing the amount and the depth of interactions you can now have with your clients, with your customers, with your different audience. This too is embedded AI. So it's kind of like a double level, it's abstract as well as in devices. And that's the second wave that we're seeing. The direct ROI, as I mentioned before, is now you're going to have adaptable models, moving away from static models that are only updated once in a while and take billions to almost $1 trillion now. We're looking at adaptable models that is learning from everyday mini tasks or mini functions. Which brings me to the third wave, executive intelligence. This is the big one. This is what differentiates the leaders and the decision-making capabilities of humans on everyday tasks, where the minute it goes from something simple to something complex. This is when you're drawing on your years of expertise. This is almost human intuition. This can't just be boiled down to a step of rational if, when, this. But even if it could be boiled down to if, when, this, we don't currently have the tools for that. So this is the big one, and a great example of this is how the UAE has appointed AI as an advisory member of the cabinet. It was the world's first move. This AI will deliver strategic consultations, generate reports, and conduct predictive modeling. So this was the vision. Even 2 years ago, I remember talking about this, where we were talking about having an AI as a board member, AI as your advisor. And while this is possible today, but it's taking a whole lot of build and workflows and stitching together. Remember, 2025 was supposed to be the year of AI agents. This is where I was supposed to have been able to, with one click of a button, have my agent plan a whole trip, bring my friends together, book our tickets, plan itineraries, all with like one click. Well, this is Andrew Kaparthy, one of the prominent researchers in the field, the guy who coded the term vibe coding. And we are all realizing that it's going to take a whole lot more to bring agents, real world agents, to the majority of people in the world, and it's not as quick as we thought. Why? Because they lack intelligence. They can't use computers. They lack multimodality. They lack continual learning, and more importantly, they forget what you tell them. And this forgetting what you tell them is something we'll come back to over and over again. And perhaps fixing these gaps won't take a decade. I'm way more optimistic than Andrew when it comes to this. But it's also important to remember that this is the reason agents haven't taken over quite yet. And the missing piece, if you look at where in businesses a lot of our implementations are failing, it's not in people not using them. They're using them. They like the LLMs, but they are using them for simple tasks. At the minute we move to a complex task, anything that requires multiple people takes weeks, not minutes. Anything that requires cooperation, multiple teams, this is where the agents are failing, the stitching together. AI today is failing along the seams. And along the seams is where you need to be focusing on in terms of workflows, in terms of what to build, and in terms of extracting the value. And this is where the technology is headed. Because you see, the reality is LLMs today live outside of time. What do I mean by that? You can, of course, ask your ChatGPT or any of the LLMs you like to use the time. It'll tell you the time by looking at the system clock, etc. But when you go into the world of LLMs, it has no memory. For example, you can ask it to generate, write a report, a journal report on everything we did today. But you cannot ask it without external workflows and having wrappers, etc., etc. You cannot ask an LLM today to write that journal report every night for you automatically. And that's because they don't have this concept of time. And as a physicist, I can tell you, when you don't have a concept of time, you're missing the dynamics. You cannot learn. You cannot adapt. And without memory, how can you make real-time decisions? So this is going to be is already one of the biggest moves in the world of models. Temporal modeling, causal modeling, or neurosymbolic. These are all capabilities. Neurosymbolic refers to when you integrate the neural nets that the current technology is based on with symbolic logic, the if, then, else kind of chain of reasoning, predictive decision-making, weighted expectations, scenario mapping. And this is where we're going to start seeing the executive intelligence, because this will achieve one of the biggest gaps today, which is moving to complex tasks. This report that came out of MIT this year, just a couple of months ago, talking about how 95% of organizations see zero returns, also dives into why. Because on the surface, it might look like the biggest operational failure of generative AI, but not quite. Because 90% of people, while they prefer humans for complex tasks, for all the reasons we just talked about, they prefer AIs for simple tasks. So the $50,000 or more enterprise applications are failing to the $20 consumer apps. And customers, employees everywhere are using the AIs that they're used to, but the barrier for enterprise applications are higher because they've seen on the consumer side how easy it is, how quickly they can increase their productivity. But somehow this productivity value is not translating to business returns. And that's the gap we need to fill for the markets to calm down and start seeing how we can extract the actual value that is inherent in the technology. The second reason is that we're losing a lot of time and implementation results between when we investigate these apps to what's actually being implemented. And once again here, the consumer apps are winning. In the enterprise use cases, so people are using it behind the scenes. So while we investigate, so if you take something like ChatGPT or publicly Claude or any of the publicly available any of the publicly available LLMs, they reach actual implementation 5% of the times, 40% of the times compared to 5% for generative AI enterprise apps. Hidden here is this story, because building AI value hinges on going beyond LLMs and integrating them with these emerging technologies across embodied, embedded, and executive intelligence. It's only when we start bringing all pieces together, every little bit helps, but when we start bringing those things together, we're going to see this industry really solidify and continue to grow. The biggest boon and boom that generative AI gave us was that it achieved one of the holy grails of the field of AI, which is, what if we can command computers with the power of human language? But linguistics, is just one aspect of human programming. It's huge. In a way, it's the operating system of humans, but we need the real life context. We need the world models. We need the spatial models. We need the symbolic reasoning. We're not just language. And if we're trying to get anywhere near to human level intelligence, we need to look beyond LLMs. And whether we can just scale with more data, especially just textual data, that remains an open debate. I find myself on the other side of. But it will certainly not hurt us to start investigating newer models and integrating more of these newer models. Because this is a very useful technology. Again, pulling on just ChatGPT because the numbers are so easy to assess and access. So it has more than 1.8 billion visits a year. We're coming up on the 3rd-year anniversary. It's deployed in over 161 countries. It covers 96 languages. And remember when they started out and they added 1 million users in 5 days? Where this is a quote from a tweet from Sam Altman just in March, where they added 1 million users in 1 hour. So AI in many ways is really not a hype, because anyone can see how quickly people are adapting the technology and how much we're using it. And we have moved past the days, and one of the other reasons organizational implementations fail is when they take months and months. Southwest has a fantastic example where they rehauled their entire crew management system, their legacy management system, in 5 weeks. And that was one of the biggest success cases for them. We're using this live, and this is pulling from my client work. We're designing hospitals of the future with one of the top architectural firms here. And even before generative AI, this was Ribo, where we pulled up 40 new potential cures for 11 types of cancer. And this is one of the biggest points I can make here, which is that AI is larger than generative AI. And the more of the AI tools like predictive modeling, all the statistical information, Bayesian analysis, all these tools that we can pull in and integrate it into LLMs, that's when we're going to really start seeing the real operational value in AI. With the 3 waves, what becomes really important is that how we start navigating the space. And I think any talk on AI should address 2 really key things. One is ethics and security. And I know we're going to dive a lot, and we have separate sessions on either of them, but I want to quickly touch on these before we get to next steps and how you can integrate them directly. The first is ethics. Every powerful technology carries with it the potential for catastrophe. We've seen this over and over again, from nuclear engineering to space engineering to mammals being cloned. And every time we've had to navigate this with care, AI is absolutely no different. This movement in generative AI, what the industry is telling us right now, is that we've moved past the attention economy that AI was built on, the social media world. This is a race to intimacy. And over again, if there's one thing we have learned from the past industrial booms, all the way from the automotive industry or even the .com, is that the businesses that succeed, there's always like a blossoming of companies, but the ones that really succeed and thrive are the ones that really hone in on the ethics and zoom in on what really matters and how you can improve human lives. And that always seems to help. whether it's Ford or Google, they are still around. AI is changing the nature of fraud and the nature of human trust. If, as a leader, as a decision maker, as a user, you can tap into this and be on the right side of this, this is where true wins. This is where industry building iconic companies are going to come from. AI ethics comes from each and every one of us. And so does AI security. This itself is a whole new burgeoning field at this point. Just a few months after ChatGPT was released, we had a Hong Kong worker in finance who thought he was paying out $25 million to his CFO on a live video call. And this is without any of the emerging intelligences. These capabilities already exist. AI worms are out there. And this is Anthropic just a few days ago reporting on hackers that hacked into Claude to get access to multiple company documents and multiple sensitive information. And of course, one of the biggest issues that is typically underneath the scenes is that generative AI, all of the AI tools in ways, they plagiarize because they're built on existing content. And the same thing will continue to happen with each of the emerging technologies because we're learning on existing data. So this is me asking Bing back in the day to write a conversation in the style of Quentin Tarantino. And it starts talking about two hitmen, Jules and Winston, sitting in a coffee shop. And I love Quentin Tarantino. So as I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh my God, I would watch this movie. It throws in a Bible verse. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I will definitely watch this movie. Well, it turns out it's Pulp Fiction. And this is a really important point as we step forward because all of these devices, all of the models are learning on your data, which means it's a twofold issue. One, you could unintentionally infringe on somebody else's copyright. But then at the same time, you have to be very sensitive about your information and have very direct clarity on what you're sharing because you're training these models. So that's part of the reason enterprise implementations have stalled because they're walking this really fine line. But the real secret is that as we look at the emerging intelligences that are coming out from embodied intelligence to embedded and executive, we're learning that whether it's world models or learning workflows or really learning true agency, in order to integrate them into real value, we have to look on the shadow side. The shadows are there to teach us something, to help us evolve. So we can't quite ignore them. It's by leaning in that you can awaken and build what you want to build. Shadow AI is an actual term, and it refers to the fact that most people are using AI. 90% of employees are using AI in organizations, whether it's been implemented at the enterprise level or not, whether there's a policy there or not, or even if they have an enterprise implementation, how they prefer using the $20 commonly available tools. Because the barrier to them is less, their tolerance to use them is less. Like it's just way more convenient. So this is what the shadow is telling us. Make it easy for them. In a way, this is the largest enterprise application of any technology or adoption of any technology that has been, but it's failing when we try to do it officially. And that's where the returns are missing. So this is the 5% playbook as we wrap up here. In order to get your ROI on AI today, the first thing I would recommend is revisit your AI strategy. It's a fantastic time for it. And what you want to do is you want to build for friction, not for flash. So most organizations invest their AI dollars into sales and marketing because it's easy to generate the content, but it's also easy to have direct measures like KPIs. You can see how many customers you're targeting, what is the return, what is the click. But the real value is in the back office. And that was the biggest finding from looking at hundreds of organizational implementations this year. The biggest value is in the back office. So you want to build for systems with learning loops. You want humble AI one that can learn and admit uncertainty. And you want to lean deeply into workflows. Companies that start recording data on their workflows are going to already have a leg up over the next year. And you want to buy, not build. You want to work with external partners and bring in external advisors who have purview over the entire industry, because AI, the fundamental models, the foundational models, are not built for any one particular industry. And the same is going to be true for the world models, or the temporal, or the neurosymbolic models. These are general purpose machines. So you want advisors, because learning how it's implemented in one industry will give you a whole lot of insight into how it's going to be, should be implemented for yours. And it's time to start building differently. We don't want to just look at technology first. This question, like what can AI do for you, is one of the worst questions you can ask, because it can do many, many things for you. And you don't want to also lean into the vertical. What are the problems you can solve today? You want to look at the vision. You want to look at what is it that you can build that seems impossible. And that is the recurring theme of the massive billion-dollar and trillion-dollar companies that are leading today and will continue to lead. Build for vision. So the main message I would like to end with is that every industry, every aspect of society is being transformed. AI just happens to be the face of that force. And this transformation is going to happen regardless. And it's through emerging intelligences that we can come back full circle to get the returns on investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Radhika Dirks, ваши аплодисменты.
Round of applause for Radhika Dirks, friends. Today, as part of AI Journey 2025, we would like to show you another exciting thing. Even during our business day, we still prioritize creative things. The students of a cinema academy have, together with the Giga, have created the first short film, and it would be great to watch it. Our next speaker, Senior Vice President, Director from Head of Marketing and Media Communications for Sber, Vladislav Kranin. Friends, I'm going to be very quick. Last week, we rolled out with a movie collection of short movies. Russia, I Love You. It talks about interesting situations and interesting people who are in these situations. And one movie was saved for this day so that you are going to experience the premiere. This is the short movie created by the students of the Movie Academy of Russia and our Giga model. Mikhail Lermontov, a famous poet of the 19th century, his vision on the Russia was pretty sometimes controversial. Sometimes he was so boring. Oh yeah. Remember that I should write an essay. GigaChat. Let's fantasize together. Okay, sure. What are we going to start with? What would the classical writers do if they were living in our time? Let's put Lermontov on this lift, and there you have Lermontov with a phone. No, not this one. A smartphone. I was ready to love the whole world, and no one liked me. No one put any likes, and this is how I learned to hate. Became a hater. Maybe he's a blogger. He should be a blogger. Well, I'm in Petigorsk. Fantastic town, Fantastic springs. It's great to live here. Turkish coffee, please. No, something else. Vanilla rough, please. Vasya? No, my name is not Vasya. I'm someone different. Are you going to pay with a card? With a smile. I don't see any smile. So I'm going to the road alone. I'm going through the fog. And this is something that I created in Pitigorsk. And there's a beautiful girl nearby. She should be beautiful, and bright like my mom. I'm sorry, can I invite you for a tea? You're very beautiful. I would go to a duel with you. This is my house. And who are you, Lermontov? Let's continue. Let's talk about Chekhov. Maybe he should ride a scooter. I really love Amur River. Fantastic town. Switzerland and Finland I have never felt such a liberty there. Can you feel the air? It feels so great. Now, I need to find a hotel. Everything should be beautiful in humans. Clothes, thoughts, soul, and social media presence. Healthcare is my lawful wife, and literature is my lover. When I don't like to be with one, I'm going to another one. Well, this is like abuse. Fantastic and very bright region. Such a life is happening here. Haven't seen that in Europe. Maybe a bear should attack him. Pushkin! Let him be in this rose hoodie. Well, wait, he is in the at the shooting range. What about Dantes? I wouldn't have missed. Oh, yeah, well, we had this beautiful day and the twinkling of the glass and the champagne. I have to post a photo while the light is still good.
О, предатель машинный! Губитель!
Oh, this machine destroyed my poems. And there's the a Russian rap on the screen by Pushkin. Oh wow, my essay is ready. This is something I have dreamt of, or maybe not. No way. Well, they would have something to write about here for sure. A round of applause. Now, of course, we're going to continue. Have no doubt about that, because the authors of this short video are going to enter the big cinema world, and AI will create so many new jobs, and we will have many encounters with the favorite characters and writers. Something that might not happen. Sometimes you think something will not happen, but it will happen. AI Journey 2025. Russia, India, Bahrain, China, Congo, US, and Malaysia. These are the countries from which the experts shared their experience in AI. That means that this AI conference is really global, but we have other events coming up. This session in AI, the AI Alliance session, Unlocking AI potential, overcoming key barriers to business adoption. This is a business session with the AI Alliance Russia, as well as the AI Leaders Awards ceremony. We are now going to have a 10-minute coffee break, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes.
В начале 2025 года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности. В начале 2025 года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности.
Рады приветствовать вас на главной сцене.
We're happy to welcome you back to the main stage of AIJ 2025. It's time for a business session with the AI Alliance to discuss the unlocking of AI potential and overcoming key barriers to business adoption. Please welcome to the stage Chairman of the Supervisory Board of AI Alliance Russia, Alexander Vedyakhin. Tigran Hudaverdian, Yandex. Stanislav Bliznyuk, T Technologies. Vladimir Verkhoshinsky, Alpha Bank. Vasily Nomakonov, Sber. And Andrei Belevtsev, Sber.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Happy to see you all in the audience and happy to see everyone watching us online. A very warm welcome to our partners, members of AI Alliance. I am here in a slightly different role. I'm here as a chairman of the Supervisory Board of AI Alliance. It is a rotation role. Every year we have a new chairman. We can at least have a new chairman. And we have gathered here today to talk about the way... No, let me start again. To talk about how AI is already being implemented, and we will talk about maybe not problems, they ask me not to say the word problems, but challenges. The challenges that we're facing today. You know, it's an interesting thing. We have leading companies, and then we have companies that are overall interested, but are not very good at it yet. When we look at the public landscape, it looks great. We have leaders who do everything without any mistakes, without any problems. They know solutions in advance. And then there are those who are lagging behind. So we have agreed with the colleagues that we will be talking about the challenges, the difficulties, the decisions that we've been making, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. And to give this conversation a structure, let's start with this bit of research or a survey that we conducted within the Alliance, where we asked companies in industry that participate in industry clubs, we asked them what are the main limitations for AI use. More than 150 participants in the survey named the following key barriers. The first key barrier for large-scale AI adoption is people. Competencies, culture, engagement, that sort of thing. Second, infrastructure, data, computing, security, and cybersecurity, something that we need to talk about. Investment or return on investment. There's a dialogue within each company on how much you invest and what is the ROI that you need to target. How do you convince the financial services, the owner of the company that it's needed? Ethics, regulation, rules of the game, trust in AI, and strategy. The goal setting that comes down from the CEO, and everything that has to do with KPIs and organizational structure. It's hard to deliver results without it. We are beginning with barrier number one, people. Before I ask my question to Stanislav Bliznyuk, I would like to turn to all of the speakers and say that we have a free mic. We have known each other for a long time, and so let's have an informal conversation, an informal discussion. If you have anything to add, if you disagree, if you want to interject, please go ahead and do so. Take the mic. This is a free conversation in front of a wide audience, but still. So, Stas, the first question is for you. As I said, I've been to your office several times to T Technologies, and it has always impressed me the way you treat people there. Every detail is very meticulously thought out. The way your employees, their workstations are located, how you work with each other. You have a lot of data scientists, and it looks as if you didn't have any talent shortages. I apologize to everyone here from Sber, but it feels like everyone wants to work for the yellow companies, T-Bank or Yandex. Okay, Sasha, we've agreed to adhere to the program. All colors matter: yellow, green, even blue. Okay. What's the color of Sibur, by the way? Green. Oh. Okay, so we're outnumbering them, the green ones. Okay, Stas, maybe you can answer the question. Well, thank you for the kind words. I agree that one of the key questions, one of the key issues is indeed talent and people. We are here to share experience, so the problem of human capital is twofold. All technologies and innovations require people who we didn't start cultivating 10 years ago. Data scientists, AI staff, AI experts. We can say that we do not really have such a big problem with people, but actually we do have the problem because there's not enough experts. They are cultivated not by educational institutions, but rather by companies who invest in it, invest in training. But what we're lacking is people experts. I'm sure we'll get back to the educational topic, but that's just part of the problem. Another part of this human capital problem is leaders, managers who are often older and who often are unsure about the necessity to invest in this technology. So we're lacking people who can execute it, and then people who can prioritize these issues do not do that sometimes. In big tech, in fintech companies, the top management and linear management, they may have a good understanding of what should be done about it, but then there are companies who are lagging behind, who do not have this clear understanding. All of these industries try to come together to work out a solution. This will create demand, and then the market will respond with supply, with experts. I think this will give rise to a brand new industry. Back in the day, we had an IT boom, and then IT integrators came out of it. I think this will be a similar situation. We will have consulting companies that will heed to the demands of a company or an industry to automate this or that process. They will encourage them to automate, to adopt, and increase value. So this will be a push towards creating talent, and then we will be trying to retain all of these talented people here in Russia for all kinds of interesting tasks. I think it's fair, but we do have the push. We don't have the people. I'm going to ask Vasily to comment on this. We have people from fintech companies, from Yandex, and a person from the industry. So what I'm hearing is that people from big techs, fintechs, you can engage all kinds of specialists. We do not really believe in it, but we have our own competition. But where do you find specialists of a good enough level without super inflated salaries? Vasily, have you found an answer to this question? Yes, but the answer depends on how you ask the question. I would divide it into several parts. The first is that to develop AI, you need a platform. You can start by looking for people in the market to build it over a certain period of time, or you can try to find a partner, a big tech company or a telecom company or a similar one. This is our path, and you can save time and money. In this situation, you don't have to look for the people in the market. As Stas said, this model is attractive because you can replicate this experience to other companies, not necessarily in our own industry. It can be capital-intensive industries with continuous production in steelworks, for example. Then again, you need agents, you need a lot of coding, and for that you can use startups who are narrowly specialized to deliver specific cases, so you don't really need to hire these people as full-time employees. Next, engineers. We don't need that many engineers, actually. I want to compliment people here because they are doing a great job cultivating these talented people, but it's hard to find your niche in the market. But you're always able to find people who find the tasks in your company interesting and challenging, and you try to engage them. And lastly, it's not just about IT people, but all kinds of technology people. You also need people in business units who generate ideas. You can't generate an idea on how to use an LLM if you do not know anything about an LLM. A few things help here to improve personal performance. People are pretty knowledgeable, they like to expand their horizons. The vectors for using these tools can be manifold, but we need to be able to manage it. What kind of data can you use in the cloud, for example? We need rules here. In terms of changes in processes, in addition to improving your performance, our company, for example, is very centralized. When we were catching up with best practices in operational efficiency, it was an advantage because you could replicate them fast. Now with AI, the centralized model also pays off because it's easier to replicate. I also wanted to add a compliment to Sber because they are actively engaged with educational projects. When we were creating the Central University, we were creating it for all our partners. It now has 60 partners there. Sber was one of the first partners to answer the call, and they're organizing all kinds of internships and training programs. They even have a co-working area there. It was, as I saw, rather easy for you because you are used to engaging with the younger audience because you believe this is the right thing to do. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking at Tigran, who looks very pensive. Yandex was among the first companies to start working with data scientists actively, with IT specialists. Tigran, how do you handle this? Do you experience any talent deficit? I don't live that far away from Yandex HQ, or at least I used to, right before you moved to a different place, and I saw these many young people walking around with Raspberry rafts. How do you retain them? How do you track them? Good afternoon. I think for all of us sitting here on stage and in general in Russia, I think we are not the ones to complain about staff deficit. We are at the top of the list of countries, top 3, top 5, top 7 countries. It doesn't really matter the quantity, but at the top of the list, at the top of the rating of countries with a lot of super talented specialists. I think the colleagues will agree. It's just a fact. Yandex, Sber, T-Bank, we all have a lot of great specialists, but speaking of problems, maybe we will discuss this today. In order to turn AI from a toy into something of actual benefit to humanity, and yesterday we talked a lot about this problem where the children do their homework by delegating it to AI, so it's harmful rather than beneficial. It's a harmful toy. So how do you turn it from a toy to something useful and beneficial? Specialists, experts, people who are passionate about it, driving forward thousands and thousands of projects across the country in fintech, in Yandex as well. This is the challenge for all of us. Actual beneficial use. The ability to say that, yes, in our company, in this business, in this line of work, we are achieving a significant share of benefit thanks to AI. So how do you motivate people? How do you retain people? I think you deviated hugely from the answer. I think it's obvious whether you're at the center of it or just a bystander. I'm sure you will agree that we are witnessing maybe the biggest technological revolution in our history. Not smaller than computers or internet or smartphones, and that alone is more than enough to motivate people, I think. And I think it's motivating all of us sitting here as well. We've come here because we're motivated because of it.
We have Alpha and Sber. Right, I select Alpha. Okay, our brand color is red. Yeah, the first deputy chairman of Sberbank. Sber is flanking this panel discussion. The red one is in the center, and the representatives of yellow colors are all the rest. And yeah, the green one is here, obviously. So anyway, sorry, the people. How do you plan to retain people? AI, unfortunately, is something very expensive. I mean, only big and efficient corporations, like the corporations that we represent, can engage in AI. There's no problem with talent. Russia has a lot of talented people, and all of us were able to learn how to build great office spaces with food courts, with fitness centers. 20 or 15 years ago, even a decade ago, that was absolutely outlandish, but now it is a standard, and now we compete for these people. We pay high salaries, but this is kind of the common thing. You cannot retain people with that. But I think culture is the most important thing. In Sber, in Yandex, in Sber, in T-Bank, the culture is special. For us, we're building the culture for the smart ones and the free ones. And not everyone are in line with this culture, but those who get there, these are the creative young people who are there, who are in line. In Yandex, Tigran, he's a very big boss at Yandex. Have you seen him on the street? You know, he's just using the underground, the metro, and wearing a backpack. You know. And I remember my colleague from another bank comes from S-Class Mercedes, and me too. I came on a car, on a fancy car, and you know. But he just said, "Okay, bye, guys," and just jumped in the tube. Sber, yeah. In Sber, we have a different culture. Yeah, it is a different culture, but I think the digital leaders in Russia now have exciting tasks and their own authentic culture. And, you know, that goes outside of the box of smoothies and fitness centers. And, you know, I mean, this is how these digital giants work. Thank you. What about Sber? What's Sberbank do to retain people? What are the things you don't know about that? Well, you know, I'm asking you as a president of the supervisory board of AI Alliance. You know, I would build on that question, and we'll talk about a challenge. You know what we are facing right now? We are developing fundamental models. Based on these models, right now, we have more than 500 initiatives. These are the teams that are actively developing the products, and as well as the agent systems across the perimeter of Sber. And then we can see that when we start to create this agent system, data scientists are not interested, because do you need to train the model? Okay, no. Okay, you'll work it out yourself. Developers are also not very excited, and they say, okay, I mean, something complicated code, something challenging code, that would be great, but like, do something routine with the model? No, that's not interested, not excited. But neither of these can finish and complete the task, because sometimes you need to optimize the speed, the model, to properly work with the data. And, you know, this is kind of an area that is between the two areas, between the two industries. Neither developers nor data scientists can do it properly, by the way. So, you know, during this year, we were investing in some patents. If you look at the start of the year, there were no best practices on how to implement these large systems in the large corporate landscape. There was just some simple cases like develop a chatbot. But if you talk about the serious landscape with the scalability, with the reliability, the speed, the security and trust, there were no frameworks like that. And basically, for the entire year, we were experimenting, you know, with trials and errors. You know, we're looking at some cases, and we're trying to understand what works, what not. When we understand that something works in a stable fashion, we try to share it, because the knowledge and the skills should be shared across the market. I do not want to say it's a new profession, but these are new skills for the new profession. You know, I remember the era when the mobile apps was just started to be developed. You know, that was a major challenge back then. Now it's a routine task, but people were saying, okay, well, how do you develop a mobile app? They didn't know that, and it was just recently. We're at the same spot right now. It's a new tech stack. You need to learn how to work with it. It's not bad, it's not good, it's not more difficult or less difficult, you just have to learn it. We see another example on the profession, because a year ago, futurologists were saying that prompt engineer will be the new profession, will be a new job. I mean, a year ago they were saying this is going to be a totally new job, and now it's laughable, really. If anyone has hired prompt engineers, you can fire them. They're not needed. So I agree with Tigran. Something that happened during my entire career in technologies, and these skills, you know, they're totally new. They're very exciting, and we are exchanging information in terms of how do you find people who are doing these things. Thank you. I can give you an example. A son of my friend is studying at the Higher School of Economics. He got the internship at Sber without my participation, by the way. And he calls me and asks, okay, where should I go in Yandex, in search or driverless vehicles? He says, this is a cool organization, and they given me the middle level position. And I say, well, go to the search. I would go to the driverless. Well, you are motivated to work on Sber. I have heard your presentation. No, I mean, it's the general thing. And I would say that it's something good here. Because we train young people and they're here. And I would like to thank everyone present here in terms of for what are they doing, for their learning. And I would ask maybe to say what is your contribution to the market. You're talking about the new talent, right, Tigran? That's an exciting and promising story. Yandex, for many years, for like more than 10 years, have been investing in the data analysis school. I'm not going to be humble here, but today I think on the global landscape it's one of the top MA programs for data scientists in the world. And same, this data analysis school is not fully connected to Yandex. I mean, some people graduated and go to other companies. The graduates, I think like 1/3 goes to Yandex. We have many graduates working with Sber, by the way, yeah, and we are really happy to take them, yeah, because this is a top of the top, really. We have a joint project with Sber AI 360. This is a specialized program based on a number of top Russian universities. Together with Sber and these universities, we are selecting the students who are excited about that, about AI, and they have a good foundation, they have good mathematical skills, and this is a specialized educational program for these kids, for these students. I can talk about that at length. We have our own analysis school, and we have a joint program with Sber and many other programs with other universities. I think all the other panelists will join me here because the Russian financial companies have been investing a lot in the education and have been doing that for a number of years. So this reversal is really something that is happening. I think that it used to be the case that IT was the priority, and now it's AI, and the new programs are focused on AI, exactly on AI. Thank you, Stanislav. Why big tech or fintech in Russia is great? Because we have some excitement and drive to do something new. And as Tigran is saying, we are living through the revolution, and we're having this paradigm shift. And as paradigm shifts happen, the new products appear. And if you're a large company, you have this effect from the operational involvement. You have implemented something, you improved something by 0.5%, and you got like billions saved or earned, whatever. So we have a lot of tasks, and when young professionals join our team, you give them this task, they can experiment and create something. And I think this is very important because that really drives the skill to learn. And we have this full layer of AI native employees, engineers. They are now being trained not by universities but by large IT companies. And many companies started to invest on the level of schools, competitions. Yandex MA program is fantastic. We have a lot of employees from that school. We had a couple of courses on fintech and coding, and now we have launched a big central university project. The main idea is that we grow product experts, analysts, developers, ML experts, who know how to leverage the today's knowledge to improve the process and products, and in all areas, in all industries. So this is not a corporate university, but this is a school that helps them to work in various industries. So they're going to drive this client centricity, high-tech culture. By the way, kids, it is all based on mathematics. All AI is based on mathematics, coding as well. Just to learn mathematics. This is the best science in the world. Yeah, you know, mathematics is the queen of all sciences. I understand this is true. Yeah, I mean, those who are adults now, you know, this is true. I mean, in school we thought that teachers were just saying something that was not important really, but now it remained to be true. Yeah, same was for me. You know, I have two daughters. One of my daughters is in university, and she's like, she says, okay, I'm a humanities girl, and she went to the High School of Economics, and she's studying advertising. And I remember one evening, very late at night, I asked her, what are you doing? And she says, I'm writing an ML code for an API for a Telegram channel. And I said, well, sorry, but you're in an advertisement. And she says, I hate artificial intelligence. I just have to do it. So anyway, the point of the story is that you will have to learn AI, whether you want it or not. Yeah, you know, there is we open sourced Giga Agent. We put it on Gitverse. It's an open source system. It's very simple. You can ask it to use the data to train a small ML model and use it in your work. So you have an agent that is based on fundamental network, but within itself it can do something, being a pretty good data analyst, and it can train another ML model, and it can train the model to answer the questions. I will say that to my daughter. Not now, maybe. I mean, she has to learn some Python skills. Yeah. Well, since we're talking about children, boasting without children, you know, my son is in school. He's 17 years old, and he says, you know, I can now code websites with AI. And I say, well, try it out. And in 2 days, he comes to me and says, well, I earned 10,000 rubles. And I say, well, you know how to earn money now. It's hard work. And he says, no, it's just like took me half an hour. And, you know, whatever we talk about, whatever we say about gadgets and widgets and AI, I think that people will adapt, and our children will be stronger and smarter. They will work differently. They will interact with it. Well, I mean, we will be outdated. We will be grumpy granddads and grandmas who would not like that. But this is the progress. This is the natural flow of things. And if we talk about our contribution, the contribution of Alpha Bank in the development of the youth, guys at T-Bank created a central university, fantastic thing, fantastic project, huge respect. This is like a approach to dive deep, you know, to select the best guys and to train them. Yandex is doing the same. We have decided to unite all of our initiatives in one platform. It's called Alpha Future. It has been online for a year now. I mean, it does not have. We spend billions of rubles. We have we partner with 300 universities around the country, including ITMO in St. Petersburg and many other universities, and schools as well. And our team loves that because they tour the schools and universities, and they get motivated giving lectures. So we decided to make it a, you know, wide-scale, large-scale project. And it's great that in our country we have big techs, fintechs, and, you know, very large digital corporations that can help us to move this technology forward and to unlock human potential. Yeah, Vasily was kind of looking at us and watching our discussions, and I think in the industry you need to have some specialized technical background. Yeah, I want to say that the engineers who are going to look at that. I mean, I wear two hats, you know, and I have one of the hats is the Alliance of Specialized Professions. And for example, there we discuss what program should be selected for chemical engineers, and I think with the special education we were able to achieve some great results. We have formulated what we need for the higher education, but the future engineer should know how to use models for the modeling of the production line, should know how to use drones or other driverless vehicles in the production. They need to understand how to use predictive diagnostics, and together the community of the businesses and the engineers and the state institutions, we have developed the programs to make sure that engineers can use AI in their everyday world. Yeah, talking about the education, we said that we invest a lot in education, but the question is not about the money and the investments. But the question is about the talent in the educational program, in the educational system, because if a person works in the industry, he knows what to give you in terms of the content. It's very pragmatic and down to earth, and I think it's a great trend when large companies allow their employees to read lectures and lead seminars and workshops in universities, because, you know, they're working in a company, they develop some product, and they then relay this knowledge to the younger generations. So, you know, it's like raise someone who will be like you. Great motivation. I think this will mean that there will be a lot of demand, and there is a lot of demand for these lectures. Of these professionals sharing their knowledge and their practical skills. Yeah, that was something that I would like to comment on as well. In Yandex, we have 30,000 people. Half of them are engineers, and 960 employees of Yandex. And this is not their direct responsibility, it's not in their job description, but they give lectures and seminars.
They also create training courses and training materials. 960 people, pretty much in their own time, outside of their direct responsibilities, engage in training in this activity of humanitarian value. And it also increases the value of an employee within the company, because there are people who enjoy teaching, and in addition to just doing a good thing, they display this loyalty to the company. Friends, to avoid turning the session into a session on just one question, because we have 38 minutes ahead and 4 sections to discuss, let's maybe speed it up a little bit. The second barrier from the survey is infrastructure. 3 main problems here: problems with the quality of data, lack of computing powers, computing resources, and cybersecurity. Let's start with cybersecurity. An unexpected turn. Or maybe data? No, cybersecurity. A brief poll. When we talk to our corporate clients and tell them about AI transformation, mid-level management say that's all good and fine, but we have cybersecurity, the cybersecurity department, that say, no, it's too complicated, and then that there are a lot of nuances. Is it going to be in the cloud or on-prem? And this dialogue happens in every company, at Sber as well, obviously. It's a difficult discussion. What do you do about this? You are the decision makers of your companies. How do you delineate between moving forward progressing forward and being open-minded to the adoption of models, experiments with models, new data, etc., and the requirements of cybersecurity. Anyone, please. Let me begin. I think it's akin to this question, when did you stop drinking cognac in the morning? Artificial intelligence or the transfer of data to AI is in no way a cybersecurity issue. I mean, there's this big problem. There is a revolution happening. Everyone understands that you can optimize business significantly. It requires experiments. There are no out-of-the-box solutions. None of them has it. There is no single out-of-the-box solution that you just install and there you have it. No, I mean, you can, and Alpha Bank will be doing great, but the point is you need to experiment. And then this problem of cybersecurity comes up. The cybersecurity team that say these data cannot leave the perimeter of the company, and then it all goes to the CFO because the CFO starts asking questions, why do you need this? And the answer is, I just want to run experiments. And experiments cost tens of millions of rubles. For example, GigaChat published its huge LLM with 700 billion parameters. How much does it cost to simply run it? 700 billion. That probably cost you tens of millions of rubles, right? You're right, but we have a better idea for the colleague you're describing. There is this a TV show called Severance. You know it? So we have decided to implement this sort of severance. We have Giga.chat, the public GigaChat. You go there, and then it asks you, are you using your corporate account or not? If you're using your corporate account, you can work with all kinds of corporate data, corporate files, presentations, Excel spreadsheets, etc. It's a separate environment. It has double hemispheres, a corporate one and a personal one. The interface is the same, but it's just this delineation. I understand there are several companies in Russia, Sber, Yandex, some other companies that provide cloud-based infrastructure, but it's a deadlock. Unfortunately, cybersecurity does not allow you to transmit data outwards. What can you do with this? I have no idea. I've been discussing this with one CEO of a big company, and he says, I can't imagine it either. And also, all frauds happen with all data leaks happen as a result of social engineering. When we overcome this barrier, and I hope we will, because this is a very serious barrier, I hope everyone listening to me today and doing cybersecurity in their companies, information security, we need to sit down and have a serious discussion and revise our approaches. But when AI is implemented, when it starts making decisions, that's when in reality, we'll have new tasks, the tasks of securing your business, securing your people from decisions already made by AI. So I suggest we invest all of our bio-intelligence into trying to solve this problem and not trying to solve the problem of someone stealing a terabyte of data from some machine. Yandex or Sber create a model, train it, and then someone steals data from a temperature sensor from the cloud. The cybersecurity problem is making people really passionate, I see. Let's look at an LLM. What is an LLM? It really is a large model, one server processing data with B200 maps, for example, you can use it to place an ultra model, one model. And then this paradox comes up. It will be working way slower in this configuration than when you place it on a superpod with several dozens of pods, several dozens of nodes. And then transfer into the cloud is inevitable. You can buy one server. It costs roughly 50 million rubles. You can't work with just one. You need to have a backup. And then the check is 100 million rubles. But you can have a cloud and a reliable cloud partner that can help you scale up your infrastructure, and you pay only for what you use, and it will be cheaper and faster. So at the end of the day, cybersecurity indeed should be looking at how you make this secure. And importantly, it can be done much faster. You can start using it tomorrow, and you can run your experiment not 6 months from now, but tomorrow. When I hear about cybersecurity, I hear we need to close everything and no data should leave the perimeter. But when you're doing something new, once again, you don't have an out-of-the-box solution that you just install and everything is running fine. You will inevitably have mistakes, and you need to have some tolerance to these mistakes. You need to use the mistakes for learning, but you shouldn't use it to limit, to restrain, to put barriers for companies, for infrastructure, because it will slow down progress. Another thought, speaking of cybersecurity, I've recently had this discussion with our IT security team, and IT security is about bots fighting among themselves. Fraudsters can use all kinds of data sets, all kinds of models, and they're using them for their attacks. Our security should be on par with them. If you have prohibited everything and then the fraudster uses some latest development to attack you, you will fail. You will not be able to repel the attack. And then again, you need to make AI-based solutions, GigaChat, Alisa, ChatGPT, and the rest available to your employees. I'm talking about our experience. You can slap them on their wrists and say, don't go there, don't use that. But what we do is that we have about 80% of employees using these AI-based solutions daily. We have our internal solution that is an aggregator of all kinds of models, and then you go there to use our model, or you can use a model by Yandex or Sber. And as soon as you try to transmit business-sensitive data, they get all kinds of notifications and alerts. No, you cannot transmit that data. So that's our workaround. You can use anything, but there is this initial filter that gives you recommendations. Please do not upload, do not transmit any critical sensitive data. And that becomes a habit. More and more people are getting accustomed to it, and yes, it improves our efficiency. The topic of cybersecurity is a very important one, increasingly important one. It's not a premium, it's a crucial responsibility. There is this agent fever emerging, and we will have social engineering of an unimaginable scale. So yes, we do need to do cybersecurity in the same responsible manner as we do everything else. Sex security, in our case, is a part of Agile, a part of other technological processes. And also, I think that as AI develops, cybersecurity is becoming a much more important challenge, a much more interesting area for mathematicians, for talented young people. And maybe it will be even more prestigious. It's a cutting-edge area with more and more innovations. So we do need to focus on it as much as on aggressive technology development. Half of the audience here presumably supports cybersecurity passionately, and the other half is more liberal about it, judging by the applause. What about the industry partner, Vasily? I have a different perspective. There is this constant war between IT and security. IT and S, you mean? Yes, they cannot do without each other. But that said, despite this war, as a person who is with the IT crowd, not the S crowd, I would like to put on a different hat. There is the question about what data you can transmit to the cloud, yes, and then security can say, give us a list of types of information that we need to keep secure, and then we'll give you the secure measures. And so you go to business and ask them what sensitive data is for you, for your area. So my observation is that it's the business people who are more rigid about this. The first thing they say is we can't transfer any kinds of data. All data are sensitive. Okay, but what if we anonymize it? What if we use masks, etc.? Another observation is, can you ask AI to make a decision and then roll back? Two aspects to it. In a lot of areas, you can do a co-pilot. You can use a co-pilot. The AI suggests something. I review it as a human being, and then I correct if necessary. So it can be a sort of post-control, post-review. If the price of the mistake is not horribly high, I can do selective review and see if AI has been making good decisions. And then the price of a mistake is very high. You need human involvement at each step of the way to guarantee security. A designer of any technological capacity clearly includes foolproof means. It has measures that protect you against all kinds of risks and mistakes. It's not that simple to just push a button and everything collapses. And lastly, I think it's about a psychological barrier. Many companies have this bias against clouds. I think it's becoming less and less of a problem. You can use a pre-configured platform, cloud-based platform, and many people are opting for that instead of building something in-house. And also what people are learning and learning to use more and more is when you get a standard mechanism, it reduces the number of arguments between the IT crowd and the security crowd. Thank you. Let's put a pin on it for now, or maybe someone else has a comment. It's an explosive subject. It is indeed. Another explosive subject is finance, maybe not as much as cybersecurity, but still. It's commonplace, and Tigran described it, I think, not in our companies, obviously, but in some other companies, a person comes to you and says, I want to run an experiment, I have this great idea, a neural network, it will ignite, it will be great, give me some money for this. And the answer usually is, come back next year. We don't have the budget for it just yet. My question for the participants of the session is rather straightforward. How do your companies make these decisions? You specifically are the people who have to answer these questions, who make investment decisions. How do you make them? Based on your take on the efficiency of AI, and what would you recommend to people to executives who are only beginning to make decisions on AI and for whom an investment of 50 million rubles is a material one. Andrei, yes, how do you do it at Sberbank? Please, let us all know. I have this thing to give me a hint, a rule book, a case book. Yes, it's a great thing. The alliance companies helped publish this book. We would like to thank Alpha Bank and Yandex, and Sber contributed as well. This is about how you convince the CFO that AI gives financial effects. But life is usually more complicated than that, and usually we make decisions not just based on a leaflet. And this book, this rule book, combines all of our collective experience. But still, we have a certain threshold where we decline projects that do not meet our criteria. But criteria can vary, right? I have some practical recommendations. In order to progress towards economic effect and profit, and ROI is a fundamental investment if you want to invest in your own fundamental models. No, sorry to interrupt. If you want to train your own foundation models, the recommendation is do not do that. Use the ones by Yandex or Sber or some other models. Train them, fine-tune them, but do not train your own basic model. Yes, thank you for that. So that's the first threshold. Just don't do it. And there's this other thing: how do you evaluate the effect? How do you decide whether to invest in it or not? Two perspectives. First, how do you estimate the effect? How much will it give you? Very often there are cases where you will not know unless you try. In this case, you need a hypothesis, and then you use statistical methods for comparison. You need some ground truth, where you know how much it costs you to do something today. If you don't know it, you won't be able to assess the potential effect from implementing something. This needs to be some basic truth. You test it, and then you see whether technology gives effect. We have this complicated discussion on tools for developers. With certain metrics, we know how many hints we can create, how many lines of code you can write. What is the effect on the economy? One of the approaches that we've been using is we measured two teams with the same skills, how much time it will take them to perform a task with or without the system agents. And then we drew conclusions with a certain sampling that, yes, there is an effect, and we know how to measure. We can make decisions based on it.
So you can make research, you can make comparisons, and internal A/B tests. But you need to know how much does it cost today. The second story is a bit more complicated, but it is inherent with any technological transformation stage. If you have one process and you want to improve it and speed it up, you'll get an increment. But sometimes it is measured by point something percent. So if you're talking about tens of percents, that's a lot. Why the process is not changed? Because, well, it's the same. Yes, some of the stages of the process were removed or made more or less costly, but the nature of the process is the same. On the other hand, when you start to fully redesign how to do it, if you are able to do it as an autonomous generative system, but then you have to rethink the entire process, how the product is built, how to make it totally different from the very start. And this is where we can have effects, and we can see it in several areas. You have multiple fold effects, and you can do something that you were not able to do before. Billions of rubles of effect was the effect of some of the projects. We were not being able to physically do that because we needed armies of employees really a lot of employees, and then we started to do it with generative AI, and we got that great value. So, are you adding something with AI to the existing process, or are you building them from scratch based on AI? Thank you very much. Very exciting. You know, budget process, and you say like, okay, you're removing some initiatives from the list of the budget with your pen or your pencil. Should I be honest or not? No, of course not honest. Well, we have models with A/B tests. Every project gives us billions. Oh, well, it's the same for us. Yeah, everything works great. I think it's more of an art rather than the science. It's maybe a management science, but how do we distribute technology investments? 73% of all investments this year in technologies are AI-related projects, tens of billions of rubles. And then, the longer the technology lives, the more precise the metrics are in the calculations. Well, that's what's required. And on the early stage, I have this rule. I say, okay, if a developer has a better productivity of plus 5%, how much money will we get? Well, this will be the amount of money we will win. Okay, let's go and do it then. And when you cannot calculate it, at least approximately, I mean, those who just started to invest in AI, they are lagging behind. But you can calculate that value that AI will bring. I think the strategic management task is to put these strategic tasks. It's great that Sber and Yandex are producing their LLMs, as well as T-Bank, who is tuning the Chinese models, Chinese LLMs. I'm sorry if it sounded condescending, you know. I think it's just a different way. Yeah, I think it's an effective way, absolutely, because the results are, are good as well. There are only 3 companies in Russia who use Chinese models or American models. Our AlphaGen platform is using that, and we cannot afford not doing it. Have we calculated the ROI? Well, never. But on the strategic level, you understand, okay, we need to invest this amount of money, but you can't calculate the ROI. When the technology just starts in its lifespan, you can't really understand what its contribution is going to be. But after some time, yeah, you can calculate the metrics and the ROI. Great experience, thank you. Stanislav? Well, first of all, we don't have budgets. You don't have a budget? Yeah, you know, this process when you remove something from the budgeting list with a pen, this is how our company works. Secondly, we have discussed information security, and we said, okay, this is not secure, that is not secure. If the finances are not calculated properly, you can burn billions, millions of rubles with AI. Even a junior employee can just, burn through 100 million rubles with AI. But, it's great that large companies exchange experience on how to measure the efficiency of AI and how to calculate properly what are the approaches to make sure there are no mistakes. And if we talk about how we make decisions, basically there are 2 effects of AI implementation. Direct efficiency. We're a large company with a lot of transactions and operations and clients, and we have a constant change process, so the improvement of unit economy, and thanks to AI, we can improve that constantly. And our rule is simple: all investments that we put in this year should have an ROI next year. So every year we have to have a return on the investments of the previous year, and we have been living within this paradigm for the last 10 years, and it works. I'm sorry, but okay, you started to develop almost your own LLM. Do you expect to have a return on that investment next year? Well, first of all, we haven't started developing our own LLM model. We're not so rich. Well, first of all, they don't have the budget. Right, yeah, so we took an American model, then we closed it, then we took another American model, then took a Chinese model, trained it for the Russian language, and, it kind of did the job. But training model is very complicated and very expensive, and, it's billions, might be even trillions. So it's a fancy thing to do. So, yeah, we took a model, we tried to train it. Fine-tuning the model is much easier than developing a new one. But the approach is that, okay, next year we should have a return on that. And it kind of works. If you look at the expenses, they're increasing, they're doubling every year, but we still see the effect. So the direct operational expenses are saved. An example to prove that there is some life there is some potential. But it's great when this technology delivers a new product. This paradigm shifts, creates new products, and here it's really hard to make a decision because you have to jump over your head. You're going to make a product, and it's going to be popular, and these investments are going to be returned to you. Now, this is more difficult, but we were able to make such leap forwards. Not always do we succeed, but we have this culture in the company that people are not castigated if they make an error, but if you increase the expenses twofold, but you will have a return next year, then you can do that and to drive the business. Oh, Stanislav, since he's a very humble guy, he actually initiated this methodology and this panel. This is true, Stas. Thank you very much for that. Tigran, I don't think we have a lot of time, but I'll be quick. I think that we're discussing education. Education is very expensive. Very large companies are working on the education. I think those who are here, they are concerned about how to use AI. And if you are not able to create a lot of problems by yourself, like cybersecurity and other things, let's just give a check for 50 or 100 million rubles and you just connect it, and for 1,000 rubles you got the access right now to the cloud-based Russian or non-Russian services, and there's like a lot of free stuff as well, and you started to experiment. And that's very important. I think the main problem, the main barriers are human-related. First of all, we discussed security. That was the first topic. Secondly, people are concerned. They're concerned with what? Automation is given to people who are proficient in some area. And, people are saying, okay, Alexander, automate what you do. And you think, okay, well, if I'm going to automate my job, maybe as a captain you're going to be removed and automated, being the last one. But they say, okay, you have automated this function, just remove 20 or 30% of the team. So yes, if you did something, there is a success, and then immediately there's a concrete wall in front of you. So you have to change and break this mentality in the companies. I don't have a recipe on how to do that, and in Yandex we have this problem as well. It's kind of obvious, we're all humans. And so you're kind of thinking whether you do need to automate this thing or maybe not. Maybe it will threaten me. So yeah, that's it. Thank you, Stas. Well, just that we don't have enough money. That's why we just do train in ready-made models, Chinese models. And yesterday, Sber announced that it will put its models to open source. There's not a lot of companies in Russia, even in the world, who can develop their own models. So the fact that there is the open source models that are being made available and that are fine-tuned for Russia, for Russian language, this is a boost for people to have some effect and to fine-tune these models and to have the effect on their business. So yeah, you can test drive this. And you can make some errors. Some errors, it's easy for us to talk about errors. Because if we make an error in our financial industry, maybe no one will notice. And what about you? In chemical engineering, chemical production, if you make an error, might lead to some major consequences. Well, since AI is a priority, the higher the level of the top management made in a decision, the more prioritized it gets. So we created a special high-level committee, and we make decisions there. It is categorized in three categories. Like, for example, there are some projects that help to decrease the expenses on the logistics or procurement. And, I mean, these are the projects with understandable business case. The second category are enablers, like smart search, when we say, okay, we believe in the fact that if employees will have access to the information to other parts of organization, it would be very good for them, it will be very effective. And the third one is infrastructure. I have already told you how we made it, how we make it less costly. But we're not creating our own models. It's not a lot of money that we invest in that, so it's not a pain for an organization. Thank you very much. We have just 5 minutes left and a large topic that is called the strategy. And here we're talking about the organizational structure and the KPI. Let's boil it down to that. How do you need to change the organizational structure? What KPIs do you need to put to make the AI implementation work? Let's start with you, Tigran. 1 minute. Well, no recipe here, no silver bullet. All organizations are different. It's a hard question how to change the organizational infrastructure, but based on my experience, you have to have a pressure from the top. As Vasily said, the top management should be committed and want it themselves. They should not, I mean, they should walk the talk, really, and be very driven. So that's the top-down pressure that should be present. Then through some tools, it should go to KPIs. There should be some recruitment limits. The professions, the jobs that should be automated should not get these new people. You know, like when someone wants to increase the membership of their team, the headcount of their team, their actions, their activities should be assessed. Within the companies, there should be the goal to create an infrastructure so that the company can make these experiments. If you don't have that infrastructure, if you immediately fall down, then nothing will be achieved. This year, for 2025, we have a special award to the employees for various optimizations that managers, supervisors can give this money award to an employee if they implemented some optimization. Neural geese is something that we have a special award, non-monetary award. If you have done a project for optimization or creating a new product or some new process optimization, and we have an award ceremony, and people are upvoted, and these are the tools that are needed. And the last thing is that you have to keep abreast of what is happening in the world, because we are just at the start of the journey. We have the problem of the white sheet. You have a paper, you have a pen, you don't know what to write. And it's like a computer with no files in it. Thank you, Stanislav. Okay, I'll be quick. The top management have to believe in this technology, because if they do not know how to use these technologies, the competition will eat them up. The young people have to be involved and give them the right for experiments and tests. You have to be tolerant to their errors because you can't do without trials and errors. And you need to start with the high school, with the first years at university, so you give some tasks. Because if a young person joined your team, they're open. They have an open mind, and they can make a company more of an AI-oriented company. Thank you. I do agree with all of the words of the previous speakers. The most important thing is that we have AI in action committee. This is the committee with a lot of weight, actually used. I mean, we have been living through this AI trend for a couple of years, but as Tigran is saying, this is just the start. So we're not talking about some specific KPIs, but we have a common excellence center. The head of this block of this section is going to sign some memorandum, I think. So everything related to that is concentrated there. It's like an octopus system, with a big head and the tentacles everywhere. And then this, everyone is talking about that. Everyone is getting some achievements, getting the money for an AI-enabled project is much easier than for any other project. And everything is going from down to top as well. And all the initiatives in AI are supported. Thank you. Well, we are experimenting as well, but I would be bureaucratic. And I will say that we have organized a specialized board meeting, and we said that in the personal goals of every member of the board, there will be 2 KPIs in AI. First one is the implementation of initiatives, and secondly, implementing AI in their teams, how many people have gone through AI training and how many tools are used. KPIs is the backbone of everything. Andrei, what about Sberbank? Well, it's hard to answer this question to you. I'm going to share this with the audience. I think that Sber has gone through all the stages, through all the options and variants. And I think AI in Sber, Alexander has been an active champion for that. We had very decentralized models across businesses. Everyone in siloed businesses were doing siloed models. Then the models were more centralized, so we're changing the approaches. So we went through various options, and we have another evolution stage right now, the transformation. We understood that these solutions becoming more mature. We have a special team that is focusing on fundamental models, and here we're talking about the implementation on the market for the retail and corporate customers. There's no organizational model that you should use. For every stage, you need to reconfigure and assess what level of maturity are you at, what problems do you want to solve right now, and then to adapt the organizational structure and the model and the KPIs.
We like the KPIs very much, or not really, depending on the circumstances, but what's important is to avoid being static. The world is so dynamic and changing all the time that you cannot expect everything to go according to your forecast. And another effect that I think we need to take advantage of is we need to lower the threshold for entry as much as possible. The lower it is, the higher the chances are to develop technologies that will be changing our organizations and our products for the benefit of clients and people. Dear participants, dear friends, thank you for this conversation. I still have a lot of questions for you. I think, as all of you do, we meet with the colleagues very, very often, and we can spend hours and hours debating these things. There are a lot of interesting issues that we can discuss, and it's great that we have this platform of the conference. to exchange our opinions. I encourage everyone to join the alliance, and if it is impossible for you for some reason, you can participate in thematic discussions, which is a much more friendly format. Valeria, the CEO of the alliance, is here today. She will be happy to help you with all kinds of organizational issues. We gather together as alliance members to discuss the most pressing issues. This great methodology book is the result of all the insights that we've collected, that we've garnered from all these productive discussions. Thank you very much, and hope to see you back. Your round of applause for Alexander Vedyakhin, Tigran Hudaverdian, Stanislav Bliznyuk, Vladimir Vakhashinsky, Vladimir Nonakonov, and Andrei Belevtsev. Thank you very much for the session. We will continue very shortly while the speakers are leaving the stage. Let me remind you that tomorrow we'll have day 3, the closing day of the conference, AI Journey 2025. This will be the day dedicated to science. We will hear from AI experts on the latest developments and innovations in AI, and 3 award ceremonies. Today, after this short break, we will move on to the national award ceremony for the biggest contributions in AI. We will reconvene at 18:10 Moscow time.
В начале 2025 года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности. 2025 года на Череповецком химическом комплексе группы «Фусагра» была запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию российская автоматизированная система управления производством. В отличие от зарубежных аналогов, функционал системы существенно расширен благодаря внедрению технологий искусственного интеллекта. В проекте используется большая языковая модель GigaChat Max, дополненная специальным модулем для работы с внутренним регламентом компании. Для повышения точности ответов внедрен модуль Context Protocol, предоставляющий модели доступ к инструментам и позволяющий реализовать логику ИИ-агентов. Агент выполняет поиск по базе знаний, обращается к прогнозным ML-моделям и другим внутренним системам, обеспечивая точные и актуальные ответы для технологов и операторов. Результат внедрения искусственного интеллекта – оптимизация производственного процесса, поддержание технологического режима, снижение перерасхода ресурсов и выполнение расчетов любой сложности.
Совсем скоро мы начинаем премию «Лидеры искусственного интеллекта». Просим вас занять свои места. Национальная премия за вклад в развитие технологий искусственного интеллекта.
The National Award Ceremony for contribution into the development of AI, leaders of AI. Welcome back on the main stage of AI Journey 2025. This is where science, technology, and human capabilities merge together and move forward. We are going to summarize the results of the annual AI Leaders Award, and we will celebrate those who make digital intelligence a constant assistant for each of us. The organizers are the AI Alliance and the autonomous non-profit organization Digital Economy, with the support of the government of the Russian Federation. The laureates and participants of the award are jointly shaping a space where technology serves the interests of our country, expanding the horizons of possibilities and enhancing the potential of every individual. The organizers received over 380 applications in 3 categories: scientists, regions, and companies. It's encouraging that this number grows every year, considering that, according to the award rules, alliance companies cannot participate in the selection. This year, the award is presented in an updated format. Each category now has its own nominations, which I will talk about later. And now let's explore the amazing present. To open the award ceremony, I invite onto the stage first Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sber and Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the AI Alliance, Alexander Vedyakhin. Hello, this is the 3rd award ceremony as the AI Alliance. I am thankful to the digital economy, the government of Russia, the administration of the president, and you personally, and all of the members of the AI Alliance for the energy and the effort they've been investing into this award. This is not technology for technology's sake. This is technology for people, for each and every human being. In the regions, in different life situations, this is extremely important. And I'm happy to see how this is the result of collaboration between businesses, universities, the government. These are crucial, fascinating solutions that work for the benefit of people. 383 participants is now the new record, and it's just the beginning. We've been discussing at length how we should select the winners, and also we've been discussing application rules. And we have long decided that companies who are members of the alliance should not participate in the competition because, first, this is a conflict of interest, and also it wouldn't be really interesting to see Yandex, Sber, and T-Bank and Alpha competing among each other because they would be at the top of the top inevitably. That's not the right thing to do. We select the initiatives that exist outside of the alliance, created based on AI technology and recognized by the entire community. We're looking forward to seeing the winners here. Thank you very much, Mr. Vedyakhin. Your applause to Mr. Vedyakhin. We are beginning the ceremony and recognizing the merits of those who paved the way to the future with the power of their scientific inspiration, research drive, and courage in applying cutting-edge technology. The award category for scientists. This category features young researchers under 35. The laureates' works and solutions are bridges between theory and practice. Thanks to them, the path to breakthroughs has shortened from several years to several minutes. This year, we received 47 applications. The Award for Scientists category is a public recognition of achievements and financial support for young researchers. And today, 3 of them will receive an award of 1 million rubles each. It's about time to find out the names of the best. To present the National Award AI leaders in the Award for Scientists category, I invite on the stage Director for AI Technology Development at Yandex and Chairman of the jury for the Award for Scientists, Alexander Krynov. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'd like to say that this is probably the most enjoyable award ceremonies I've ever participated, because all of the candidates are people I know very well, and I'm very proud for them. I'm very happy for them. We had a great jury, and it was just a pleasure to discuss their works, their submissions, because we know them, we know their solutions, their ideas. We've been discussing this. We've had heated discussions on who should be the winners, because there were so many amazing candidates. To all of those who didn't win, it's such a shame that we only have 3 winning places. Please make sure you submit your solutions next year. But that said, I am sure that the winners are definitely the best of the best. Science is very close to production, or rather production is adjacent to science. The range is just half step. There's a research paper, and then a few months later, you already see it in production. This is a normal situation. So the awards that we're giving out are not just awards for something that might one day become useful. No, we are giving out awards to our researchers and scientists who are right now making contributions to global science, and we are already consumers of their solutions. As companies that implement their solutions in their processes, and as end users. Because as individuals, we use the results of their science every day. Thank you, Alexander. And now let's hear about the first winner. The first laureate of the Award for Scientists is Anastasia Antsifirova.
Anastasia Antsifirova.
Anastasia Antsifirova.
Алгоритмы Анастасии.
Anastasia's algorithms enhance the robustness of AI systems, and her datasets and benchmarks are used by research laboratories worldwide to ensure the quality and safety of future media technologies. Anastasia leads a research group conducting studies in computer vision and media algorithms, and has already managed to launch several startups. Anastasia, while you were coming up on stage, we saw that you are accompanied by fans. Your personal fan club is in the hall. We are proud of you, it says on the sign. Anastasia, can you tell us more about your fans who are supporting you here today? My aunt and uncle are here to support me. They've been supporting me all throughout my studies, and I'm very happy to see them here. And I'm very happy to see that my work has been recognized. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if I'm not mistaken, the aunt also has a scientific degree. That's true. So it's already a dynasty. Anastasia Antsifirova, a round of applause. As far as I remember, over the past 4 years, I think Dmitry Vatolin, the research advisor of Anastasia, was telling me, if you try to hunt her, you'll see what I'll do to you. The next winner is the second laureate of the Award for Scientists is Maxim Rakhuba. Low-parameter matrix and tensor representations compress complex neural network models. This speeds up their training process, and essentially our laureate has found the key to creating powerful and economical artificial intelligence. Maxim, who has been inspiring you? Thank you very much for the award. It's a pleasure to receive it. I would like to thank my research advisor, Ivan Selezec, who was advising me all throughout the preparation of my candidate research paper. I am thankful to the MIPT and the Institute of Computational Mathematics at the Russian Academy of Sciences that gave me fundamental research expertise for my work. I'm thankful to the Computer Sciences Department of the Higher School of Economics, who provided the resources for my growth, all kinds of training courses, and my own lab. I'm thankful to the co-authors, and separate thanks to my family for their unyielding support in any situation. Thank you. Maxim is the head of matrix and tensor methods in machine learning. Your round of applause for Maxim Brahuba. And we are ready to announce the third winner in the scientists category. The third laureate of the award for scientists category is Dmitry Kovalov. Thanks to Dmitry's mathematical formulas, neural networks become faster and smarter, and our laureate received his academic degree from a leading research university in Saudi Arabia. Dmitry, what do you think about this? I would also like to say a few words of gratitude. My thanks go to my research advisors, Alexander Gasnikov and Dmitry Duktarev, who taught me so many things. I would also like to thank Yandex and the Institute of Systemic Programming, who have given me the opportunity to do research at the moment. MIPT and my whole family, my parents, my girlfriend, who is also my work partner, and who contributed to this research. Thank you very much, Dmitry. Make sure you don't forget the award. Although I'm sure you are now working, thinking about what you'll be working next. Thank you very much, Alexander. We are ready to present the most groundbreaking initiatives from all over Russia. The category is called Award for Regions. The geography of participants in this category is as vast as the territory of our great country. From Kaliningrad to Kamchatka, each project has stood the test of time and proven its effectiveness. The competition was incredible. We received 149 applications with real cases that have an impact on improving the quality of life for the population across the country. Meet this year's heroes. To present the awards in the Award for Regions category, I invite onto the stage Head of the Presidential Directorate for the Development of Information and Communication Technologies and Communications Infrastructure, Chairman of the jury for the Regions Award, Tatiana Matveyeva. Good evening, dear friends. I'm very happy to be here on this stage. It's true that the number of regions in Russia actively developing AI technology is only growing. Just 3 years ago, we had 24 regions in this category. It's now 37. We had 42 applications, and now it's over 100. This is a great pace of progress. And I would also like to underscore the sophistication, the complexity of solutions. Previously, it used to be chatbots, computer vision, facial recognition. Now, we're talking about consultants and complex systems helping prepare documents, manage regions, a variety of healthcare solutions. The contribution made by the regions is invaluable. Each region is essentially a lab, a unique lab that tries and tests its unique solutions, working in collaborations with big companies and startups alike. And this gives us certain trends which help the country develop actively and adopt AI technology.
Taking the opportunity, I would like to say that to all of the regions that information security should be a priority, because the technologies are becoming more and more complicated. The documents and data that we entrust the technologies with are becoming increasingly more confidential, so the security issues have to be factored in your solutions. And otherwise, I would like to thank all of the regions that are actively implementing the technologies. This is helping our country to leap forward. A lot of gratitude to all of you and to award winners. Thank you. Thank you very much. This year, nominations were introduced within the category for the development of an AI service for the implementation of AI technology and people's choice. It's time to find out which regions develop the best service using artificial intelligence. This year, apart from the regional awards, there will also be it will also be followed by the thank you letter of the President of the Russian Federation. The winner in the category for the development of an AI service, the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia. And I invite onto the stage the head of the Republic of Sakha, Aysen Nikolaev. Thank you very much. Well, we're just starting our way. We know that these are only the first steps. AI is making us stronger, and I would like to thank all of our partners, including Sber, the Northern Eastern Federal University, thanks to whom these new people are emerging. Yeah, I mean, I know that you have not even a couple of dozens, but up to 100 new AI-driven solutions, and you are a great showcase for other regions. Well, there's no other way, because otherwise we'll just be frozen to death. Yes. AI can prevent the scam letters and phones. Aysen Nikolaev, a round of applause.
Мы объявляем еще одного лидера.
Another leader that we're going to announce. The winner in the development of AI service, Moscow. I invite onto the stage the Minister of the Moscow government, head of the Moscow Department of Information Technology, Dmitry Ivanov. First of all, I would like to thank, on behalf of the Information Technology Department of the government of Moscow, we are confident that Moscow is the best city in the world, and we believe that technologies, including AI, will help us to remain leaders. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have seen your situation center. We have seen the solutions personally, and I think that next year, we have discussed it with all of our experts, we decided that all leaders who are selected as laureates, it would be great to see their solutions with your own eyes, so that we can actually, touch these solutions and see how they work in real life.
Мы благодарим за эту значимую работу. Этот проект действительно меняет регион.
Yes, we do thank you for your contribution. It helps improve the regions for the better. Now, the best regions that implemented the AI technologies in the everyday life of their citizens. Kemerovo region, Kuzbas. the winner in the nomination for the implementation of AI technologies. I invite onto the stage the Deputy Governor of the Kuzbas city region, Mr. Viktor Kirillov.
Data-driven управление рисками пациентов с ишемической
A data-driven, AI-driven heart disease prevention solution was implemented in Kemerovo.
Спасибо за высокую оценку труда наших ученых, тем более это.
And the system helps predict complications and help patients to understand their risk level with cardiovascular diseases. Thank you very much. I think this is for Kuzbas, it's a region that is growing and is developing. And we do want our region not only to be an industrial center, but also the center where our citizens can get high quality medical services. Victor, thank you very much for this great project. Another region where the AI is changing the lives of the people for the better. The winner in the category for the implementation of the AI technology, Belgorod region. Deputy Governor of the Belgorod region, Minister of Digital Development, Sergei Chetverikov. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Alliance for such a great day. We see how technologies change our lives, and we see how they will look like in the future. The city governments have a hard time to compete for the best talents in AI, but we try to make sure that the products and services that are implemented in the regions make the lives of our people better, more comfortable, and more secure. Thank you very much. AI for the safe city is a hardware-software complex for storing and processing data from video surveillance systems, including a virtualization system and software for video analytics and video identification. And the category called People's Choice. This is a special award where the decision is made not by experts, but the strictest and the fairest judges in the world, the users, yes, those who can give you 5 stars in Rustore for a brilliant algorithm, but immediately write in their review that everything works, but the button for some reason isn't green. And now let's award the region that won the public vote for the best AI development. The winner in the People's Choice category, the Udmurt Republic.
На сцену приглашается министр финансов Удмуртской республики
Vera Sukhich, the Minister of Finance of Udmurt Republic, is invited onto the stage. Well, People's Choice. That's very worrisome. It's such an honor. I would like to thank all the experts and all the developers, the Minister of Finance, and together with the Sber team, have contributed a lot. We want to make sure that people are protected, not only in Udmurt Republic, but so that they are secure and safe in the entire country. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. And AI Fin expert, financial literacy assistant, can become a real financial GPS for citizens, charting a course to prosperity and also protect them from cyber fraud. A special prize category. Thank you very much, Tatiana. You can go back to the audience with a huge round of applause. That was fantastic. Special Prize Award. The award organizing committee, together with the Russian Ministry of Construction, decided to present a special prize award outside of the main competition program to another region based on its merits in applying AI for its population. To present the special prize, I invite onto the stage Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation, Valery Leonov. Mr. Leonov, please. Ladies and gentlemen, great to be here. I think the most important thing is that one of the republics that joined us is getting the prize. I would like to thank all the team of the Donetsk People's Republic. They are going to get this award. There was the city of Mariupol had to be rebuilt because obviously there were many destructions, many houses destroyed. There were many complaints of the citizens, and we are going to drive the development of the city and make it a great city to live in. It was great to be here, and thank you all. And now we will find out which region will receive the award. The region receiving the special prize on behalf of the Ministry of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Russian Federation, the Donetsk People's Republic. I invite onto the stage the Deputy Chairman of the Government of Donetsk People's Republic, Vladimir Yozhikov. Well, it's really great to get this award. Although it's a special category, but we have a lot of non-trivial tasks, many challenges that lie ahead for Donbass and for our regions. And it's great that we can resolve these tasks applying cutting-edge technologies. It is very important for us. It makes our work easy. It improves our efficiency. And the most important thing is that we do it for the people who are entitled to that. So I'd like to thank the colleagues from the Ministry of Construction, and I would like to thank Sber team and all the others who help us to resolve this challenges in the Donetsk People's Republic. They have introduced a system for interaction between residents of the city of Mariupol and utility services. This is how AI can impact in a positive way the daily lives of citizens. The regions, the leading regions, our congratulations. You're not just implementing innovations, you're creating a future where our country becomes even stronger. This award is a logical result of your active work. The best in business. The award for companies category. This year, 187 projects competed for the title of the best one. There were also new additions, the nominations for the development of an MVP solution and for implementation of AI in business processes. To present the awards in the Award for Companies category, I invite onto the stage a Senior Vice President, Head of the Technological Development Block of Sber, Chairman of the Jury of the Companies Award, Andrei Belevtsev. Friends, good evening. Great pleasure to see you all here. I am honored to say who will be the winners among the companies who implement the AI-driven solutions. Alexander Vedyakin today said that the alliance gathers the strongest leading companies of Russia who are very much interested in implementing these technology solutions. We have a huge country, millions of companies, and every time we in the jury have to go through thousands of very exciting developments. And we as juries, we work on it every day, but we find some cases that are so impressive that we discuss them very actively, and we learn something new. We vote for the projects that we liked, and we try to think, how do you make sure that more and more companies implement AI in Russia? This is a technology of the future. It drives us. It leads to the fundamental transformation of business processes, and I think that in the nearest future it will create new businesses. Maybe at some point in time we'll be able to make a category of which will be called like a new business that appeared thanks to AI. It will be great to see these companies and to welcome them on this stage. And right now, let's have a warm welcome for our winners. Best product at the MVP stage category. So who is the winner? The winner in the best product at the MVP stage category is the Moscow State Zoological Park. I invite to the stage General Director, CEO of the State Institution of the City of Moscow, Moscow State Zoological Park, Svetlana Akulova. The Zoo Guide chatbot helps to treat animals. The system diagnoses symptoms in seconds and reduces diagnosis time by 90%. Treatment starts faster, and the animal's chance of survival increases drastically. Well, you were in the top in terms of the comments and votes. We do love animals and we love AI, and it's great that AI helps to save lives of the animals. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much. For us, this is a system, and some of the words were the new ones. And let me read out the speech, because I'm not very tech-savvy in this case. Friends, colleagues, first of all, I would like to sincerely thank Sberbank and German BARC for cooperation in digitization of veterinary services, which is a very important skill. Creating a veterinary AI assistant is a response to the system-wide challenges. I've told that you shouldn't say the word problems. Challenges is the word. Who told you that? We had a panel and they said only challenges, not no problems. The lack of educational programs for the exotic types, lack of information in Russian language, and a lack of veterinary experts at the zoos. Our solutions is not just a technology leap forward, it's a need for the zoos and parks, zoological parks of our country and other countries. It helps to protect the species, including the Red Book species. Our chatbot is now working in Russian and English languages. I'm confident that this project will move Russia to the list of the leaders in veterinary sciences. I think that we will be able to protect the wild nature in a proper way thanks to this solution and thanks to AI. Thank you very much, and thank you. A round of applause, please. Svetlana Akulova. And we continue to award companies for the best MVPs. The winner in the best product at the MVP stage category, Sechenov, First Moscow State Medical University. I invite onto the stage the head of the Center for Neural Network Technologies at the Institute of Urology and Human Reproductive Health, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Yevgeny Sirota. lead programmer at the Center for Neural Network Technologies at the Institute of Urology and Human Reproductive Health, Ivan Chernenky, system architect of Sechenov AI Nephro, an engineer and physicist at the Center for Neural Network Technologies at the Institute of Urology and Human Reproductive Health, Mikhail Chernenky.
Good evening, dear colleagues. We would like to thank our team. It wouldn't fit the stage, actually. This is a huge team from Sechenov University. And we'd like to thank Pyotr Glibachkov, our rector, because without his support and his contribution and all kinds of preferences that he gave us to experiment and implement our technologies, we wouldn't be standing here today. We also thank the jury, and hopefully this is not our last award, not our last nomination at your big and important event. Thank you very much. Thank you. When we're discussing your case, it was one of the most interesting and comprehensive in terms of its contribution to the future of medicine and the use of AI technology. Hopefully you will replicate this solution and scale it, and we'll have new methods to diagnose and treat diseases. Thank you very much. The web platform Sechenov AI Nephro accelerated the creation of a 3D kidney model with a tumor for surgical planning from 5 hours to 10 or even 5 minutes. This allows for saving human lives every day. Your round of applause. Moving on to the next category, the next nomination. Best product, the award for the implementation of neural networks into business processes. The winner in the category for the implementation of AI in business processes is OES Operational Excellence. I invite to the stage the General Director, Vladimir Svintsov, Director of AI Projects, Vladimir Yefarov, and Product Director, Ruslan Karimov. The OES truck balance system automates the distribution of quarry dump trucks. The algorithm manages dozens of equipment units in real time and reduces their idle time by 20 to 30%. Because of this, the system saved hundreds of millions of rubles at the Solntsevsky coal mine in the Sakhalin region. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues and friends. We are a very young team working in one of the most conservative industries, looking for ways to fully reimagine the system of management. Our product already uses cutting-edge neural networks and AI, and we believe that this will not only improve performance and the attractiveness of the industry, but will also reveal new methods, new ways and approaches, and it will bring our industry to a brand new level. I would like to thank the team. This is a beautiful young team, very diverse, and thank you to the jury for recognizing our work. Thank you. I'm always inspired by these cases where AI brings something of value to the real world, and your solution is a true breakthrough. A quarry dump truck wouldn't fit the stage if you wanted to demonstrate it, and you embedded AI into it. That's fascinating. We continue to award companies for the most successful implementation of AI, and a photo, of course. Your applause. We continue. The winner in the nomination for the implementation of AI in business processes, the company called K-Sky. I invite to the stage Development Director Alexander Gusev and Director of the Medical Information and Analytical Center of Yamal-Ninets Autonomous Okrug, Olga Belarus. The platform Webiomed is an intelligent assistant for doctors. The system analyzes electronic medical records and identifies risks and misdiagnoses. The use of such solutions helps doctors get the most complete picture of the patient's condition. Hello, colleagues. We'd like to thank the organizers for supporting the company. Any recognition is a huge motivation I'd like to thank every employee of the company who has been working so hard day after day, working on the system. We always say we're not creating an AI system, we are helping doctors and organizers save lives. This is the biggest asset nationwide. We're standing here, just the two of us, and we would like to urge heads of regional administrations and governments to support this solution, because we would like to thank the whole administration of Humanitarian Autonomous Okrug for being the first to believe in us and for supporting us and opening up so many opportunities for us. Thank you, Alexander. Innovation in our region takes root. This is the trend set by Mr. Artukhov, our governor. Back in 2013, when we were starting this project, just coming up to GPs and saying that tomorrow they would be working with AI, that was a challenge. Sergei Novikov, the head of our healthcare department, believed in this, though. Burablenkovsky Hospital was the first to participate, and I'm very thankful to all of the doctors there to being so bold and believing in this solution. We had a lot of feedback. We were giving feedback to the developers each and every day. The successful experience of that hospital was replicated very swiftly across the region. And in 2022, all of the medical institutions in the region were already connected to this solution, thanks to general doctors at the hospitals. It wouldn't be possible without you. The project is now successfully replicated across the country. Almost half of the country use Webiomed in their work. We are major contributors to this. Thank you for recognizing our work. The company K-Sky continues to gather feedback from the region to enhance their solution, and the solution has been developing very dynamically. I'm very proud for the region and the developers. It's a great privilege to be a part of this successful project. Thank you very much for this award. Thank you. I've been to the city of Muravlenko. Your region is one of the most innovative regions. You have a great governor, a great team. Thank you for all you're doing in the north. It's very important. Thank you. A round of applause to Alexander Gusev and Olga Belarus. We are moving on. The moment has come to find out the name of the third winning company. The third winner of the award for the implementation of AI in business processes is Geomir Agro. I invite to the stage Executive Director Albert Shaikudinov, Product Director Maxim Gavrikov, and Head of AI/ML Department Oleg Shogolev. The AI platform Assist Agro combines AI models for crop farming. The system recognizes weeds and diseases in fields and reduces herbicide costs by up to 30%. It builds optimal routes for machinery and saves fuel. The AI agronomist increases yield by at least 4% and has already become an assistant for over 150 farms in Russia and CIS countries. We thank the organizers for this event, and we thank the jury for this award. The award is yet another sign that we are moving in the right direction and that we're making technology accessible to farms and other agricultural stakeholders. We'd also like to thank our clients because they motivate us to become better. They've been by our side during our first releases, and obviously thanks to the team whose day-to-day work is making Assist Agro better. Thank you. Your industry is one of the most dynamic ones in terms of adoption of AI. Not many people notice this, but the agricultural complex is one of the most innovative. The transformation happening there is tremendous. Thank you for your work, helping companies implement AI and helping us get the best fruits and vegetables and all kinds of agricultural products. Thank you. Thank you. That was delicious. Thank you, Andrei. We have just presented awards to the AI leaders of 2025. Their achievements inspire us all to move forward. The award laureates are young scientists, companies and regions who have played a key role in creating breakthrough scientific discoveries. And now the moment has come when AI, having studied all our applause, smiles, broadcast views, has issued its verdict. The ceremony was a success. Audience approval rating is 98%. Well, we won't risk arguing with algorithms on this matter, and if AI evaluates us again next year, hopefully it will not only give us a like, but also a verification checkmark. We open the ceremony of companies joining the AI Alliance. Today we have yet another important event. We will witness the expansion of the membership of the AI Alliance, a key association shaping the national agenda in AI technology. The AI Alliance brings together the largest players in the AI technology market to consolidate their efforts. For the welcome speech, I invite onto the stage First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sber, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the AI Alliance, Alexander Vedyakhin, and General Director of AI Alliance, Valeria Vorobyova. Dear friends, today is a very important day for us. Our alliance is going to expand. We're going to have 6 more members of the association. We're very happy about this. You know, when we started working on this alliance, we were imagining how it will be expanding at some point, and for a long time we didn't have any new members, but then everything started to change. We now have industry-specific clubs with more than 150 clubs. We have 17 core members: Sber, MTS, Yandex, VK, Russian Direct Investment Fund, Gazprom Neft, Samolet Group, Sibur, Rosagro, Severstal, T-Bank, Uralchem, Kaspersky Lab, Rostelecom, Domorev, Alpha Bank, and Aeroflot. This is the core that sets the tone for the market development. The good news is that this core is expanding and penetrating all areas of economy. In August, we adopted a new strategy. I would like to thank Valeria personally for assuming this responsibility to have this strategy approved with all of the members of the alliance. That was a difficult job, but she did it with flying colors. We speak about the economic logic of AI adoption, implementation, replication, the culture at companies, their readiness for changes, HR potential, investment climate, transparency and predictability of projects, of technology. We talk about the infrastructure, the architecture that underpins our solutions. A big range of essential matters that we are here to drive forward. We need new members. We are open to new members. We invite them. We have industry-specific clubs. As I said, I would like to thank all of the alliance members and Lera personally. The mission of the alliance remains the same: to develop AI technology for the benefit of people, of consumers. Many ask us whether we have competition within the alliance. We do not. We have it beyond the alliance, outside of the alliance. We've had this panel session earlier. Many of you saw it. It showed that we are indeed friends. It's like this friendly sports competition, this friendly football match, where friendship is the winner. I welcome the new members of the alliance, and I look forward to having our ranks expanded even further with the companies that decide to become members, that go through the selection process, because we do have certain criteria, maturity criteria, for the companies that we accept. Thanks to technological development, hopefully we will have more and more companies that meet the requirements. Lera, over to you. Good evening, colleagues. I'm happy to see you all in the audience. This is not just a landmark event for me. This is the first time I'm participating in this ceremony. It's a great honor to become a part of your family, your AI family. The alliance, when I first learned about it, I thought it's just a business community developing AI, and then I realized that it's way more than that. It's about the power, the passion of these pioneers, these enthusiasts who drive forward not just technology, but mindset. It's about risk tolerance, professional and corporate resilience. To be a member of AI Alliance is indeed a privilege. And surprisingly, it's completely equal there. All members of the alliance are equal. We learn from each other, we collaborate to estimate AI effects, we work together to develop HR potential. This is something that can be done only by people of courage who are ready to meet the challenges of the future and who are ready to become responsible for this development of the breakthrough technology that completely disrupts and reshapes our reality. I think all of you are eager to learn about who is joining our family, who the new members of the alliance are. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you, Valeria. Let's open the ceremony. To participate in the ceremony of signing the documents on acceding the AI Alliance, we invite the following company representatives to come on this stage. AI Managing Director of Avito, Andrei Rybintsev. Deputy CEO of Wimpel.com, Public JSC, Ivan Pyatkov. First Deputy Chairman of the State Development Corporation WebRF, Alexei Miroshnichenko. Chairman of the Board of Moscow Exchange, Viktor Zhitkov. Vice President for Innovations of Norilsk Nickel, Vitaly Busko. General Director of Apatit within Force Agro Group, Denis Novikov. The signing takes place in the presence of the chairman of the supervisory board of the AI Alliance, Alexander Vidyakin, and general director of the AI Alliance, Valeria Vorobyova. Please sign the memorandum. Signing the document is an important step in uniting the efforts of leading technology companies for the joint development of their competencies and accelerated implementation of AI in education, science, and business. The memorandum is signed. Today, the anthropomorphic robot Grin has been accompanying us throughout the day. Let's greet it back with stormy applause.
Уважаемые гости, здравствуйте. Рад, что синхронизация.
Dear guests, hello. I'm happy that the synchronization of the alliance has been done. There are more members now. We congratulate the participants with this award. We're making the photo with Mr. Vedyakin and Valery Alexeyev.
Спасибо всем участникам церемонии.
I'd like to thank all of the participants of the ceremony. Thank you. And a round of applause for that as well. Applause is by humans and by robots.
Мы прошли путь от
We have journeyed from a fruitful session and finance evening to awarding the best ones and expanding the alliance. We awarded, we applauded, and rejoiced together with you. Thank you, my friend, and to all of you. Huge thanks for believing in technology and striving for people. You are the real leaders, and it is you who make the future humane. Until next year. Bye-bye, AI leaders. See you next year. And this concludes the program for the second day of the conference. I am pleased to invite you tomorrow, on the 21st of November at 9 a.m. Moscow time. You can join the third and final day of AIJ 2025 conference. See you tomorrow.